Hi there everyone, my name is Chris Rowan and I'm the Community Support Coordinator at Belong to LGBTQ+ Youth Ireland.
I'm Saoirse Fitzpatrick. I'm one of the official team managers in Prismatic Motorsports, and I'm also the winner of the Screen to Speed Las Vegas event.
If you haven't heard of Belong to, we're the national organisation supporting LGBTQ+ young people and their families across Ireland. We started as one small group about 21 years ago, and now we're a national network of 82 groups in 36 locations across Ireland, supporting young people between the ages of 14 and 23. We have youth workers that are there to help young people with anything that they are struggling with. That's drug and alcohol support, mental health support, sexual health support, as well as our family support service for parents, carers, foster carers, anyone that is looking for one-to-one support, guidance or resources. We're there to help. As well as that, we work with the charity Pieta to provide crisis counselling for young people that are struggling with suicide ideation or are affected by that with friends or family members.
Well, my involvement in Belong to is mainly that sort of like the month after I came out to my parents, I started attending Belong to Youth Services. I think specifically it was Individuality that I went to, the transgender youth group. And then after a while I started going to Ladybirds and Belong to Sundays as well. I feel like mainly it was like I got like peer support, which is the whole point. Like peer support and sort of like that community of other queer kids that was really personally helpful, because especially like 10 years ago it was a bit of a lonely world to be like a young trans girl. You know, like maybe it's better now, I don't know, I'm not a kid these days, but at least 10 years ago it was pretty scary and pretty lonely, and you didn't really see trans people in media, so being able to be surrounded by other trans people that were like around my age and like of similar life experiences was really helpful.
Please don't ever be afraid to reach out and get in contact with us if you or a family member or a friend is looking for support. Go to www.belongto.org or get in touch with us at info@belongto.org for more information on what we can do to be there for you.
Why should you donate to Belong to? I mean, on the pure and simple reason that you should donate to Belong to on the pure and simple reason that you want to support young queer kids in Ireland, especially now in this rising political climate of demonization of queer people in general, and specifically transgender people, and specifically attacks on transgender healthcare.
A huge thank you to everyone for being here today, for getting involved and for taking part. Thank you so much for supporting our frontline services. I want to say a big thank you to RaceSpotTV, to MDM Motorsport, to Next Level Racing, to Prismatic Motorsports, to all the volunteers, to all the competitors, and especially to you for being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a wonderful-ish springtime Saturday here at the circuit to the Sarthe. I'm so excited. My name is Connery Manick, and this is the Race for a Cause 2025 in support of Belong To. I'm here for the first part of commentary with the one, the only Dara Thacker. Oh my word, I am so pumped for this one, Dara. We've got 24 hours of racing in support of an absolutely fantastic cause here. We saw all the trailers before the race. We are seeing the drivers right now get themselves their first parts of qualifying underway. This is going to be crazy.
Yeah, and isn't it great to see so many people that have turned up, and we've got such a long entry list for the amount of drivers that we're going to be seeing over the next 24 hours. The wet weather's going to help off the start as well in terms of the racing we're going to see. Everything seems like it's going to be a fantastic event. It's been planned to an absolute T, I'm sure, and I can't wait to get it going.
Yeah, absolutely. Qualifying a little bit wet and wild here at the moment. And, well, we'll get a little bit more of a discussion on the weather conditions as the qualifying and the race goes on. But before we do so, here's a little bit of a reminder of the cars and classes that we'll be seeing here today over the course of these 24 hours. We have the Hypercar class, the Acura, BMW, Cadillac, Ferrari, Porsche, all involved with the GTPs there. Then you've got your LMP2, your P2 class, the Dallara P217 and P2127, excuse me, and then we get ourselves our GT3 category with all of those listed there. So absolutely fantastic. We also got our sort of special guest class as well with our Challenger class with the Supercars Chevrolet Camaro Gen 3 as well, making itself a little bit of an appearance. So that one's going to be an interesting one, Dara. We have our sort of normal categories of cars, but then we have a little bit of a wild card sort of thrown in there.
It's always fun to have a little bit of a difference to put in. It means we've got another car that we'll just probably see around the circuit a couple of times and think, what's that doing there? If it's not really in a race with anybody else, is it? But yeah, looking like it's going to be a really exciting one. And with loads of car choices, it's really interesting to see what teams and drivers choose. And they've had more than enough practice time to choose what they think will negotiate their way around this Le Mans circuit the best. And it's going to be really interesting to see off the start if there's any kind of advantage for one car or another, particularly as we go from the wet to the dry, back to the wet again.
Yeah, and well, that's that Chevy Camaro. It's there's one team. It is Prismatic Motorsports Minerva effort, which of course that's the team that's been working in the background to help organise this event as well. We'll see how the Camaro goes around here, around the circuit of the Sarthe. And speaking of, we are running on board with that number 28 car, Saoirse Fitzpatrick, who made an appearance in the trailer videos, which we just saw on the lead up to this event. And of course, all of this is in support of Belong To, a fantastic LGBT charity going on that's been set up in Ireland to help young LGBTQ plus folks to deal with whatever issues that they encounter in their lives, and certainly it's something that is much needed, as Saoirse said, especially in today's political climate, as things start get a little bit more scary in that department. It's useful to have these organizations around just to try and help us out, you know.
Yeah, and it's great to see that we're going to be able to provide so much support for them through the fundraising that we're going to be able to do. I mean, we've got the bar on the bottom of the screen as well, just to show you how much we can raise. And I'm sure that target's going to increase because we're going to smash that €2,500 goal. But it is fantastic to have these events that are put on just to support such great charities.
Yeah, absolutely. We are at €2,299 at the moment, and well, that is just a couple of €100 short of the €2,500 goal. So I get the feeling, just a little bit, Dara, that we'll break through that goal, perhaps quite early on into this broadcast. We'll have to see where we can get to in terms of stretch goals there.
Yeah, I think there's going to be... Oh, it's going to go up, isn't it? There's going to be a lot that we're going to have to keep an eye on here. It's never hopeful when we've got so much on the screen that we're looking at, 3 classes. There's an extra car floating around. There's a fundraiser going on. It's great to have all these elements as well, and it means that we can just keep ticking along nicely, and that there's always something for us to keep involved with. And there's such great storylines that I think we're going to have to keep track of as well. Of course, we've got Saoirse that we're following on now, but there's so many other teams that really will be heavily involved involved in this, and that's what makes this event really special.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic, and it's it's for such a good cause as well, especially in things like motorsport, where the representation isn't always perhaps where we would want to see it in racing paddocks around the world. But of course, in sim racing, the barrier is a little bit easier to get into, and a little bit better of an environment for people. Let's be frank, kind of a bit like myself. I'm queer myself. Had many situations arise over the years, which I've had to deal with, but it's great to see that we've had there are communities out there that people can join in, and it doesn't matter how you identify, who you love, etc. There's going to be a place for you with no judgments, and places that will love you, even in a hobby such as sim racing and even in gaming.
Yeah, and to have support around you is so critical, isn't it? Which is exactly why we're supporting Belong To, and it'll be great to see it really goes to some important uses, and for all of the great work that they do, and to have these events, to have that kind of community around you is so important. And sim racing is one of those things that really enables these communities to develop, and for these races to occur, and for these communities to develop and progress, really to show what a welcoming community sim racing really is.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got ourselves 22 minutes of this qualifying section left to go. There's lots of teams out there continuing on their efforts. We will see a lot more times go on the board in not too distant future. It is quite a long lap time here, of course. We got the number 21 Hypercar effort here. This is Patrick Thompson behind the wheel of that Cadillac at the moment. Such tricky conditions here, Dara, especially with the rain coming down, and we kind of expected this going into this first portion of the race. The weather forecast was posted to all of the drivers and teams before the event, so presumably they would have prepared for a somewhat wet qualifying. But sometimes it's quite different once you actually get into the situation, exactly how the track is feeling and evolving underneath you.
Yeah, and the difficulty with driving on a wet circuit, and this goes in any form of motorsport, is that the fact that it is always evolving. You never really come back to it in the same aspect. If there's no rain, with every passing lap it'll get drier. If there's a little bit more rain falling than you're clearing, then of course it's going to get a bit wetter, and it's pretty much impossible to really nail that lap after lap, because you just don't really know exactly how the car's going to fare in the conditions. Getting a judge on exactly how the car will cope in a range of conditions can help, but it's never necessarily going to give you that exact read on what it's going to be like in this qualifying session. So like you are, we've seen a couple of teams jump out in front, it seems, at the start of this session. A couple of seconds for Olympus in that number 21 Hypercar, and at 4 seconds, it's me, Rose, a bit of a snap coming out of the Porsche curves. But Satellite Racing as well, having a 4-second lead. Lots of time still to go onto the board, but that's probably a symptom of why we're seeing those big gaps at the moment.
Yeah, especially at a track as large as the circuit of the South, the conditions might be more treacherous at one portion of the circuit than another portion of the circuit, as those little microclimates come into effect. But Mia Rose coming across the line now for Queen's Design, puts it on provisional pole position in that LMP2 category at the moment, but we've still got plenty of time left in this session for more teams to get themselves to the forefront. Very, very tricky predicament for this qualifying, and of course the opening portion of the race. We are expecting the rain to hang around for a while before the forecast says, well, in the middle of the race, during the nighttime hours, things will calm down a little bit, dry out, but then maybe a little bit more risk of rain as we get towards the end of the race. So that's the situation that the drivers have to face here at the moment, and it's very, very tricky, and it might even make the start of this race very tricky here, Tara, as well. If the grid is sort of shuffled from where it would normally be, if we were talking just outright pace rather than people being better or worse in the wet, or the track evolution, this grid has the very high likelihood of being a little bit more mixed up than we're used to seeing, and that will make the first part of the race at least a bit chaotic.
Yeah, and I think we really are going to have to be kept on our toes, not really knowing where to look. Doesn't necessarily help, particularly for Hugo up on doing the cameras for us, doing a wonderful job, that he's going basically going to have 3 races to try and watch all at the same time to see who is making the moves, particularly towards the front of the field. And they're quite hefty categories as well. It's not like some series where you can get 4 or 5 hypercars and then about 10 LMP2s and everyone else in the GT3. They're pretty evenly split generally across the board. So this is definitely going to be a bit of a manic. And drivers will know that and will want to be placing themselves in the nicest position possible. And I say that, obviously that would make a lot of sense, but it really is worth pointing out because off the start like this, it's a 24-hour race. You can lose it in the first 2 minutes. If you have a big chunk of damage to have to repair early on, yes, you've got fast repairs, but then you're going to find yourself a little bit further back in the order, and that can just keep exponentially increasing until you're a couple of laps down in the first couple of hours. So keeping yourself near the front, keeping yourself out of trouble is going to be critical. In the wet, even more difficult, so to get a clear track in front of you is going to be absolutely perfect.
And that, Dareth, like some people say, in longer endurance races, qualifying matters less. What's your assessment of that statement?
It depends, doesn't it? Really, in some categories, or in some races, yes. I mean, the Nürburgring 24 qualifying means a lot because you can't overtake at the Nürburgring. At a Circuit de la Sarthe race, I think you could say that qualifying matters a little bit less because you've got that time to recuperate the time. But at the same time, there's so much that can go wrong, particularly in the wet here. That just to get yourself towards the front is going to be critical, and easing a nerve at the start of a 24-hour race is important as well because there's so much practice that goes in from so many drivers that it's not even that you don't want to throw it away for yourself, but not for your teammates as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big portion of it. Some teams are sticking with 3 to 4 drivers. There's another grouping that has 5, and then a lot of a handful of teams actually have quite a few team members to try to share the workload. And of course, you are just one part of that team, as you mentioned, right? You might have been trusted with this qualifying session, so therefore you're going to have to try and put your best foot forward and not let people down. And it's a similar situation to being in the first driver in the car. And honestly, if you ask me, being the first driver in the car for the race is probably the most nerve-wracking position to be in. I think it's a lot worse than even just sort of doing the stick to the checkered flag. Because that is the most complicated portion of the race, with everyone trying to find their own piece of real estate out there on circuit, and it could be that someone goes off and has an incident that you have to avoid, and then if you can't avoid it, then unfortunately, you kind of that's affected the rest of the team further down the line then.
Yeah, and there's always that thought in the back of your mind. I really do think in a race like this, especially when you've got 3 or 4 teammates, and it's it's a one-off race. If it's a series, yeah, okay, you made the mistake, we'll come back next time. This is a one-off race, so if you make a mistake and in a way let your teammates down, then you're going to feel awful. Realistically, it's not a nice feeling, and I think a lot of the drivers here will be feeling that stress towards the start of the session. Another reason why it's important to get a lap time in relatively early on. We've got a 30-minute qualifying session. It's a little bit longer than we're generally used to in sim racing. Often you can have a 10-minute, 12-minute session, but it gives you a little bit more time to adjust here. And at the Circuit de la Sarthe, with the long straights down the Mulsanne and down towards Indianapolis as well, it almost gives you that time to readjust. And I think a lot of the drivers are going to be using those moments to just try and dial back in and to try and take the pressure off themselves a bit.
They will, as we see the number 11 head their way across the line now. This is Lewis Clark behind the wheel of the Pun Crew. Fantastic. We'll have to see if any puns develop over the course of the next 24 hours that the Pun Crew might be able to contribute to. I imagine the drivers out of the car will be able to help with that. But having a look at the 555 now, this is the Mission Smooth operation in the 555. Dylan Lease behind the wheel of that car at the moment. So the 555 in 5th at the moment. You couldn't have written any better.
No, that's exactly what they were expecting. I think we'd quite frankly be disappointed if they move from that. So Dylan Lees, if he's going to get knocked down, has to improve by just a little bit to make sure that they can stay where they are, because otherwise I think there's going to be words had by all of us to that 555 car, but going along nicely in the early stages. I do love this circuit in qualifying, mainly because the first 3 minutes really you can have basically nothing between all of the cars. It all comes down really to the final minute. If the cars are particularly particularly in the same field, exactly, because of course between the Acura's and the Audis and the BMWs and the GT3s there can be little tweaks, but particularly in the LMP2s it's pretty much the same until you get towards that last minute, and so it really does build up the pressure. Yeah, you've got to perform in the first 3 minutes, but it almost concentrates all that energy towards the end of the lap and the end of the session, and it really makes it quite intriguing, because up to this point, as we come through Indianapolis and towards Arnage, it could be pretty much neck and neck. The differences will start to pull out as you get into the Porsche curves.
Yeah, it will, as the amount of high-speed grip these hypercars have is just absolutely insane. You know, even when you compare it to these LMP2 efforts, it's just you know, you think these cars have a massive amount of grip through the medium and high-speed corners, but then you look at the hypercars and go, oh, they're just sort of making them look stand still. But still, at least heads their way through the Porsche curves now, the aforementioned portion of racetrack. These LMP2 cars are going to be very tricky to drive, and I think Dylan is perhaps proving my point there as they head their way through the Porsche curves. Given the lack of help you get from the car in these cars, you know, it's not a nice situation with the lack of TC and ABS.
Yeah, it's not necessarily an enjoyable experience, and especially with the pressure. Now, I know we keep saying it, but with that put on as well, it's just not fun, really. Just to get to the end of this session, get a good time on the board, is really an important feat. Dylan's coming around the final couple of corners now. Is there any improvement, or just about making it through? It's so tricky to nail those final couple of chicanes as well. It's been shown in black and white there. An improvement, I believe, to a 4-minute 0.9, but it's very tight in that LMP2 class. It's likely that is going to be the tightest class of the three, and we're seeing that painted out in qualifying already. So to have that pole margin at the moment down to only just under 0.3 of a second isn't to be much of a surprise, but over a 4-minute lap just shows how close these guys really are.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, as we're riding on board with the number 11, this is the pun crew once again, as part of that BMW hypercar. They're coming through the Porsche curves now, and look at how, well, it's not entirely stable through there due to the wet conditions, but you can see how much more speed he's able to carry than the LMP2, and we saw the onboard with that. It seems like the LMP2 was completely unhappy with trying to get into any of those apexes, but meanwhile, the hypercar perhaps a bit more comfortable and a bit more settled, even though there was a couple of steps out there due to the wet track conditions. But as Lewis heads their way through and out of the Ford chicanes across the line, the number 11 will come, 3:46.858 there at the moment, which is not going to be an improvement on their best lap time out there. So they will remain in P3 in that hypercar effort for now. Meanwhile, we have a look down to the number 13 car. This is full tilt of V Motorsports in that number 13 effort down in GT3. We haven't talked much about the GT3s here, but they are going to be a significant force in this event. Paris Bokovalas. I'm going to make a good attempt at that. Sorry, there's going to be plenty of questionable name pronunciations here today, as Paris will head his way through the Porsche curves at the back end of the lap. We'll still get another opportunity in terms of a fast lap time here. Still almost 10 minutes left on the clock, so that's enough to get round and round again in terms of an out and then a fast lap. But for Paris, down in P5 at the moment, still would be a respectable start if the team starts there, but of course they're always wanting that little bit more. It's going to be a couple of seconds actually to try and improve position on the starting grid here. So it was a 4:23.9 in terms of the best lap time for that 13 car so far. It improves to a 4:23.7, but that's not going to be an improvement in position. You need another 2 more seconds actually to be able to do that.
Yeah, it just shows the gaps that are forming at the moment in that class. It's a little bit wide, and we'll see if that is replicated off the start of the race in just about 15 minutes time or so. But yeah, still drivers looking to try and improve on their lap times. For Merlin, another one of those in this number 23 entry, looking to try and get into the Porsche curves and maybe find another couple of seconds on the lap time. So many teams again looking to get themselves towards the front of the order, and to get it in at the end of the session as well for Twin Turn would be a fantastic feat, but definitely an exciting prospect to start this one at the front of the fields in that GT3 class, because with the cars being that little bit slower, they will be the ones to be lapped first as well. And you pointed it out, Connery, that coming through these Porsche curves, the pace difference is immense. So if you're in a hypercar catching a GT3, so easy to misjudge it, so easy to just go a little bit too fast, take a little bit too much speed on the back of a fellow car, and all of a sudden both of you are in the wall, both of you are in the pit lane, and multiple laps down. So it's definitely going to be important. But again, in GT3, getting to the head of the field means you'll be the last one to be approached, which means by rights the hypercars will have a little bit more of a sense on what you're going to do. So there's just that exponential benefit of starting at the front once again.
Yeah, but the first lapping procedure here, when we get to racing action, if the conditions are the same, then that would be very, very sketchy going through the Porsche curves, because you want the GT3s to stay on their normal line. I mean, they don't really have much of a choice when you're coming up to lap them in that section. They're on the limit of grip, but pretty much everyone is in these wet conditions. So those hypercars are going to have to go the long way around, out into the not ideal line, out into where there's more water, more debris. They're going to lose grip on the outside there going through the Porsche curve. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to negotiate the first time around with the two bits of traffic interacting, especially if the conditions are the same as what we're seeing in qualifying right now.
Yeah, it's just going to be manic, chaotic, horrible, all of the superlatives for the drivers coming through. But it's just trying to get used to that in the early stages. It's a 24-hour race. You're obviously not going to be able to win it in the opening half of an hour, but you know, in these conditions, you can really lose a big chunk of time, and then it becomes a bit more of a confidence issue. So, yeah, that first lapping really is going to be absolutely critical. And how the drivers and teams can approach that, and really who's been trusted to be in the car at the start of the race, they really have to be careful on how they negotiate their way through. LMP2s, of course, have to be careful in the opening hour, being lapped and lapping. They have that dilemma of having to work on both. The hypercars, at least, and the GT3s know that they're just going to be lapped. Maybe just have to be slightly more wary, depending on which class they are being lapped by or are lapping. But LMP2s, they're going to have a difficult time of it in the early stages. And then, of course, we've just got that Challenger car that's kicking around. Where that's going to be, we don't really know.
Kind of nestled in amongst the GT3s at the moment in terms of qualifying time, so so we may count them as part of that GT3 class. We'll just have to see if that translates to race pace as well. But we're looking at the 211 here, the Screen to Speed Dream Team, piloted by Sarah Dove here at the moment. P10 in class and 24th overall. There is the weather radar, which doesn't bode well for the very end of this session, given the amount of darker, deeper greens towards the left-hand side there, which means that's more intense rain precipitation. So I think probably the best lap times that we're going to see in qualifying are pretty much over, pending any surprises.
Yeah, I mean, look at that end to the front. You can see it coming from the left, from left to right. It's pretty, it's pretty like the rain's happening, the rain's not happening. There's no two ways about it. So it means that when the rain will stop, it's likely to be stopping, but it is going to get worse before it gets better. And the drivers, whether they know that or not, are going to have to prepare themselves for that little bit more difficult running. And it could mean that the lap times have to get in now, otherwise they may not be getting those improvements in towards the end of the session. So this could be, I know we've only got 5 minutes left of the session, but this really could be the final chance for anyone to jump up the order.
There could be a chance as well where we'll start maybe on the back end of that rain, or even when the rain has stopped, but the rain with the track will still be, as it says in sim, moderately wet but drying. So that'll be make for an interesting first stint there, Dara. We'll probably start on the wet tires, but you know, I guess by the time the first regular stops happen, we may be looking to go onto the dries instead. But we'll have to see what happens. Weather is a little bit of a fickle thing. We'll have to see how the rain spell continues on. Here's the number 34, Bobby Flowers, PBR Racing, there in that efforts as we see them coming down the Mulsanne Straight here. On one of their final qualifying laps, and you can see that the spray that's being generated as well, that will really hamper visibility coming down on that portion of the racetrack especially, and there's such a narrow funnel as well, so if anyone has any problems down the Mulsanne, you're not exactly going to see it until the last minute.
They're not. One of the many variables, isn't it, that drivers are going to have to adapt to at the start of this race. But it is so tricky to have all of these elements to have to think about and to be put into the start of the race, to be put into qualifying as well. It really does apply quite a bit of pressure again to the drivers. We keep saying it, but it is the important point in the early stages. Oh, that's a slide. That is not the right way to go into the chicane there. And the second of the chicanes down the moles down to 34, snaking it through. It doesn't look particularly comfortable there.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's a bit of a high mouth moment there, but continuing on, most drivers and most teams are done with their qualifying, and they do actually only get a 4 fast laps here in this qualifying session. So I suppose, looking at the forecast, they all decided to do it early in the best of the weather conditions. But there are still some efforts out there that are still going around. PBR Racing, that number 34 GT3 is one of them, and we have a couple others still circulating, but whether or not they're on laps, that is a different issue. It actually looks like most of them are currently parked. And the Value Slides GmbH car, the number 230, they are still out there circulating, but they've used all of their fast laps as well. There they are.
Yeah, there's a few teams that are just down pit lane and have really completed their session. There are still a few that are out on the circuit. Not many, which means that we can focus on a couple of them, not least this valuable slide 230. We'll see what Cameron can do coming into the final few corners of the lap. But again, Porsche curve, so difficult to nail the line in these wet conditions. The last time you came here and could kind of feel exactly how much throttle to apply, it's not going to be the same coming through once again. So learning as you're going through the Porsche curves, and as we know, if you make a little mistake, go a little bit wide at the start of the sequence, it can really push you off all the way through. Nicely negotiated though, as we've only got a couple more chicanes to go for the 230. Is there any improvement? We'll have to wait and see. It doesn't obviously, well, actually, sorry, there's not going to be improvement, but at least a little bit of learning experience on what these conditions can do.
Yeah, absolutely. The more information, the better, as far as some of these teams are concerned here. Just to get their sights set. Obviously, there's a little bit of a time gap, even though one session's meant to follow after the other. There's still a little bit of a time skip, which things might change a little bit between the end of this qualifying session and the start of the actual race. But it's still good to get your sights set in, I suppose, in this situation. But that seems like pretty much everyone's done in terms of qualifying. There was the Prismatic Motorsports Hectate car, who, ironically, given they're part of the team that's the organizer of this event, they decided to join with the wrong number, I believe, and therefore get themselves a quali ban from their own event, which I think even they would admit is quite funny.
It's impressive. I mean, you've got to hand it to them. Yeah, if you can plan everything else down to a T, apart from your own number, then I guess there are worse problems to have. But hey, it means that you've got a bit of a last to first to have to deal with. But it'll be fun. It's not like there's championship points on the line. This is all for charity. So even though I'm sure that everyone's going to want to win this race, there's not necessarily that added pressure of having to get that result at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic, and there we go. We've got ourselves a little bit of a raffle going on as well. HF8 Haptic Gaming Pro from Next Level Racing could be yours if you enter this raffle. To find out how to enter, visit that link right there. linktree/RFAC24, and you'll be entered in for a raffle to earn that Haptic Gaming Pro seat, I suppose, to be able to add that little bit of an extra immersion into your racing, so you can feel things through your body in terms of your sim racing. So that's an interesting little prize for viewers to be able to enter and be able to potentially win. So just follow that link and you'll be entered, and we'll presumably do the prize draw perhaps towards the very end of this event. So you'll have to hang around all the way to the very end, but that's what we want you to do in the first place, to be able to see who wins that raffle. But meanwhile, we do have a starting grid to get over and done with. In the Hypercar class, it is Olympus Esports Atlas taking pole position there, with Taylor Mills Racing on the front row too. Second row, the Pun Crew and Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Then in fifth and sixth, you've got Unlucky Luck Racing and Beta Frost. Further down in the Hypercar class, we've got Leadpool Racing Dragon in P7 with Satellite Racing Galaxy P8, BMW M-Plower in P9 with L1 Racing in 10th, Spec 7 Racing Team in 11th with Arctic Sim Racing Green in 12th. Starting 13th will be Vortex Racing Alpha with Multiviewer East Motorsports in P14. Bitterfrost, their number 88 effort, they're in 15th place with another BMW M-Plower, the 558, in 16th. Then you've got Cautionary Tail Motorsports in 17th place. Hopefully they don't make themselves an example of that here today. In LMP2s, we got Queen's Design taking pole position there with Olympus Esports Proton in second place. Then you've got Blowhigh United Motorsports in P3. Then you've got Twin Turn Sim Racing P4. Starting fifth is Turn 1, well, just Turn 1. And then we've got P6 with Mission Smooth Operation. Then in 7th, who wants a soda? I definitely want a soda, to be completely honest. Then we've got Dogbox Racing Alpha in P8 with Betafrost number 22 in 9th. Screen to Speed Dream Team 10th with Technoburst and Team Sakura in P11 and 12. 13th, you got Oceanic Outlaws. Then you got Taylor Mills Racing, Rainbow Racing, Mirai United, and Drive Deviant Astra Racing, rounding out your 17-car starting grid for your LMP2s. Then in GT3s, you got Alex Gull taking that Satellite Racing Solar Car to pole position. Then you got Breakfast Pudding Division. Oh, fantastic, in the P2. Then you got Doug Henson Racing Yellow in P3 with Arctic Sim Racing Orange P4. Full Tilt in 5th with Whiskins Racing in 6th. Further down in the GT3 pack, you got P7 with TSR with VR Racing. And you got Prismatic Motorsports Maverna in P8 in the Camaro, which I guess we're counting as a GT3 for today. Then you got Onid Racing in P9 with Redmond Racing in P10. PBR Racing P11 with Broken Eggs Cooking in P12. Then in 13th, you got Value Slides with their 230 effort. Then you've got, in 14th place, Rainbow Racing Helios. Then Leadpool Racing in P15. Then you got Cookie Monster Motorsports. Some of these team names are fantastic, guys. This is awesome. P16. Then you've got Prismatic Motorsports Hectate after their qualifying ban from their own event, starting at the back end of the GT3 category. We're off on our formation lap here, Dara. The track is still damp, but I'm not seeing all that much coming up from the sky. So this will be a changeable condition start, the track drying out. Any expectations before we get started?
Well, it's going to be a pretty frantic start. I've just seen that we've just been pinged from race control that it's going to be a single file start because of the conditions, so it's not necessarily going to be as frantic into the opening couple of corners, but it is going to be tricky into the first chicane, up over the hill, and then of course out of Turch Rouge onto the Mulsanne. And then when we're onto the Mulsanne, we'll see a bit of a bunching up by virtue of that slipstream effect coming into effect, and then I think we might see drivers and teams splitting out a little bit by the time we get towards Indianapolis and Arnage. But it's going to be frantic off the start. If drivers can find an inside line, I'm sure they will, but they'll know it's a 24-hour race. You can't win it on the opening lap.
We are just moments away from getting this Race for a Cause 2025 event started in support of Belong To, as we'll get the air show across the pit straight here at the circuit of the Sarthe. It will be a single file start for these drivers, so maybe a little bit more of a relaxed affair. But for the Race for the Cause 2025, we are underway. Green flag racing here at the circuit of the Sarthe. Already problems in the Hypercar class as they try to put the power down. Betafrost and Leadpool Racing, I believe, potentially involved in that one as we see the field storm their way down towards the first sector for the first time.
Yeah, Betafrost, one of those teams to the right towards the back of the field already. LMP2s will be trying to negotiate their way through safely, but the rest of the Hypercars just about making their way through. A couple of drivers having to cut the chicane, and we might see a couple of places having to be handed back. GT3 is just about to get underway as well on the right-hand side of the screen. But all in all, a pretty decent start on the Hypercars. LMP2s are really going at it side by side towards one.
Actually, it's saying Betterfrost and Breakfast Pudding Edition falling down the order in terms of a couple of your cars, although they might have been just slightly out of position in terms of the timing. The LMP2s getting themselves off to their start here. Queen's Design leading them around at the moment, already establishing a bit of a gap in the early goings as they head their way through the first sector. Then you get our GT3 start there. Betterfrost number 88 will launch that GT3 class into life as they come across the grid spots now, down in towards turn number 1. Seems like a bit more of a relaxed start for the very front of that field as they head their way through turn number 1 and then hit the brakes in towards the Dunlop chicane, trying to feel out these track conditions in the early stages as it could be potentially treacherous out there. I mean, we saw the hypercars have big issues off the start trying to get the power down, which is quite interesting indeed, but we have maybe a couple of issues early on with a couple of drivers that have slid down the order somewhat.
Yeah, not necessarily the best of launches from the teams, particularly who had the difficulties getting out of the final corner. Arctic Sim Racing Green, Betterfrost, they are down there already. I think with the 57 as well. Dogbox Racing, look like they've dropped down the order as well in the LMP2s. That might just be as they won their way through the chicane. You can see a bit of smoke arising. It doesn't look too good for them down there, but still, we are going to nearly 3 wide in towards the second chicane down the Mulsanne. Difficulties at the front of the hypercars as well. It's all going off. I can't even spot all the cars here, Connor. It's crazy.
Yeah, just, well, good luck. I mean, we thankfully we have timing screens to look at to see who is where, but if you're just doing it with your eyeballs, it would be a very tricky predicament, although we do have a car off there. I think that's the Spec 7 Racing team out into the gravel. Francois Ramos behind the wheel of that car at the moment has to try and rejoin an awkward place. Will probably catch a slowdown penalty with regards to that as well, although looking at the sim racing timing at the moment, he might have just been able to get away with that, so no slowdown penalty for Spec 7, however, a whole bunch of lost positions regardless.
Yeah, and still side by side going down in towards the Mulsanne, or the end of the Mulsanne, in towards the tightening right hand. A couple of drivers drifting wider off the road. They just about all make sure that they don't have to touch their way onto the gravel. Ronald Mansfeld, one of the drivers heavily involved in this, and he's going to be trying to gain up towards the back of the cars in front. But it's very congested at the start in this LMP2 class. Kind of what we expected with the volume of cars and with the fact that this is going to be the tightest class all the way through the race in terms of out-and-out lap time. Still, though, they fight in towards Indianapolis nearly as they run their way down this another long straight here at the Sarthe de la Sarthe. There's a few of them, isn't there? But in towards Indianapolis we go. Not really a line to take to overtake on the opening lap, but you can hit the car in front. I think we've just seen a couple of drivers have a bit of bumping down in towards that corner, but nothing to harm.
Getting a little bit close for comfort there as down towards the inside, big moves being made in towards our nudge there as we try to sort out this order. Remember, there's, you know, because of the wet qualifying that we have and what we had and the wet start of the race that we do currently have, some drivers, some teams might be a little bit more out of position than their pace in things like practice and things like that would otherwise suggest. So potentially a couple of swaps around to be able to, to be happening in the opening couple of hours of this race as the conditions are very changeable indeed. So no active rainfall here at the moment, still a moderately wet track, or rather lightly wet track now as it is in the sim. However, it's just a small little break in terms of the rain at the moment for maybe 15-30 minutes before potentially we might see another little sprinkle of a shower before then it's dry from that point forward. So very tricky situation for all these teams to be in. We're riding on board with Mia Rose at the moment. That's the LMP2 race leader. Well, that team has been able to get themselves a very well, at least somewhat comfortable gap at the start of the race. I mean, you saw, you know, as soon as they were heading through Dunlop for the first time, they were able to already establish a gap over Olympus Esports. So very comfortable start of the race, very competent start of the race for Queen's Design here at the moment. The 24 just coming off the pit lane, that's the L1 Racing car, who I imagine might have caught a little bit of damage and had to come in for some repairs. Speaking of, there are 3 fast repairs to be able to use over the course of this event for these teams.
Yeah, but you don't really want to be burning through them too early on, because then you're going to find yourself in hour 3 using 3 of your all 3 of your fast repairs, and then all of a sudden have a lot of worrying to do for the remainder of the race. So not really wanting to do that early on, but needs must sometimes at the start of a race, and you don't want to take yourself too far out of contention in the opening 5 minutes. Still a fight though in this hypercar class as they run their way down the Mulsanne. One chicane negotiated nicely, the second about to be approached for Satellite Racing Galaxy, that is, I believe, at the front of this train. But still, we're still trying to sort out the order between a lot of these drivers. They're not necessarily content with where they are, and they are relatively hefty classes. Oh no, though, that's not the right line. Off the road, taking straight across the gravel. That will surely be a slowdown penalty, and we may see that car lose a couple of spots, and it's so easy to do. And Robert Northway in that 65 car, just struggling a bit. It's not going to be the last time we see that happen in this race.
Absolutely not. It's you know, we'll see a couple of those, and potentially, obviously, we'll you know, if it's a bit too egregious, as in it's done deliberately, then we might have a bit of a problem. But all of these accidental at the moment. Beta Frost having to have a little bit of battle at the moment in that number 22. It's Turn 1 Racing who've just about slid their way ahead there up into P5 in terms of that LMP2 category at the moment. So active battles are happening out there on circuit despite the conditions. Lots of teams trying to make some progress forwards. To, you know, if they particularly if they had a poor qualifying due to driver error or even just the conditions, then they want to press on forwards a little bit faster. But Beta Frost giving Turn 1 a little bit of a shove there through the Mulsanne corner itself, and side by side they are once again down this little portion of straight.
Yeah, it's not going to be terribly fun to be behind, actually, as you work your way in towards Indianapolis, because you've just got spray, a wall of spray in front of you. Two cars that could both spear off the road at any moment. It's not necessarily exactly where you want to be. A little bit of wheel-to-door banging for a moment there as they make their way in towards Indianapolis. And how much can you see? Absolutely nothing. You'd be you're doing better with your eyes closed, quite frankly. But Patrick just about to negotiate his way through alive, and I think that's really going to be the main point in some of these battles, because with the amount of spray that we've got, just making your way through and making sure that you've not made any mistakes is critical.
Yeah, it is. And Patrick Svolazi in Who Wants a Soda? Do you want a soda, Dara?
I do. I probably shouldn't, because
what kind?
It's well, oh, I don't know. You put me on the spot now. I'm easy, you know. If it's put in front of me, I'll probably have it, to be honest.
Anything goes as far as Dara's concerned.
What have you got? Because I'll have whatever you've got.
I will have Pepsi Max Mango. Fantastic
actually,
thing. Yeah.
I'm going to take that back, actually. I'm going to take that back. I will mango all the cherry flavours. That's a step too far.
Oh.
No. I'm sorry, we're 8 minutes in and we're already going to have this argument.
Oh, issue for the number 24, and someone arriving on the scene and making contact with them at the moment at there as well. So that was the 95 Artec Sim Racing green car that arrived on the scene there. And number 57 is Mirai United, just spinning in the wrong direction. And you know me and rejoins Dara. Let's have a look. Found a bit of a gap to spin around in, which is great.
Yeah, you know, I think we're both going to be stickler for a rejoin. If you're off the road, don't all of a sudden appear and ruin someone else's race. But that was pretty good from the 57 there. I'm sure we'll see a couple of questionable rejoins over the course of the race. Robert Northway having a bit of a spin or half a slide, or no, a full spin in the end. He thought about it for a little while, but in the end decided that he was going to go for the full spin. And close rejoin, but actually I think it was a car going wide rather than Robert drifting dangerously onto the circuit. But it just shows how easy it can be just to lose the rear end a bit, and then when you lose the rear end, you're sliding around and there's nothing really much you can do. As long as you keep it out of the barriers, that's going to be mission number 1 at that point.
Yeah, so delaying the inevitable with that spin there, but as we do continue on, we've got 10 minutes in this race expired, with 23 hours 50 minutes left to go. So still in it for the long haul here. We've had plenty of action out there as drivers try to sort out their running positions after a wet and wild qualifying session. Here's the Beta Frost number 22 car, currently trying to defend from Who Wants a Soda in behind here at the moment as well. That's the battle for what is this? This is battle for P's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 here on screen right now, and it's particularly tricky, to try and make that decision as to whether or not you want to press forward really, really hard at this early portion in the race. Number 88 having a big issue, and the unfortunate encounter with the tyre barrier as well. That's the Beta Frost number 88 GT3 efforts. It seems like Beta Frost want to take all of our camera time here at the moment for some of the wrong reasons, I will admit.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, if you're taking the camera time at the start for the wrong reasons, you're going to be out of contention pretty quickly. So they're getting it in when it matters, eh? 22 in the 58, filing hard down in towards the end of the Mulsanne. Tricky. For a moment, it looked like they were going to come together, but in the end, they have just about managed to keep it nice and calm. Gravel being kicked up everywhere. You wouldn't want to be a spectator down there. There's been missiles for hours down there at this rate, but luckily, we're in the sim. There's no one that's going to be physically hurt. No one's going to be physically hurt in the sim rig either. If we have a bit of a crash, but it all looks nice.
I have some
calm
news.
Down in towards Indianapolis. Oh, do you?
We are 31 euro cents away from the 2,500 euro goal. Surely someone has 31 euro cents. Yes, it ruins the funny number, I will admit. But, however, we do have to get up to that 2,500 euro goal. We're 31 euro cents away from it. Come on, guys. We can get there.
A bit of a calculation on what the conversion is from euros to pounds, and it's nearly, so it's about 50p will do it, I reckon, if you're in the UK. 31 cents and probably about, I don't know, a quarter of a dollar, that'll do it. This is getting a little bit tense, isn't it, down in towards the Porsche curves. These guys aren't thinking about the target just yet, they're just trying to think about keeping it safe and out of each other, and this is the kind of lapping that we may start to see over the next 15-20 minutes. It's a huge snap though, and again, with the drying conditions, it's difficult to really judge exactly how the conditions are going to be evolving and how much you can push the car, and Patrick's really finding that a difficult challenge at the moment, just about keeping hold of the car. Looking tricky at the moment.
Yeah, looking very, very treacherous. I do not envy the LMP2 efforts going through there, particularly whatsoever, because they don't really have any help in terms of driver aids. Oh, James Whitehead getting a car up the rear bumper. Well, these cars don't have bumpers, but the car up the rear diffuser coming down into the braking zone there. That one is a little unfortunate, and both cars involved there having quite significant damage. It was the number 66 car that arrived on the scene a little bit too quickly, missing their braking point perhaps, and, well, there was only one way they were going.
Yeah, and it's not a positive way, that's for sure. Ronald Mansfeld getting back onto the road, or maybe not, I'm not too sure, driving onto the grass, maybe wanting to do a bit of lawn mowing in the early stages here. I mean, the iRacing done a fantastic job on making the circuit look wonderful, but maybe a little bit of landscaping is still in order. GT3s going around nice and slowly. Oh, that's not going around, that's the number 100. That's coming through the Turks Rouge S, I believe, yeah, so not a good place to be stuck. Is the rejoin good? That's pretty good. If there's no one coming through, that's a good rejoin.
Yeah, that's a 9 out of 10 rejoin there. As we see Alyssa trying to pilot that car around the first sector. There's a car already off actually, and oh my word, who was that taking it to the outside and just narrowly avoided having a major incident? Wow, the big avoiding action there being taken as Alyssa will get herself back in the action now, sitting in the slipstream behind another car. But that was one of the dodges, one of the saves of the race so far, and we're only 15 minutes in.
Yeah, and I think Alyssa would have been delighted that she wasn't collected on the rear end. That could have been a lot of damage for that car, all from just trying to avoid another spin up in front. But getting it righted again, getting it back going, and now with a little bit of pressure behind as she makes her way down the Mulsanne. But early stages, little spins, it's okay. Or if anything, I think it calms the nerves to have a little bit of a moment, because it's like, because it's almost in a position that, yeah, hey, we've made the mistake, or there has been a little something that's gone wrong. We can build up from here, and there isn't really a thought in the mind of there's going to be another mistake, because you already feel like it's happened. So there's definitely a chance to come back. And this is what Henrik saw. Oh my word. Half a second later, Henrik was in the wall. Luckily, though, just about avoiding, and probably a bit of a laugh in the VC there.
Guess what? It's another Beta Frost car. They're getting all of the highlights and lowlights over the course of this race so far. Continuing on out there, so it's fantastic to have them. It's they're getting their money's worth in terms of sponsors on the car. Let's just say that. But we do also, we have news as we're past the €2,500 goal. which is fantastic. We beat it by 10 euros as well. That's fantastic. But now we've got the stretch goal, I suppose. Let's get this thing up to 3,000 euros.
I have a funny feeling, Connery, that we are never going to be able to satisfy that goal target at any point over the 24 hours. But we can try. We can keep trying, and we'll just see if we can catch Hugo out. But I think that's really what it is. Can we make sure that, well, can it be updated before it gets full? That's the question. But it is great to see. 2,500 euros already is fantastic. And we've still got 23 hours and 43 minutes to raise a little bit more. So, of course, big thanks to everyone who's donated. Yeah, let's see. I'm not too sure how high this is going to get, but I'm looking forward to seeing how high it's going to go.
Yeah, I am too, and it's for an amazing cause as well. Belong to an LGBTQ youth charity in Ireland, helping people with whatever situation that those folks find themselves in. You know, especially tricky given today's or at least current political climate. It's all that effort and all that hard work is definitely very valuable and very. And the people who get that support definitely very, very thankful that charities like this are around, and to be able to support people in need and to give love and advice to people who really, really need it. But riding on board with the 023, this is Georgie Vermeulen on board with the Porsche here at the moment, the TSR by VR racing car. P2 and GT3, we've got, well, they're side by side for P1 here at the moment as they pass Doug Henson Racing Yellow on the run down in towards Indianapolis. So TSR up to the pointy end of the field, but Doug Henson Racing Yellow, they're gonna, they're not gonna let them run away with the race lead. Let's just say that. I mean, for the vast majority of this first stint, there'll be that slipstream in effect as well. So it'll be very tough for TSR to run away here. But this is going to be a fantastic battle for P1 in the GT3s in the early goings with the Porsche versus the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, and let's see who's going to be able to emerge with a little bit of an advantage. I don't think there's anything against working together in the early stages either here. You know, pulling away from the rest of the pack, and the OT3 and the OT7 may start to do that. Oscar Hardwick definitely in a good position to try and just keep tabs with the car in front, not really trying to push himself into the lead, because for the time being, to sit in P2, it's not a bad spot whatsoever. And again, that gaining away from the rest of the pack is going to be critical later on in the race. There's not really any requirement to lead early on. If anything, you could save a little bit more fuel in the opening stint and make your fuel numbers a little bit easier going throughout the rest of the race. So looking pretty good for this Mustang right now. And, you know, I definitely like to be sat in P2, although the spray is not going to be fun to sit behind. It is diminishing lap after lap, and I think by the end of the stint, it's going to be almost a moot point that the spray is going to be affecting the drivers.
That's something we haven't really talked about is exactly when they'll see the crossover point into slick tire running. We haven't seen anyone come down in early just yet. Track is still simply too wet to be able to consider that at the moment. And in fact, I guess over the course of a 24-hour race, especially early on, you kind of want to be a little bit conservative, right? You're not going to put that, come in with that gamble early, trying to put the slick tires as early as possible on, with the chance that you might get caught out. But we'll have to see exactly what happens as 23 are breaking themselves a little bit there. Twin Turn Sim Racing ending up losing 7th place there in the LMP2 effort. But yeah, going back to the strategy talk, I imagine it will just be, okay, at the end of this first normal stint, then we'll consider putting the slicks on. If not, we'll stick with the wets as a conservative measure. As well, Sebastian Innsberg definitely not being conservative here at the moment in terms of his aggression. Back up into P7 there for Twin Turn Sim Racing, getting past the Technoburst car.
Not sure any people here will necessarily want to be conservative, particularly on the opening pit stop cycle, but it's a difficult dilemma to have, isn't it? We see it a lot now in iRacing with the addition of weather about a year ago now. It doesn't feel like a year, but it has been around for a little while now. That sometimes it really depends on the circuit. The wet weather tyre can work relatively well, vice versa. The dry tyre can work relatively well in the wet conditions. So finding a balance could be really important, and drivers and teams particularly don't want to have to take that extra stop in the early stages, as there's a car off the road. I think Eisenberg had a bit of a difficult line and put the car behind off. But it's that dilemma in trying to pick the right strategy. You've got about, well, depending on the class you're in, you've got about 40 minutes to the GT3s to work out exactly which way to go. And the ever-drying track will kind of push you one way or another, but it's just a case of how far can you push this in, because the longer you can, the easier the decision will be as to whether to go to a slick or to the wet again.
Yeah, we're always seeing fastest laps of the race, well, personal bests being set for your drivers at the moment. So, I mean, that's evidence enough the track is drying up. But, you know, at what point do you decide, okay, we're done with the wet tyres now, we'll stick the dries on? You know, it's something that hopefully they would have practiced in the lead up to this race, because, you know, they had the weather forecast come out, so presumably they would have practiced both wet weather running, dry weather running, and trying to figure out where that crossover point is. That would be very, very useful information to take into this race. Of course, things will change slightly. I mean, because obviously we got the track and air temperature, the humidity, all of this affects how fast the track dries. So it's definitely a little bit of an art rather than a science, but we'll see how the teams manage it.
And of course, they've got more than enough time to try and regain some time. Oh, if there's issues, that's the 65. That's Robert Northway in the Sarthe Racing Galaxy car coming back onto the road. There's GT3 down there as well. They're clearly, well, it looks like there may have been a bit of contact down there. Northway, of course, struggled earlier on. We saw him going straight on at that chicane before, going around this time. Oh, no, they just spin in sympathy. Yeah. Two cars do exactly the same thing. That's at least the fifth time we've seen that happen as well, isn't it, Connery?
Yeah, it was the Rainbow Racing Helios car. They messed up the entry in towards the chicane there. Like, the car just wanted to rotate, find themselves in the gravel. Then, like you said, there was a sympathy spin and an incident for Satellite Racing Galaxy, basically doing it in the exact same way. The back end just came around on entry as they tried to turn in and weren't able to recover.
Yeah, and the car was lost well before the corner. I mean, it almost lucky that we didn't see the car hit the inside wall going into the corner, completely cut across the curb. So nice to keep it out of the barrel. It's not necessarily nice to be facing the wrong way, but also nice that the car spinning next to you didn't hit you either. So lucky really to escape that without too much damage. As Debaka coming through for the Taylor Mills Racing team. The Hypercars starting to work their way through the GT3s, and it's BMW Hypercar having a little bit of a tough time through the slow parts of the lap. Omet. Oh dear, and I think the first one I can think of is they'd be hoping to omit some of those issues towards the end of the race, Connery.
There's a bit of spoiled breakfast there.
Oh, hello.
Thank you, Hugo, with our slow-mo cam. Wow. As we have...
A good profile.
Yeah, there was Omet Ohm behind the wheel off that one. Yeah, trying to limp that one back to the pits. That's going to be one of the fast repairs, if they can even get themselves back. They're severely crabbing there on the replay. So trying to limp it back to the pits and trying to keep offline as much as possible. But yeah, that's a major incident. As soon as you lose control of the car before Indianapolis like that, especially in these conditions, you are literally just a passenger. Like, you can see the car get unsettled and immediately you knew this is going to be a big one, because there's no coming back even from a slight step out like that. And it was a very big impact with the tyres.
I think I remember a couple of years ago in the real world Le Mans 24 when they started to have rain down towards the fourth curves. I think it was Scott Dixon at some point was the first of the drivers to come through, and you could just see them losing it hundreds of meters before the corner, and they had absolutely no control, and that's exactly what we've seen there again. You lose the car in towards Indianapolis, very high speed part of the track as well. If you lose the rear end into the entry, you're done for realistically, and that's exactly what happened to Omet in the end. Rachel Conkerly just about going to get to the inside down in towards the first chicane at the Mulsanne, and nicely negotiated through the traffic. Traffic, of course, going to be the key word of the day. But Rachel Conkerly, she's doing a good job so far.
absolutely. P7 solidly mid-pack in terms of the hypercar effort. So, you know, it's a good place to be in the early portions of the event. Not too many dramas for the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car at the moment. At least they're hanging around in that particular position, dealing with a little bit of lap traffic, which can be tricky given the conditions. But it seems like the majority of lapping procedures have gone without an issue here for this moment, but we'll keep an eye on it as it progresses on, and as these hypercars get up to the sort of the front-running GT3s, and of course they'll have to try and negotiate the LMP2s at some point as well. I hope everyone's enjoying the first portion of this race. Of course, we do keep an eye on the YouTube chat, and I see a lot of discussion going on in there. A lot of support for Onid, the 900s. Then we've got ourselves TSL with VR asking to stop the count, please, because they are in the GT3 race lead at the moment, and they want the race to end now rather than in 23 hours and 30 minutes time. But yeah, fantastic to see everyone supporting this event as we see the 555 and the 58 get themselves involved in a little bit of a battle. The 22 Beta Frost car is involved in this as well. Three-way fight for P3 in terms of your LMP2 effort. These guys very, very close together indeed.
Yeah, and again, kind of what we expected. LMP2's keeping it very close together up and down the field. Is there going to be any kind of overtake down the Mulsanne? Such slow progress if you're trying to make an overtake down here, and only one car in the slipstream as well. So this could come down in towards the braking zone. Who wants the soda around the outside, looking to try and pick the pocket of the 555, but there's nothing that they can do. A little bit deep though. That'll be off the road. That's 1 and 2 positions gone for them, and you could always see that coming. Just going too deep, probably onto the wet stuff on the inside line. The car not necessarily being too pleased about stopping, unlucky to keep it out of a spin, but that's 2 positions dropped, and now the battle for P3 down to 2 cars momentarily.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still very, very close to this portion of this race as they have to try to negotiate GT3 traffic as well. The Rainbow Racing Helios getting bullied out of the way somewhat there as the fighting for a podium position rages on in and amongst this LMP2 effort. We're still a very long way from the checkered flag, but they seem to be prioritizing the track position at the moment above everything else. Again, having to make their way through on the Cookie Monster Motorsports car. The number 77 was the next GT3 there, and then maybe size up for a move down in towards Indianapolis here. This is what Henrik Strand is probably thinking of. It's a very tricky place to try and get their way by, so they're going to stick their way, well, remain in line and continue on as this single file grouping here for the moment. Team Smooth Operation, well, they've immediately caught back onto the back of this fight.
They have, and it's going to get a little bit more frantic, you'd say, but as they come out of Arnage, it may be a little bit muted in towards the Porsche curves. Not necessarily a place where you can make too many overtakes unless there's mistakes around you. But then again, if there's a mistake around you, you're just going to be hoping not to be part of it because of how tight the barriers can be down here. Let's see as they run their way through. Track continuing to drive, so there's an ever-increasing pace into this part of the track. So drivers will be taking more and more risk into the corners because they feel like they can push that throttle pedal just that little bit more. The hypercars are going to be starting to come through at increasingly faster speeds as in comparison to the LMP2s and the GT3s. GT3 traffic slowing this battle up a little bit though, which is going to Constantine them up as they make their way towards the final couple of chicanes. The fourth chicane is the first as they just about make their way through. 1, 2 and 3 will just about find their way past the GT3. Not an easy moment if you're in a slower class, but negotiated with ease in the end, and we'll have to see if this battle will come into fruition either before the Mulsanne or probably on the main straight like we saw last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see this this grouping of cars early on as the track continues to dry out. Track is very lightly wet as it is in the sim right now, although sometimes that's is a little bit misleading because it takes the, sort of the average around the entire track, if I'm not mistaken, Dara. So there's still some parts of the circuit which are still pretty wet. It's just not reflected in the because they're on the wetter side of the average. Yeah,
and with it being such a large large circuit, large what's the word I'm looking for? Venue, there we go. There is a lot of differential between different parts of the circuit. I mean, the Mulsanne we are talking is a couple of miles long, so and they are two corners of the circuit, so there is a wide range of possibilities for what the conditions are. We see it time and time again in the real world that there's rain on one part of the circuit and not on another here at Le Mans, because it just is that big. So it's so difficult to judge, but with the drying track, it will become easier and easier for drivers. They'll get more and more used to what they know, because of course drivers do far more laps in the dry than they do in the wet, even in the past, not necessarily this week knowing the weather coming into the race, but they will start to feel like they're getting into their rhythm that little bit more. And I think by the time we get towards the end of hour 2, hour 3, we are going to start to be in that part of the race where drivers are looking for that metronomic consistency just to get them into the first 8-12 hours in a competitive manner, realistically.
Yeah, absolutely. We see yet more little bits of scrapping going on. This is the number 41. This is Taylor Mills Racing. This is Valfa. Taylor Mills Racing is getting caught up a little bit behind the Pong crew here at the moment. this is the Valfa P3 overall. P3 in the Hypercars, as they found themselves within the same postcode here, with 23.5 hours left to go, as Taylor Mills Racing just dipping a step out of line there, maybe sizing up for a move into the Dunlop chicane. There was a door open on the inside, but deciding not to go for it. You can understand being a little bit conservative at this stage in the race with these track conditions, but as we're on board with Neil de Backer, trying to lock onto the back of Lewis Clark there. So we're seeing these little battle packs develop, 2 cars, 3 cars over the course of this first portion of the race. Normally we would see in a dry race at Le Mans, these packs keep themselves much more together, but I think that the track conditions has been a big differentiator in terms of pace here at the moment. We're kind of look at the track as it is right now, and it's kind of like, well, this looks like the middle portion of the race with how everyone's positioned, not at the end of the first stint where everyone hasn't come down on towards the pit lane just yet. Normally they would be in their big long trains still, or at least in big packs.
Yeah, and the fact that we are seeing that spreading out means that I think teams are already just trying to gauge exactly where they expect to be come the end of the first and come the end of the second stint, and where their battles lie throughout this race, because they're not necessarily right as close together after the first 30 minutes as they could otherwise be, unless there, of course, we saw earlier, had a bit of an issue down through Touch Rouge, but just trying to get through on Bru de Silva. She is not going to be able to hold on to that position as they run their way in towards the Porsche curves, and Alyssa does manage to get herself up the order. But with some of the hypercar gaps, the top 6 now by 35 seconds, it's quite a wide gap. And even though we're seeing a wide gap in the LMP2s, at least there is some grouping and the clumping going on. So I think we are going to start to see some echelons form, some little groups that we have to keep an eye on throughout this race, but we are already kind of seeing exactly where our front runners lie. The question there will be, are they still going to be the front runners when we see driver changes? Because of course that's going to change the face of the race. Drivers may not have necessarily put their strongest driver in first. They may have waited for the opening stint or two to really put their strongest driver in and get the pace done when they can. We'll have to wait and see, but at least for the opening stints, at least for the opening couple of hours, it looks like we kind of get a sense of where our leaders lie, and all 3 leads are pretty much the same at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's Olympus Esports Atlas leading in the hypercars at the moment, 7.3 over Unlucky Luck Racing. Queen's Design leading in LMP2s. That's again 7.7 over Olympus. And then in GT3s, it's TSR leading by about 7.5 over Doug Henson Racing Yellow. So all the leaders with very, very similar gaps to work with at this very early portion of this race. We'll see how that ebbs and flows over the course of this one, because you quite rightfully mention we have of course drivers changes to consider. Not all teams will have drivers on an equal pace level. I think that's fair to say, so that will sort of influence the gaps over the course of this event. I think for this first stint you probably want to try and pick your safest pair of hands. Someone who's a little bit more reserved, can get the car around the circuit, is good at traffic avoidance and things like that. You probably kind of want them in for the first couple of stints here, and then maybe once these first stints are out of the way, that's when you put your fast driver in, so that they can set the timing boards alight and make up some positions that way.
Ooh, Oh, James Whitehead. Oh, no, nearly getting through. Oh, you could see that they were going to go deep from a mile away, but we wasn't really sure whether they'd be able to negotiate their way through the tyre barrier chicane. Just about missing out on the opportunity to escape with that one. But to come back to your point about safest drivers, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we talk a lot about in some of the main events on iRacing, some of the top splits, that when you've got your red lines, your Dragos, your top end of teams of Williams Esports, that they will sometimes pick their strongest wet weather driver to go in the wet weather. That isn't necessarily their strongest dry weather runner. So we could see that come into play as well, that drivers who feel more comfortable in the wet conditions starting the race, and they may not necessarily have the quickest dry pace, but everybody has their strengths as drivers, so we could then see that switch back once again. And I think that's going to keep us intrigued in the opening few hours at least, because there's still that mystique hanging over who really is going to be able to claim a bit of a lead going in towards that middle phase of the race, towards that night stage of the race. The 555 still going side by side. I thought they were going to sort it out by now, but in towards Indianapolis, the 58 and the 555 still going to go out at 58, just about going to hold it off, and Patrick going to hold off Dylan Ness for the time being at least, but they are not leaving each other be for the time being.
Yeah, giving us some great entertainment at this portion of the race, as they both have a little bit of a slide coming out of Arnage and continue on their respective efforts. It's great that these folks have decided that they want to have a little bit of an on-track battle to entertain themselves and others over the course of this opening stint. Having a look at the YouTube broadcast chats as well, and see Phil Baldwin saying, I think we can all agree that the Mustang is the best entry into this race, and it's definitely up there, let's just say that. But you have a lot of contenders here, especially in terms of the team name department rather than the car choice department.
Yeah, and I have to say, on the subject of the chat, I did quite enjoy that Anglemore comment as well on the bus. That's top tier. That's fantastic. Yeah, there's a lot still to be clarified in the commentary box. But that's kind of what we enjoy, isn't it? We don't necessarily know exactly what's going on. There's always these little bits that arise around the race, and still a long time to find exactly where we can find little mistakes on liveries, which is always fantastic to do. Just the smallest little bit, the paint's off by an inch or two. Easy to do. Sarah Dove, inside line, screen to speed, looking to try and put themselves up a position, and will indeed in towards the opening chicane. Good move, just about getting it stopped. Easy to drift wide, but no mistake there from Sarah.
Sebastian looking for the drive off the corner to try and come back at her, but unsuccessful in that endeavour. So screen to speed continue on in their bright pink LMP2, and hopefully try and get further down the road to challenge some of the top LMP2 contenders. They're definitely a team that's very, very capable in doing so. It's just maybe a matter of time over the long haul that they'll be able to get themselves up there. But yeah, so that changed position there. That's P20 overall, at least, if you like to keep track of the overalls order. The guys come down a little bit in terms of overall race leads. That's Olympus Esports Atlas and Unlucky Luck Racing. They've that gap of about 7 seconds has come down to about 6 at the moment, which may just be an effect of the traffic situation, but we'll continue to monitor that one regardless. Meanwhile, we do have this battle in GT3. Involving the Prismatic Motorsports Hectate car, the Unit Racing car, the PBR Racing number 34. It's interesting to see that Prismatic Hectate have actually been able to make very, very good progress in the early portions of the race. Remember, this is the team that got themselves a qualifying ban by joining with the wrong car number, which, I mean, we see even in the very, very top endurance racing league sometimes as well. So it's not if the pros are getting it wrong, then it's okay for everyone else to get it wrong as well. But we see Prismatic Motorsports Hectate having to take that penalty on the chin in their own events with the qualifying ban, but they've been able to recover quite well. Currently in the top 10, although they do slide into P10 as they head their way down the Mulsanne here as Onid Racing try to challenge them.
Yeah, Amy Grimm just trying to hold on to the top 9, but Onid in the 900 just about getting through, and Amanda's just about making sure that that position is theirs, and we'll see what Amy Grimm can do to try and get back through. But good start, albeit just over a minute off of the lead, but that's to be expected. Difficult to really keep it close to the lead as in the early stages when you're sitting that far back in the order, and that's really why that 1 minute gap has ballooned out in the way that it has. But with the cleaner air, we could start to see that the likes of Amy Grimm and teammates be able to close up that little bit more and use the pace that they likely have beneath them. But you're right, I mean, we see, I mean, how many times in, you know, top splits of, you know, the Daytona 24 do we see like the wrong decals on the cars and the wrong little bits, and they've, you know, someone's jumped in the wrong car, they've jumped in late, you know, these things can happen. It's part of sim racing, and if the pros do it, then as you said, it kind of almost makes it a little bit or okay for everyone else to do it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just something to laugh along to, and especially if it's your own event, you know. If you've made the mistake, then you've just got to hold your hands up and have a chuckle about it, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. There's, I'm pretty sure they did as well. I mean, they were the first ones to mention it, shall we say? But yeah, just I imagine if the stakes are a little bit higher, that would be an absolutely dreadful feeling to realise that you've done something like that.
It is fun though, isn't it? I mean, when you're organising this big of an event and you're getting everybody in check, the last people you think about, and I've done it myself, is your own entrant, your own car. So it's so easy to do, but it does show how much work has been put into and how much focus has been put into this event, and to everybody else that's been participating by the organisers. It really has been a big job to organise. Hello, it's the 253 going around, and I think we're going to have to see a little bit before that, because I don't quite know how that started. Looks like there was a bit of a spin coming over the tail.
Yeah, it looks like. So we'll have to wind things back to see exactly what happened there. But yeah, it's an interesting one indeed. So here we go. Here's the onboard with the 253. Oh, car off ahead. So one of the GT3s. Is that a factor in this one or not? It looks like they're able to squeak by just fine. Oh, okay. They lose it over the crest, I think, through the exit of the Dunlop chicane. I wonder if that's like well, not so much boost, but sort of the power coming on and peak power happening at the wrong time and just spinning up the tires, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe a slightly wetter patch as well, just off the racing line to go over the crest there.
Here we go.
The slight lift in load. Yes, the LMP2's coming. All come down pit lane, it seems. The slight lift in load means that the almost less pressure on the tyres, and so they can more easily wheel spin, and then all of a sudden the rear end starts to spin around. So that could be what happened. We don't exactly know for sure. What we do know is happening, though, is that the LMP2's... Oh, a couple of them, like Mitchell there, having to reverse back into his pit box. It's very easy to do. But everybody in the LMP2 class, I think we're going to see a pretty monotone strategy for them over the course of the race.
Oh, that's the number 67. Oh, big slide on the part of Loheim United Motorsports there. Continuing to remain out, actually, here in the LMP2 effort. They are one of two teams, excuse me, that have decided to stay out one extra lap. So have they been able to save the fuel to be able to do so? I would have hoped so, unless that's a very catastrophic mistake there. So Pulsgun Scorthrone continuing down the Mulsanne here, able to go one lap longer than pretty much everyone else, apart from Merlin Hamilton in the Drive the Avian Astra racing car.
Yeah, a couple of little moments that you didn't really want from the lead of the race, at least, but a lot of drivers kind of picked their way through this, particularly in the LMP2 class, this period of the race with the changing of the conditions and, of course, the pit stop cycle. You can see the weather radar on the right-hand side as well. There was one little band of rain. Yeah, smallest band of rain you ever will see. There it is, supersized, moving away from the track west to east, and it should clear up pretty nicely now. We might see some sunshine, if you could believe that.
Yeah, still raining sort of down towards Mulsanne corner, but yeah, it's just a little drizzle. just to send us off in terms of the wet weather conditions. There's not really anything after this at the moment, at least in the immediate future in terms of weather. So this will be the last little bit of wet stuff falling from the sky for a while. So it will allow the track to dry up potentially a quite considerable amount. We'll have to see what the tyre choices are, of course. You know, well, later on in the race, maybe it's just too wet right now at the moment, perhaps to go on to dries. But once, you know, we start seeing the conditions be favourable, we'll see some sort of off-cycle pit stops potentially. You know, that's not fuel dependent, and it has to be tyre dependent. Otherwise, you just lose too much time.
Yeah, and I think it's the strategy is always in the back of your mind, particularly in an endurance race like this. I mean, you're racing, but you've got your teammates who are going to be focusing, looking at the numbers. They've probably got some plans ready for the race, but that is a huge focus on a race like this, and just keeping on top of it if you know, things change can be so important. With the track being very long here at Le Mans, though, it does need that it does focus when the pit stops do occur. Sometimes at some of the smaller circuits where we see endurance racing, even the likes of Spa, which is slightly longer but not quite as long here as at Le Mans, you can see a couple of teams and drivers save that extra lap or two in terms of fuel. Here it's far more difficult to do that, so particularly in like the LMP2, I think we are going to see a lot of drivers pit on the same lap time quite regularly. But we are seeing the 67 able to go that little bit longer. If that's a running theme for them, that can be really critical. It just depends how much fuel they have to save to make that effective. But again, they'll know their numbers better than we do, and I'm sure they'll have a great idea of where they're going to end up if they can keep this up.
It seems like, at least getting some information, that it seems like, at least for LMP2, the LMP2 efforts, those that have decided to go onto the dry tyres are finding that they're working. So that's a little interesting little bit of information there. That's, at least with the track state being as it is right now, according to my source, I won't name names, it seems like the tyres are working at the moment. So that seems to be the situation. It's kind of difficult for us to see, or at least me, because I don't have immediate access to the exact tyre states of everyone out there on circuit, or at least reliable anyway. So we'll see drivers come down towards the pit lane. This is the Hypercar, so their pit stop cycle has started here, getting onto lap 13 of the event. So, you know, knowing that maybe the dry tyres for LMP2s are working out quite well, maybe that will cause some of the Hypercars to decide, actually, we want to test the dry tyres right now as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dilemma, but with the information that we're seemingly getting through, then I think it will help the teams go one way or another. And we're going to see what the Hypercars seemingly do, because there's a few of them in the pit lane. I think there's 4 or 5 of them that have made their way down, if not a few more. Rachel Conkerley, she's come in from the top 5 as well, and I think it's more of a case of everyone is yet to get to the pit lane, rather than they're not coming in side by side on pit exit, though that's not necessarily what you want. Oh, it gets very tight because the white line does pinch out there. I'm just about going to be able to sort it out before they get back onto the racing circuit. But then you've got LMP2 traffic to worry about. It's all going off for these guys. They don't get a moment's break.
No, absolutely not. Back into the action, shall we say, here in the Race for the Cause 2025. And, well, pit stops happening. We've got strategy, intrigue as well. Queen's Design going on, very out there in what we think are the dry tyres. I do say that with caution, because sometimes my timing has let me down in this department before. So we'll have to see. But, yeah, it's, you know, it's getting to that point now where it's at least crossover stage here at this point. So there's Patrick Thompson continuing out there, I believe also on the dry tyres as well. Unlucky Luck Racing, if my timing screen's correct, also on the dries. Then you got Pun Crew actually decided that they didn't want to take the dry tyres, at least with my current information, which can be somewhat unreliable sometimes. Yet more pit stops though, as the leader of GT3s comes down in.
Yeah, and we're seeing, for the first time, actually, interesting that they're coming in now. Well, it's interesting that that's happening because with Alex now going out, it shows GT3s can go longer here. And that pit stop almost certainly going to be to pit for dry tyres earlier than the rest of the category need to pit for fuel. We were seeing the LMP2s and the Hypercars pit at the end of their fuel limits, but a couple of GT3 pit stops coming in, maybe just to change the tyres and, of course, top out on the fuel, but they're shortening of the openings. We'll have to see how that will knock on. I think generally, though, for the Hypercars, it would make sense to go onto the dry tyre now because the amount of time you'd lose by going onto a wet just for the gain of a couple of seconds on a couple of laps, just to then have to come all the way down pit lane, take that penalty to change back onto the dry tyres, not too sure if it would be worth it. So I think generally that's where they've gone to. Even if it's slightly slower on the dry tyre for a couple of laps, it's not worth taking the hit of pitting twice to go back onto a wet just until it dries again and then go back onto a six. So I think that's what we're seeing from a lot of the drives and a lot of the teams. The GT3s, though, that's going to be interesting to see if their changing of the strategy is going to make a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, there's been a smattering of GT3s coming down in at least in the last couple of laps here. We've had we've had TSR come down in from the race lead. We had RaceSpotTV Racing Orange come down in about actually 5 laps ago. So that's you know, that's quite a bit ago actually with them. We've got Onid Racing. They came down 3 laps ago. Whiskins Racing just coming off of the pit lane now, or at least have come off the pit lane. So yeah, so some unease in terms of the GT3 strategy at the moment. They're not coming down in and all in one big pit party, at least from what we can see at the moment. They've sort of tried to time the conditions a little bit and come onto the dry tyres, maybe have a little bit of a shorter first stint that then they can probably make up in the stints that we have with the 23 hours that we have left to go. It is certainly very possible to try and achieve such a thing if you know you're going to do a short stint anyway.
It is, and with such a long time left to go, it's a little bit easier to adjust those pit stints right the way to the end. If this was just a 4-hour race, then
yeah.
Oh, there was a blinking there. You're going to have a little bit more difficulty in trying to adjust, but this far out, I mean, we're talking an extra, I mean, obviously it's impossible to do with a 4-minute lap, but, you know, an extra 10 seconds a stint, you can work that out across the rest of the race, so it's definitely possible to recuperate some of that time, and I think drivers are just, in this early stage, trying to find what's the best strategy to be on it early on, and adjusting accordingly, and that can be a good strategy to have. Planning it too far in advance can hold you back a little bit, and being able to adapt and be pragmatic about the strategy can really benefit you towards the middle phase, the later phases of the race, particularly as we get into the night where you kind of want to be set in what you're doing, but at the same time ready to change it up because things can happen in the middle of the night which can ruin your race or can make your race at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you can see though, just visually with the spray, this portion of the circuit still pretty damp, but there are other portions of the track where there's barely any spray at all as around goes the 58, or at least not fully around. That's who Wants the Soda has been embroiled in a lot of the battles that we saw in the early portions in the first stint, but unfortunately a bit of a mistake there, having to hop, skip and jump across the chicane. They're going to end up losing at least a position to Screen to Speed Dream Team there in the 211 in that bright purple car at the front of shop. But yeah, that's one of the things. Again, this track is always changing. Your braking points are going to be different. Your turn-in points, you know, the amount of speed that you can carry through the corner is all going to be changing as you get yourself sailed into these dry tyres potentially if you've decided to go onto them.
And the rhythm really is where you want to be. It's just, as you say, that difficulty in locking into it. Drivers will have had, you know, endless amounts of practice coming into this race in the dry running and probably in the wet running as well, but they will have been able to just get themselves into that metronomic consistency, get into the rhythm. With the dry conditions now, and with the fact that we still do have that little bit of spray, they're not able to lock into that yet. They haven't necessarily got exactly to where their usual turning points, their usual braking points are, so there's still that little bit of intrigue. But when you're looking to try and find those braking points and those turning points that you are so used to, it's very easy to push that a little bit too early for when the conditions are allowing it, and that's where mistakes can come from as well. Because you know, slightly too deep onto the brakes, you're off the road deep. You know, slightly too early on the turn, and the rear end's not going to have it, and the rear end's going to step out, and you're going to spin around again. So it's so tricky to pick that balance. But with every passing lap, you feel more and more confident in just pushing that little bit more. It's just making sure that you can do that safely that is the real dilemma that they have to face at this stage. TSR goes through as well. And I think we are getting to that stage, Connery, where drivers are happy with their usual turning and braking points.
Yeah, absolutely. As the official information from the sim is track is mostly dry on average. So yeah, it is at that point now. Alex Gall coming off the pit lane for Satellite Racing Solar, and number 64 car. That's down in P3, at least current P3 in terms of your GT3 efforts here today, and continuing to go along quite well. Of course, we still got some pit stops to happen for GT3s, and actually a couple of them are on towards the pit lane right now. Full Tilt Motorsports coming down in. There's turn 1 actually coming down in for the LMP2 effort. That's a very early stop for them. So then as far as I was aware, they were still on the wet tyres, so their gamble has not paid off, unfortunately. I imagine they're just going to do a quick top off for the fuel, and also just to stick those dries on.
That's probably what they're going to be doing, and probably not too diswise at this point. That's not a word, but we'll roll with it at this stage of the race. But again, just trying to figure out that right strategy in the early stages is the tricky bit, and getting yourself into that right window is what they're going to be doing. But hey, top marks of Full Tilt. That's a great livery. I do love a good bit of yellow and green. So it's the marks from me.
Yeah, we've gone to the livery portion of the broadcast already.
We have.
I haven't actually had a fantastic, good look at every car up and down the field just yet, so I can't really give my assessment at the moment. But any livery with purple on it, I tend to like. So if any of those liveries have purple on it, I'm pretty sure some of them do. I'm just having a little of a look through. I mean, BMW M Blower, I believe. No, actually, do they have the 5.8? Have I got the right paint pack on? That's, I'm just waiting for Hugo to change the camera to the 5.58 here at the moment, just to double check that one. But yeah, for me, any livery with purple on it is a good livery, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, purple, to be fair, purple, yellow and green are my three tick boxes. And it's great to see, really, when we come into an event like this, particularly when it's a special, a one-off event, a lot of the teams can go away and, make either a special livery or just, tweak it a little bit for the cars they're going to be in. And all of these teams do such a great job. Oh, there's a... Hello.
Hello.
Well, it's having a great time bouncing down the Mulsanne.
Someone's lost their bonnet.
Someone has. We don't know who. Somebody. I think it was blue, but it wasn't the car directly in front of us, following the number 13. So I'm not exactly sure who that was. The 22's bonnet is very much intact. It's not Dustin Dawes either. We had a
lock up
him earlier. Was it out of the wall? Oh, it's a good turning circle on that Hypercar, but just about out of the wall. Putting some gravel across the track once again, though, and that is not what they really need. Like, it's struggling on the traction as well.
It felt like Dustin was locked up for about 3 centuries there, so trying to get that car stopped down into there. It's just a complete passenger. So it's tricky. I'm just concerned. I'm just worried about this mystery of this missing bonnet at the moment. I don't know exactly who it's come off, as we see Neil de Backer. That's the number 41. Do they have a bit of a moment on the curb? They have more than a moment on the curb. There is where the debris came from. Excuse me, it wasn't a bumper. It wasn't a bonnet. It was just a whole front clip. As we see de Backer try and nurse that car back towards the pit lane, and wow, that's one of our front-running cars having big issues early on.
Could we call that a Neil debacle? Is that acceptable?
Hey.
I know it's in the first hour of this race, but
I think the pun crew will be the final judge of that one.
Yeah, but that car's not looking too well, is it? That front left is... I don't know where it's looking, but it's not looking at the racetrack in front of it. I think it's trying to do a sightseeing tour, because it's just not going in exactly the manner... A miracle, really, that they're able to keep up this kind of pace, isn't it, with that amount of damage on the car?
Yeah, the tracking doesn't look that straight on the suspension there, and obviously the complete lack of aerodynamics on the front of the car. So it's going to be a one fast repair at least for Taylor Mills Racing, but able to keep up at least some semblance of pace. Although the lack of downforce is really going to hurt them through this section. Let's just say that. But But yeah, so they'll dive on towards pit lane in the imminent future as we see a couple of cars try to pick up the pieces there, try and get themselves through. But yeah, that's a big moment there. You got to be careful in these sorts of conditions, Dara, because yes, the track is drying out. However, something that's not necessarily completely dry are the curbs and the painted lines. So you kind of have to avoid them like the plague still.
Yeah, and if you're not avoiding them like the plague, we are seeing drivers facing the consequences and having the moments that they are having. Taylor Mills Racing just about going to get in towards the pit lane and get it stopped into the box. But that is, I mean, it wouldn't come off the factory looking like that. That is for sure. But they run it. One of the front runners at the start of this race, they will look to come back throughout the second, third, fourth stints as well, but not really exactly what they wanted to have in the opening hour, to have to use a fast repair and have that much damage onto the car. But still, lots of time for recovery, and that's really what this race is going to be all about. And again, we're not necessarily going to be racing for an ultimate prize here of the winners, but it's all but I'm sure they'll be looking to come back through. They won't be happy to drop that far down the order.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Who Wants a Soda lose the position, almost lose the back end as well, just keeping it together in that number 58. Almost another big moment, another big incident. And well, thankfully we're able to avoid it and keep on going here for Who Wants a Soda. They've definitely been involved in a couple of things over the course of this opening portion of the race. We are just about to take over the first hour. Ian Miller are completely outbraking themselves, or completely missing the braking point on the way down in towards the chicane. We'll take the slowdown penalty for that one as well. So yeah, drivers still trying to figure out the track on dry tires, trying to figure out, okay, where are the braking points, etc., etc. And sometimes you have to complete it in a sense of experimentation and trial by fire, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just not really what you want to have, is it? Trial by fire isn't exactly three words that are going to fill you with joy and confidence, but that's really what you're going to have to deal with. 58, they both go wide. I don't know if the 16 thinks that they're taking a joker lap together, actually, but it's going to be a race off the chicane. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but the 16 is going to have the inside line if they can keep it towards the end of the Mulsanne, but both made the same mistake, and somehow still I think a move's going to be made out of it. Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just having a look. I mean, Rainbow Racing Luna still have their the slowdown penalty to serve, as meanwhile Who Wants a Soda do not have their slowdown. I think it's just been cleared for Rainbow Racing, or at least they've been able to serve it. So yeah, that is actually a gain of position, funnily enough, for Rainbow Racing Luna. In all of this, though, you see the bright pink car, the 211 Screen to Speed Dream Team, really getting a lot of time out of that due to the mistakes and time penalties for both cars ahead. They are definitely involved now in this three-car battle.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot, I think, to say about this over the next couple of minutes, because they are running very close together. That's one of the, is that the 13 again? I think it is, going wide at Indianapolis. But the 58 just about sticking it ahead. Tricky to really pick your way through here for Patrick, with it's fair to say a tricky little part of the track to negotiate, especially in a tight train where you're trying to get into the car in front, but also having the fact that you've got the car behind in the back of your mind. Sarah Dove will be looking to apply the pressure as they run their way through these Porsche curves, and you can see it already. Patrick going a little bit wide off the line. You can see all that momentum being shoved off of the car. Sarah Dove, though, not able to quite get the right run, because as you get through the Porsche curves into Corvette here, there really isn't much that you really can do to make a move. It's too tight, it's too dangerous to really go side by side through there.
Having to stick in behind, deal with that little bit of dirty air, and have to try and make the move somewhere else. As you can see, the amount of speed that Sarah Dove is carrying through the Ford chicanes here, almost has to back out of it a little bit as to not run into the back of the 58. But as they all head their way across the line now, maybe opportunities opening up for Sarah Dove to try and get her way through here. It seems like Who Wants a Soda, they had a pretty good early goings, but having to put up a massive defense at the moment, especially given the issues that they've had with slowdowns and big slides and big moments.
Yeah, it's been Bit of a tricky opening hour for them, but they're, again, still in contention and still involved in a relatively decent train in their own race. So they're not going to be feeling too out of it just yet in terms of where they find themselves on the track. I think everyone's going to feel slightly out of it in the LMP2 class by the fact that Mia Rose leads by over a minute now. But that's just showing the dominance that she's just been able to apply in the early stages. Hasn't been lapped yet in the LMP2 class. 12th overall, really doing an impressive job in that car for the time being. Sarah Dove, though, is looking for the move, but nothing going to happen. Or is something going to happen towards the opening chain? In fact, this opportunistic going to get that one done.
No.
A little bit too much speed. And nearly a bit of a kiss between the cars as they come together.
From hero to zero there for Sarah Dove, as it was a big move, definitely one that could have been completed. However, I think she hit the first curb a little bit too heavily, kind of unsettled the car, and the only thing he wanted to do was spin all the way back around. Here's the replay of it on board with Dove. We'll see the opportunity of the hypercar going through, late on the brakes into here, but the curb there potentially unsettled it, and car was just floating around and then pointing in the wrong direction. Thankfully, no further contact after that.
I wonder, because of course there was that car just up in front, going a little bit deep into the first part of the chicane, then going to wash out a little bit wide. If the thought process there for Sarah was to almost get a slightly tighter run through the corner, and therefore ran just that little bit more over the curb than she otherwise would have done, which created the contact between the car and the ground realistically to cause part of that spin. So that could have been an element of it, just not exactly what she needed. And just as we were talking about her making a good move, it just about comes undone, and it was just two parts of the chicane that didn't really have any relevance to each other. Robert Northway again having difficulties. That 65. Fear that we've seen that car facing the wrong way more than we have the right way in the early hour and a bit, but not real any damage on the car for Robert Northway, and that's going to be important for him and the team. Let's see in towards turn 2 what's happened here. Rear end steps out. Yeah, so easy to do, isn't it?
Rear end locking, in fact. Yeah, that's that's the only thing that's going to happen when you lock those rear wheels down into that, is you're going to end up pointing in the wrong direction. But Robert Northway looking to try and get back out there on circuit, does so quite comfortable fashion, no traffic to be concerned about. That's was going to be heading their way through that portion of the circuit, so all is good. Just having a little bit of a check-in terms of the chat, and actually, if you are in the YouTube chat, feel free to say where you're watching from and who you are supporting over the course of this race. So where you are watching from and who you are supporting. It's always interesting to see the wide breadth of appeal for sim racing, especially in all these in lots of different countries. We had a lot of interesting countries on the last broadcast that I did. At least it wasn't a RaceSpot one, but it was still a broadcast. And we had someone from the Cayman Islands, which is quite interesting.
We do get people from all over the world, don't we, in sim racing, and that's what kind of makes it fantastic. Everybody loves racing. Not everybody is able to, well, everybody here loves racing, I'm sure, but not everybody is able to get into real life racing. And sim racing just provides all of us really that outlet to be able to go racing all over the world, wherever we are, and it is great to see. Already seeing people pop in from the UK, Scotland, Queen's Design, Oxford, Pure Engineering, all the way from Siberia as well as Florida. Great already. Keep them coming in. This is great to see.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff. I notice all of the Americans are saying most of the Americans are saying their state rather than USA, which is quite funny.
Yes.
But also the UK, yeah, so Florida, we got Siberia is an interesting one for sure. It's I imagine getting into the springtime here is the end of the endless winter, I suppose, that you guys get over there. We've got watching from Canada, supporting Prismatic. Awesome. Fellow Canadian, repping my own team from the UK. Taylor Mills, yeah, Taylor Mills. I mean, you've had a bit of issue over the last couple of laps, shall we say, with a bit of an impact with the wall, but hopefully taking that fast prepare and continuing on in that number 41 effort. We got Reading UK driving for the hundreds. I've been up since 4 a.m. to give my American-centric brain a break. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's still the morning for you folks over there. So yeah, definitely committing to it. And the time zone thing is quite interesting, Dara, because obviously we're in a sim racing environment, right, where we've got lots of different people all across the world, sometimes part of the same team, which can really play into your favor when it comes to scheduling for a 24-hour race. Because obviously in the real world, or in a team all from one region, you have the quote-unquote graveyard shift where it's the early hours in the morning and no one really wants to do it, but it's something that needs to be done, and it's the time prone to the most mistakes. You can kind of get around that if you have a lot of people from all over the world on your team.
Yeah, if you've got one European, one Eastern American, one Western American, and an Australian, you're covered realistically, aren't you? I mean, that's
the meta.
No one's doing it. No one's doing anything in the evening. They can all do it in the morning and in the middle of the day. It's just fantastic. But I mean, no one's obviously going to have that kind of luxury. But it does enable a few drivers to be driving at night in the sim, and yet it's beautifully sunny outside, or raining, or whatever. Just the sun's up, and it means that teams can almost save themselves in terms of their sleep schedule that little bit more. But there's always those dilemmas that drivers have to, teams really have to take into consideration when coming up with a schedule. It's always quite fun to make a schedule for a team. A race like this, everybody wants certain stints, and you've got to dish them out somehow. I'm sure everybody's going to be happy with the stints they've been given, but we'll have to wait and see who's up in the middle of the night. Come tomorrow morning, if there are any Americans still racing in the middle of the night tonight, with the Europeans racing, and with anybody out east from Europe as well about now. So always interesting to get everybody involved, and with so many different nationalities racing, really to show how global sim racing can be and how global this event really is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's from as far-flung places as York. No, it's fine. It's repping the north of the UK there, DDM. As we see, great discussions there in the chat. Can confirm time zones are a blessing from Pepcorn Yoon. And a blessing and a curse, using UTC +6 to be on call, keeping company during weird times of the day. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting time zone there, UTC +6. But yeah, it's definitely very useful if you have a multinational team, although we do see on most occasions that most teams will be from the same region, because that's when generally people can race together. They can take part in team events together, with shorter races a little bit more often. So that's what we tend to see. But yeah, it's all topics to talk about, especially for the other commentary teams deeper in this race once we get to those awkward hours of the day. Renai saying it's 10 p.m. now here. I plan to stay up. Yeah, I don't. During my commentary breaks, I'm going to go sleep. That's because I've done a whole 24 hours staying awake commentating before, and it's not very nice.
So have I. I remember I ran my own charity event twice, actually, going into New Year's Eve, because I thought, hey, if it's a 24-hour race, I'll stay up, I'll make sure I run it all, and I broadcasted all of it. And then I went to bed about midday so I could wake up for the evening and then go out for New Year's Eve. It worked perfectly, apart from the fact that my sleep schedule was completely messed with for the next week. But yeah, it's nice to have a bit of a sleep. And know that the fort's being held down. Hugo is going to be an absolute trooper up in the broadcast booth. I'm sure he always does. Yeah, he does an amazing job on all of these events. So shout out to him now. We'll obviously give a shout out to him as we go out throughout this race. But I think, Connery, we're on together into this evening. I'm going to bed after that and waking up for the end of the race. That's that. That's what's going to happen. If things fall apart, it's not our fault, right?
Yeah, I mean, I might tuck up in bed all snug and maybe listen to the race a little bit. But yeah, that's my plan. I know some people don't get that luxury. You look at the closing speed there with the punk crew. I'm not sure what happened to Spec 7 there, as they were the slow car offline. Maybe having to serve a slowdown penalty, perhaps. Not entirely sure, but however, they were still. There was definitely not on the pace, was the 97 there. So that's an interesting one. So, but the punk crew up into 5th place now as a result of whatever happened there.
They've not had exactly what they needed to happen, and a couple of drivers and teams that have had the little moments that we haven't necessarily caught in the last 15-20 minutes or so, but we are kind of into that stage of the race already, and it's going to go all the way to the end now, where there are cars all over the road. There's battles everywhere on the circuit, and difficult to really pick out. Francois Ramos, though, is going to pick a line around not just an LMP, not just a hypercar, but a GT3 as well. Going to get it in towards Corvette, but it's not comfortable with the drying track again. We've mentioned it a couple of times, but it's increasingly drying, so it's increasingly worth pointing out. The hypercars are not as fast or much slower in comparison to the GT3s in slower speed corners. In faster corners, particularly around the Porsche curves, the pace differential is huge. So for anybody coming up in a hypercar behind a GT3 is going to have quite a pace advantage. If you get it down in Mulsanne, lovely, you overtake them without even thinking about it. If you get to the Porsche curves, it's scary, like it just was there.
I've seen a GT3 run into the back of a hypercar through a slow speed corner before, but it does happen. Big moment there for Spec 7, having to take the shortcut across Dunlop.
Yeah, not exactly what you need to happen, is it? But these moments do occur. Hey, we've seen drivers have to take worse cuts, haven't we? I think Hugo pointed out in the chat that they're... what did he say? I think they're making up a new circuit. That's what he said. And there's a few drivers that are trying that.
Yeah. There was a question from the race organisers, Prismatic Motorsports. Question for the commentators: how will you be keeping your energy levels up? Well, sleep, and also I may have some Monster Energy stashed around somewhere. But that's only sort of break open in case of emergency sort of deal, you know.
Would have them, but anybody who knows me well knows that despite being an adult, I look about 11, and so I don't think I'd be allowed to buy a Monster with or without ID, quite frankly.
You're
bit of a up and under.
Ooh,
exactly.
Yeah,
I get ID'd for a 12 film in the in Tesco or something. Anyway, move up the inside at Arnage. That was smartly done. Caught us off guard a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. But yeah, the battles do rage on here in this event. But yeah, it's been a while since I've been ID'd for energy drinks. Let's just say that. But anyway, I'm getting old. I feel old even though I'm 27. But there we go. So having a look at the current state in the race, just to give you a little bit of an update as to the big picture here, because I know we've been sort of going off on tangents a little bit here. So in the hypercar class, we are getting, I guess, sort of to the final third of their stint at the moment. So we've got Olympus Esports Atlas currently leading the way. They're actually 45 seconds ahead of Unlucky Luck Racing, and after an hour and a quarter of racing, that is a pretty considerable margin. Then you got BMW M Plower in P3, then you got Prismatic Athena in 4th with the Punk Crew in 5th. Okay, so that is the top 5 in terms of hypercar. Then in your LMP2, you've got Queen's Design leading the race there. They've got an even bigger margin than the hypercar leader. They're 1 minute 20 seconds ahead of the next closest competitor. That's the Olympus Esports Proton car. That is largely due to the great strategy call that was made by the Queen's Design car to come down in and put the dry tires on first at pretty much the opportune time. So they were able to extend that gap out by quite a margin. Then you've got Olympus in 2nd, then Beta Frost 22 in 3rd, and then you've got Mission Smooth Operation and then Drive Deviant Astra Racing rounding out the top 5 there. Of course, Astra Racing having to defend currently from Rainbow Racing Luna. So that P5 in LMP2 is still up for grabs at this stage. In terms of GT3, you've got TSR back with VR Racing. They made some good progress early on, keeping themselves ahead of Dunk Edson Racing Yellow, who's actually dropped down into P3 at the moment. It's Satellite Racing Solar in that 2nd place, and then you've got Full Tilt Motorsports and Broken Eggs Cooking rounding out the top 5 in the GT3 order at the moment. So that's a bit of a summary of the top 5 in each class here, but as we can see on screen, P5 in LMP2 is potentially in question.
It is far more in question than P1 is. I mean, to have for Mia Rose to have 5 hypercars between herself and anybody else in her own class really just shows how incredible that lead is right now. After an hour and 20 minutes nearly, to be ahead of 5 hypercars is incredibly impressive. But for this battle for P5, I think we are going to start to see the screw being turned a little bit on this in the next couple of laps, because we are approaching a pit stop window for the LMP2. So if moves are wanting to be done before they get to the pit stop phase, it's going to happen soon. Don't hit into the GT3 though, into the corner, and be careful because it's still there on the inside. And you can see there with the pace advantage that the GT3 has in those slower speed corners, there really isn't anything that the LMP2s have over the GT3s. You could probably even say that some of the GT3s could be faster through there, and so it's so tricky to get the move done. You have to really complete the move as if against someone in your own class to lay claim to an inside line. Didn't happen there for the team currently down in P6, of course, Rainbow Racing Luna, and Imero's already a second off the back of the 026, and that's how quickly the gap can open up here.
Yeah, I think to everyone's credit, actually, the lapping procedures haven't been overly dramatic over the course of this race so far. It seems like everything has been pretty respectful in and amongst all three of the classes that we have running here today. It's we haven't seen that many dramas as people try to get past each other, and not a lot of miscommunication, shall we say. So that's pretty good going. That's a very big positive, actually, to take out of this first part of the race, where it is the kind of the trickiest part for lapping procedures, as groups of traffic tend to stick themselves together. But yeah, it is very nice to see. So potentially not a massive amount for the stewards to be doing. So they can sort of relax and watch the race with the rest of us, I suppose.
Yeah, and that is kind of a slightly relaxed moment if you're able to watch it rather than be involved in it yourself. Ooh, it could be the start of the pit stop window. Of course, they are that much further ahead of everybody else, and it is about 40 minutes that we often see the LMP2s go, generally, so that shouldn't be too much of a surprise, but they're going to be in and out before the 121 even approaches the pit lane.
Yeah, so they're coming down in and getting themselves their pit stop service done. There they are, just waiting for the fuel and tyres to go on and in. And Miros is going to remain in the car for now, as far as we're seeing. No reason for driver changes at this stage. Just getting herself prepared. I really like those gloves. That's a very good color combo. But yeah, as we see Quintus Sang again, just having to wait. It's sometimes an excruciating wait, isn't it? Sometimes you just want to get back out there. Obviously, some drivers will take the less than a minute of break that they have before they get back out there. But sometimes you just sort of want to get going, and so you'd be having to wait for the timer to tick down.
Yeah, but I guess if there's one place you wanted to be when sitting in the pit lane for that long, it's probably about 90 seconds in the lead of the race, and in and out ahead of everybody else. So there's always that in the back of your mind. Miros, though, look at that. Calm, composure, nothing phasing her at the moment. Why would it? Queen's Designs have an almighty lead. It's just making sure that you keep it out of trouble at this stage. And that probably will be the thought process all the way through towards the last couple of hours. Careful, as I believe that could be Rachel Conkerly coming through. Might be wrong in saying that, but one of the hypercars coming through on the road through Turch Rouge. But again, nicely calm, looking over at another couple of screens going down the straight. There's nothing phasing her at the moment, and why would it? She's got that big of a lead.
No, one of the most comfortable positions to be in. We do have a bit of an update on the LMP2 battle that we were watching between Rainbow Racing and Astro Racing. There was a swap for position there. So Rainbow Racing Luna up into P5 in class. We've got other situations developing out there on circuit as well. There's the number 58. So that is going to be Who Wants a Soda, who's been occupying a lot of our camera time here today. So I hope they're happy about it. But Twin Turn Sim Racing trying to catch up to them. There was a car off there. That was the Beta Frost 88 on the GT efforts, trying to get themselves out of the way. You just saw that right at the very back, a shot there, but keeping themselves out of the path of the prototypes. As we see exactly what has happened to the 88, swung it around the first apex.
Yeah, and just in the end, finding themselves off the road into the gravel, but Christopher Dahl, good rejoin, top marks there. It's a 9.5 out of 10, apart from the half marks deducted for the gravel, and that it's been kicked on, but there's not really much you can do about that, is there? Through turn 1 we go again, be careful, GT3 on the outside, but easily negotiated towards turn 1, then everybody getting to the brakes about the same time. You can see the GT3 closing up, and it really demonstrates the point we were making just a couple of minutes ago about the pace differential between these classes at slower speed, but look at these two. tracking each other down in towards Turch Rouge, and of course they'll get onto the Mulsanne in just a moment. And when you're in that close and you're in the slipstream, the chances will be there. We could see a move occur, maybe into the first chicane, maybe into the second, maybe at the end of the straight. Who knows?
Who knows? Although the drive off the corner and the attempt around the outside, Taylor Mills Racing number 42 trying to defend for Mirai United here in the 57 in the purple and the white on your right-hand side of the screen, having to dip back in line though for another attempt potentially down into the chicane, or they're just gonna wait for a better time. No, they're gonna go now, but they've got some GT3 traffic to worry about as well. A bit of a snap for Ollie McGowan, and they're going to have to drop in back behind here. That was an optimistic attempt, but I don't see that working, especially with that GT3 sort of parked ahead.
Exactly, and with the traffic coming into play, it can complicate these battles just that little bit more. And normally, if it's just an LMP2 race, you could, quite comfortably go through, not having to worry about things around you that could become a rolling roadblock. But as it is, you've got to be aware of the GT3s, be aware of the right lines to make through the corners, because that 57 is off the road, and that is not the racing line to take through there. They'll be disappointed with that, but still not too far away. Just got to be careful of the Hypercar coming through now towards the end of the straight.
Yeah, having to take that one on the chin, I suppose, as they continue on here. 22 hours 35 minutes left remaining in this event. The track is pretty much all dried up after our wet qualifying and our wet and changeable starts to the event, and it's pretty clean sailing from this point forward, at least on the weather forecast. We might have the reappearance of some weather at the very end of the race potentially, so that one is going to be interesting as we see the number one effort for Prismatic Motorsports Hectate. Of course, they didn't intend to sign up with the number one, but sign up with the number one they have and got the quali ban because of it. So they get themselves through on Redmond Racing there in the 500s and continuing on their good race pace, I suppose. So really trying to shove that qualifying aside now and just go, okay, cool, that's just the set of circumstances that we have. Now we have to press on forward, and press on forward they have done. Solidly mid-pack now in that GT3 effort, and well, with the amount of time left to go, who knows how high they could climb.
And that's the point, really. There's such a long time left in this race that there's whatever their objective is, it's still on the table. I mean, there's no real cap of where they could get to in this race, despite being a long way down the orders, and we just have to keep an eye on them throughout this one. Those drivers in the teams that have who have the pace but have had the poor starts are ones that can often go under the radar right until the morning, the last few hours of a 24-hour race. So definitely a good idea to keep an eye on them as we go through. We're keeping an eye on Redman Racing as well as they come in towards the end of the Mulsanne. The 500 currently with Carl-Johan Nordell behind the wheel, looking to try and make a move, and good slipstream up towards R9. This looks like it could be side by side. You can just see the gain is minute with every passing second. I don't think they're going to be close enough, actually. The top end of the Mercedes, just not enough to keep it competitive, it seems.
No, just sort of stalls out a little bit. As they'll have to try and find another way through. I mean, you can go heavy on the brakes and have a look to make the move into Indianapolis, but that's not really an opportunity at this early stage in the race. So just continuing on single file. I mean, there's no pressing issue or pressing concern for Redmond Racing here at the moment. It's just a little bit of on-track action that they can focus on for the next moments. I mean, they could also potentially save a little bit of fuel slipstreaming behind the Prismatic car. That also might be an option. There is a little bit of damage to the front end of that Mercedes as well, which I'm sure is not helping their straight line speed.
Not at all, but it's never a nice feeling, is it? Obviously, they've gone with the Mercedes for feeling good in the car, but
yeah,
there are some cars that will have that little deficit, particularly on the power, that is just going to be so annoying. If you're sitting behind a car in front, if you're quicker through the Porsche curves, fantastic in qualifying, you just can't make the move in the race. Oh my goodness me, this is the number 023. They made a move, didn't they, in towards the Porsche curves. I'm not sure whether there was a problem for the LMP2 there, but then they came together in the end. Oh, and that's a front bumper missing as well and bouncing down again. Is that the 100? It looked like it was. Is that Alyssa again having some issues? Maybe the 66 off as well. It's all happening now. It's not Alyssa anymore. She's dropped out of the car. Petri Marquez had the issue. And, that'll be why. That will be why.
Out of nowhere, like nowhere for turn 1 to go there. It was a questionable rejoin on the part of Oceanic Outlaws, letting that car sort of drift back onto the racing line. As you can see the initial incident with Ronald Mansfield there, trying to get that car spun back around, and has a half a mind to wait, and does wait actually for a little bit, but feeling like he waited a little bit too long, brings it across the circuit, bang. Yeah, that's a textbook way of not to do it.
Yeah, it's just what more is there to say rather than
nowhere to go.
Petri Marquez there, an innocent passenger and all of that. And that front end now having a wonderful trip down towards the Malzahn. I think there's a cafe down at the end.
We've had more problems. Turn 1 have also had another off-track excursion. I imagine due to the damage. They weren't able to get turned into Indianapolis properly, and so trying to limp that car back to the pits. It seems like they're having a problem at every single corner. So that one's an unfortunate one. Again, these teams do have themselves 3 fast repairs to use over the course of this 24-hour race. Some of them have already used at least one, shall we say? But you kind of want to make sure that you ration them out and don't need to use them for anything minor. And I know there's some situations where you might get a little bit of damage, but car is absolutely fine, straight line speed's absolutely fine. But it will use one of your fast repairs in the pit stop. So you kind of want to make sure that's deselected, the fast repair, if you don't want to use it.
And we'll have to see if, who runs out of those fast repairs the earliest, if there's big issues for them. What's happened now? Down in towards the Portugal. So this is a live shot. I was thinking this was a replay. What am I on about? There is a car off the road, though. That is the car limping back towards the pit lane. But they are all just about going to get the Petri Marquez then just slotting into the pit lane ahead of these GT3s and the Hypercar just in behind. But I mean, an hour and a half into this race, we've already seen quite a fair bit of drama, haven't we?
Yeah, indeed we have. And, we do have the concept of silly hour in 24-hour endurance racing, but it's quite early for silly hour to happen. It's usually sort of in the early hours of the morning as people make mistakes. But yeah, we're having a little bit of a moment here over the last couple of laps. Having a look at we've got a little bit of a battle going on out there on circuit. We have some excitement in the chat as Jimmy B has arrived as well. So welcome Jimmy. It's nice to see you. And obviously we'll be taking part over the course of this race for Doug Henson Racing. So that's going to be fun.
It will. Looking forward to that. As we get through this race, there's lots to look forward to, isn't there? Really, generally over the next 22.5 hours of this one. Even if the race may, some of the races may feel like they are being gapped out that little bit more than others. It doesn't really matter. There's still lots to look forward to right through the packs, and good storylines to follow as well up and down the field in all 3 categories, with some drivers and some teams, and fantastic work and stories that they have. All, of course, still going to raise money for this wonderful cause that we are doing. So, and we are getting towards that €3,000, the new €3,000 target, Conway, aren't we? We're over 2.6k now. Fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's with a fantastic cause as well. Obviously, we're supporting Belong To, the LGBTQ youth charity. A little bit of a wave from Cheng Wen Chen. Fantastic, great to see him in the 557 as he'll head his way off of the pit lane there. I guess someone just sort of said, "Quickly, you're on camera on the broadcast. Give us a wave." that's kind of what happened. But fantastic, right? Anyway, returning back to my point, this broadcast and this whole race is in support of Belong To LGBTQ Youth Ireland, a charity in Ireland helping young LGBTQ plus people with whatever issue arises in their lives to generate safe spaces for them, to empower others through their education programs as well. and lots of other initiatives which are very, very helpful in this day and age to the LGBTQ plus community. So it's always a fantastic cause, and a lot of the drivers competing here today will be part of the LGBTQ plus community as well, and to give them this platform to be able to race and to raise awareness of some of the issues is absolutely fantastic, and it's always a great initiative, and making people feel welcome is essentially one of the most important things if you want to get people to race in your events, I suppose.
Yeah, and there's so many people that are taking part in this event as well over the course of the 24 hours. Some teams, I think, have upwards of 5 or more drivers, just to show how many people they're trying to cram in to this one split. They're going very slowly there. I was worried for a second, but in the end, everybody is a-okay. But yeah, fantastic to have so many people involved, so many people supporting such a great cause, and of course we thank every single donation that comes in to the tally, because it really is totting up nicely now, isn't it? As we see, the overall race leader in Connery.
Yeah, so Olympus Esports Atlas coming down in now with their comfortable buffer over the Punk crew at the moment. Patrick Thompson down and in. We're getting just the face of Patrick Thompson there, as sometimes the camera angles on drivers' webcams can be a little bit better, I suppose. But as we see, waiting for the tyres and the fuel to go into that car, and they're in a very, very comfortable spot at the moment. And in fact, probably the vast majority of the leaders in each of your classes are in pretty comfortable positions at the moment in terms of the gaps they have behind. So Olympus were about a minute ahead. Queen's Design is also in a similar situation as well. They almost have a pit stop of everyone else, which is crazy to think. And then you've got, at least in GT3s, things are a little bit closer, actually. So Sarthe Racing Solar and TSR, they're about 7.7 apart from each other out there on circuit at the moment. So definitely the closest battle for the race lead that we have exists in the GT3 category at the moment. But of course, everything can and probably will change with the time that we have left. Endurance racing can be a cruel mistress sometimes.
It really can, but it also can be one of ups and downs. The roller coaster of emotions that you can get in an endurance race is really what keeps us coming back time and time again to see so many of these exciting races and exciting storylines that develop as we go through. How many times have we watched an endurance race, we've gone away for half an hour, and all of a sudden the timing tower is completely different to what we expected it to be after just getting something to eat. It can really change in a moment's notice. And yes, we've had a bit of a holding pattern for the last hour or so, but there's nothing to say it's going to stay like this towards the end of the race. Something could happen to any of the leaders, to any of the front runners, and it could be the most minute thing, a little bit of contact with a slower class, with a faster class, bit of confusion when lapping, and it all comes undone very quickly, and all of a sudden a team that looks so strong in the opening parts of the race has to work their way back through. So still so much racing to happen, so much to look forward to, and not concerned to have the drivers up front, but just the ability to just remember that they've got a lot of time left in the race. I think there's been numerous Le Mans 24 where the first 12 hours have been dominated by certain teams, and then all of a sudden they've dropped down the order, and by the end of the race there's a completely different set of teams near the front of the field, and those at the front right now are going to be fairly hoping to avoid that, it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, keep it on the grey stuff, keep it clean, and get to the checkered flag. That's going to be the goal for all of the teams here today. This is a close run battle for 6th place, though, in LMP2. Baylor Frost's Olympus Esports Prodon and the Bloha United Motorsports car. They are all in a line together, which is fantastic to see. In the LMP2s, they haven't been actively scrapping, at least just yet, although the 67 really locking onto the back of Olympus Esports there, just at the very back of this 3-car pack. So potentially moves being, or at least looking to be made in the not too distant future here as they get themselves through the Ford chicanes there, and a bit of a change up towards Dunlop. I think it was was that one of the trying to get my bearings out into the grass there for one of the hypercars, and a bit of a flash to the lights from a car behind as well. Who's that little bit of damage? There was a bit of a twitch there on the part of the BMW M-Plower 558 car out in towards the gravel for Kay Boutzman. Baylor Frost wasn't happy about something that happened in that entire exchange just before we cut to it. So yeah, that's an interesting one. I think that's one we're going to have to get a replay of.
A few of those, isn't there? Little interesting moments over the course of the race so far, but yeah, I think I'd agree. We'll have to see that one again if we can. Very purple car, though, isn't that? Coming down the Mulsanne straight, you wouldn't be able to miss that one if you were just talking about block colours. But yeah, I think it's very intriguing at this stage of the race to see where some of these almost groups are going to be forming out, because we're seeing the leading gaps have widened out a little bit, but particularly in the LMP2s, we've seen all race long, we've had those little clumps of battles that have been going on for quite some time. It's just a case of how long are they going to stay involved with each other, or are we going to see that continue to gap out once again? But everybody pretty much still involved in this race, no one dropping out just yet. It's fantastic to see as we've got a replay here, Connery.
Yeah, exactly. So Kate Bousman had a bit of an issue, a bit of a slide, and then a snap as with the transition on the gradient, I suppose, and maybe hit. Yeah, so that's a one that I can't really explain fully for the 558s, but they're able to gather it up without too many more dramas with hitting a barrier, but or another car. But definitely an interesting one as they were embroiled in that situation inside of Sector 1.
Yeah, not really where you want to be making too much of a mistake. But yeah, flashing the lights behind, I'm not too sure why. There was just a couple of snaps and just didn't look particularly comfortable in the car, but going off the road, hopefully able to gather the thoughts back up and able to go again. What's happened winning Paul Scorthorne in the LMP2, just being under pressure for the 121 Olympus car. This could be an interesting little battle as well, with fellow LMP2 right up in front. Again, one of these little groups that we're seeing, this for P3, Beta Frost leading the way in terms of this trio, but they don't look like they're leaving each other alone for the time being, at least. Been quite some time since we've seen them gap out, isn't it?
Yeah, it has. These three have been stuck together somewhat for the last couple of moments, and given us some very good viewing indeed. We have a couple of hypercars come down in towards the pit lane. They're going through another one of their pit stop cycles now. 11, 12 laps or 10, 11, 12 laps is generally the region that they decide to come down in on their stints. So that's currently happening in the hypercars at the moment. But we'll put that aside just for a moment, as we have the one, the only Jamie Jessica Martin joining us in the commentary booth, and well, the race has gone very, very well so far, at least in terms of the viewing, in terms of the broadcast, in terms of the teams out there. How is it from your point of view as the organizer and obviously team principal of Prismatic?
Satisfying, to say the least. Considering how much stress has gone into this the past couple of months, it's great to finally be here, and it's great to kind of see the culmination of all the hard work kind of come together all in one go.
Yeah, it really, really is, and it's great for us to be involved in this as well. It's you know, these 24-hour endurance events are always fun to put together, if stressful, as I'm sure you would admit, with scheduling and making sure everything is correct and in the right place. But yeah, it's been incredible so far. How has things been on sort of the administration side, at least for the early portions of this race? Everything running smoothly? Or, you know, there have been a few things that you've had to be on top of? I know there was one of your own teams that joined with the wrong car number, which is always interesting.
Yeah, I mean, from an admin perspective, it was... It's not actually been that bad. There's just been a few things where we've just had to make tweaks, a few liveries that hadn't taken properly, and you know, all that jazz. Nothing too major. Yeah, look, all I'm going to say is the number, you know, for the Hecate car, it's unfortunate. We actually, funny enough, we remembered to change the Minerva car, because we were like, oh, the number's wrong. And then as soon as I saw a message not long after saying, oh yeah, there's going to be a quali ban for Hecate because they've got the wrong number, and I went, oh no. But credit where credit is due. It was an immediate show that if there was going to be any favoritism, it certainly wasn't going to be for any of the Prismatic cars. Immediately getting that quali ban and starting from the back. So hey, I mean, you can argue incredibly impartial from the stewarding crew, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to keep up that unbiased nature. Anyway, obviously, with this event is in support of Belong To, the LGBTQ plus youth charity in Ireland, and I just want to get you to talk about that for a little bit as well, because obviously this is a topic that is close to both of our hearts, I suppose, given that we are both part of the community. But I just wanted to say, for you to describe what your experience has been and why supporting causes like this are so important in motorsports, in gaming, and sim racing.
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, Prismatic Motorsports started under the pretense that essentially we were built off the back of a charity event that had gone horribly wrong. But we made something out of it, and throughout our existence as a team, we've always wanted to push for positive causes. The goals for the team have always been to provide a space for transgender and non-binary people within sim racing to enjoy their passion, to elevate some of the best talent in whatever endeavours that they have, and to advocate for the greater transgender and non-binary inclusion within sim racing and esports. And that last one, advocating comes, partially from charity work and running these events. Of course, in the past, we've raised money for a number of different LGBTQ plus charities, all just as good as one another. Of course, it's going back all the way to Mermaids, LGBT Foundation, Switchboard. Last year, the very first edition was for Rainbow Railroad, and we've always raised money there because we feel that if we're putting our effort where our mouth is, and we're saying we're also raising money as well as just talking positively about inclusion. And this year is kind of the culmination of many years of hard work, of effort, and of goals, lofty ambitions that have kind of come together. And for us, we're really proud to be doing this second edition, our biggest second edition, for Belong To, someone that's ultimately had an impact on our team, funny enough. One of our most successful drivers, Saoirse Fitzpatrick, of course, for those that don't know, one who won Screen to Speed Las Vegas a couple of years ago, beginning of 2023. Statistically, I think the most successful successful transgender and female sim racer of all time, with the $15,000 win. I think that's correct. I could be wrong. Saoirse ultimately is born and based in Ireland, and has had plenty of experience going through transition themselves at a young age. And Belong To was an option, was a service that she personally used. And to say that one of the people that has had such a massive impact on our team, on our friend, on our community, and on our everyday operating as a friend, it's awesome to be able to give back to them for essentially being able to give us so many happy memories with Saoirse and helping her become the person that she is today. So, of course, Belong To as a whole is based around providing a number of different things. They provide services for people between the age of 14 and 23. Their idea is to generate safe spaces for LGBTQ plus people, to empower them, others through education and support of LGBTQ plus young people, to lead policy and practice by providing expertise, develop the best practice models and reflecting lived experiences, ensuring that LGBTQ plus young people have the opportunities to have their voices heard, and also be an advocate, much like we would have. And they do that through multiple support services, whether that's direct support services, youth groups. For example, one thing that I think is really important is family sessions as well. Family sessions are really important because going through transition, parents are just as involved too in that, and there's a lot that goes on there. They have a lot to figure out, because it's not easy to come to terms with a sudden change like that. But for me, the parents that go through this service, that are offered this service, end up becoming incredible because they learn more about their child, and that's And that's ultimately what is incredible. Of course, there are other things that they do. They do support services for issues with drug and alcohol issues, which unfortunately is a especially in the upper echelons of that age category, is an issue that does, affect disproportionately LGBTQ plus youth. And providing those services is incredibly vital to the Irish people, and I think us being able to provide that really is something special, and to be able to support them and earn a ton of money from that is just absolutely immense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of the monetary value, even though it's not the whole point, right? But we got our 2,635 euros at the moment. We've had to extend the goal so many times. It's a fantastic effort from everyone involved, from Prismatic, from you personally as well. It's great to see what you've been built, and it's something that you should be proud of, and to be that sort of beacon of hope and acceptance in the community, and showing people that there's a home for you in no matter what you do. You can apply this to sort of any sort of hobby or any sort of competition as well. Yeah, it's all great, and obviously on a personal note, it was fantastic sort of discovering you guys when you had the British F4 going on. At least that's when I first heard of your folks' efforts. But yeah, it's great to have these initiatives and to have you as a team around. And obviously, as part of that, you're not, I imagine you'll be the first ones to say you're not the only LGBTQ focused team. However, it is great the amount of effort that you put in, and allowing maybe other teams to also look to you as a bit of a model as well.
Exactly. For us, a lot of our growth, a lot of our success, you could argue, is lightning in a bottle. It was coming around at the right time, filling a niche that didn't really have some form of, attempts have been made in the past and communities existed, but they were very sporadic. They were kind of very separated. We kind of came in and filled a void, and we've been very lucky to capture that lightning in a bottle and really take it far through ambition. You could argue blind, dumb ambition sometimes, but ambition nonetheless. So yeah, but it's also great as well, because while we specifically represent one group of communities, since then other communities have formed out of it. LGBTQ plus, sim racing teams of transgender people who maybe didn't fit within specifically the way Prismatic worked, but have gone on to have their own communities, build their own friendships. I think that's ultimately the most important thing, that ultimately there is a joy or a positivity that comes around from our existence to show that it is possible. It is possible to do these things, and even if you have lofty goals, if you have the right dedication and the right drive behind it, it's great. And I'm very lucky that at least with Prismatic, I have 4 of the most dedicated people in the board of ownership alongside myself. I mean, obviously Roxy Gibson, who's the head steward for the race, Georgie Mackay, and also Bree Widener. All of them have been critical over the past year in allowing these 2 races to go on, the last year's edition and this one, and making it even better. So fantastic stuff to have. So I'd be very lucky without them. But
yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of effort goes in, not just for a single person, but from everyone as part of the team. And yeah, it's a great success. Even with the 2 hours of the race that we have gone, I mean, the next 22 are going to be fun as well. But thank you very much for joining us. I mean, I imagine we'll have another discussion at some point over the course of this race. But I'll let you get back to the organising team to oversee this race. But I got to say, from myself and from many people, just thank you for putting this on, and thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you very much, and thank you for everyone contributing. If you can donate, make sure you donate. It all goes to a fantastic cause, and I know how appreciative Belong To are of any money that they raise through this event.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Let's get to that 3K stretch goal and then see if we can stretch it a couple more times, shall we? By the time this race is over. So thank you for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the race. There we go. So we got ourselves a little bit of a chat with the organizer. There we go. So we'll go back to the racing here just for a moment, and then myself and Dara will give way to the other commentary team that will be taking you through the next portion of the race. But I'm not sure if you were keeping an eye out there on circuit, Dara, about any changes that were happening up and down the field as we were talking. But it seems like the status quo has largely been maintained, at least among the top couple of cars. Obviously, we've got a pit stop phase happening right now with the GT3s, which might be a thing to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too dramatic has happened towards the front of the fields in any of the categories, it's fair to say, but you're right in saying that we are kind of in that middle of a window. We'll see if anything does change around. Of course, GT3 window can be a little bit wider. They can push that fuel that little bit longer. And, of course, we saw a couple of teams come in early and out about an hour ago for a slick tyre to get off of the wet. So it's going to be a little bit more off strategy for them than it is in either of the other two classes. They've been a silver looking to try and through in that 06 towards turn number 1. We'll do that nicely indeed, but it's just been a lot more of generally the same in the last 10 minutes. I do think we're in that kind of management stage for a lot of the drivers that have stayed in from the start are kind of just making sure they can get towards the end of their stint hand over in a good manner, and those that are just jumping into the cars and the hypercars and the LMP2s are trying to get their eye into. It's kind of that little 15-20 minute phase where I think we're seeing drivers just happy to settle before going again in terms of pushing the turning the needle in terms of the battles that they're currently in.
Yeah, absolutely. There's, because we've had that first sort of initial couple of stints of the race sort of come to a close, especially for the prototype classes at the moment. So we are seeing, as you say, the second drivers, the new drivers, getting themselves in the cars and seeing where they stand with the current race as it is, the current track conditions, for example. All of that will be an exploratory event for those drivers to contend with. But yeah, the race has gone along quite well. I mean, like you said, the race leaders have kind of maintained their quite comfortable gaps, almost a minute on the part of Hypercar and LMP2 at the moment. Obviously, GT3 is where the closer action in and amongst the front runners has been. It's Satellite Racing Solar actually leading at the moment from TSR with VR Racing in second place. So, there's been a couple of swaps around, at least in the podium positions in GT3s at the moment, which is interesting to see. Of course, that's going to ebb and flow with regards to the strategy as well. Some drivers have come down in for short stops and things like that. So yeah, that all is factored in. Although I did see a car just take the shortcut across the chicane there. Didn't quite spot who that one was, but again, definitely wouldn't be the last one to outbrake themselves down into there and take the slowdown coming across the chicane. But for the moment, of course, we've hit, at least 3 o'clock here in the UK. We've got a battle up on screen for you at the moment. The 57 going wheel to wheel here, coming down through the Mulsanne and, try and get battle with or at least try and get through on the Mirai Racing car as L1 Racing blinking a little bit further down the road there, at least on my screen. But we'll put all that aside just for now, as we will have to introduce the commentary team that will be taking you through the race for the next couple of hours. It will, of course, be Ewan O'Leary and Mike Naus bringing you through for the next couple here in this one. But it's been a super enjoyable time for myself and Dara for the opening portions of this race. We will be back this evening here in the EU time, and of course it will be myself and Dara taking you through to the checkered flag as well once we get into tomorrow. But for now, we will have to step aside and let the even more professional folks, Ewan and Mike, take over for the next portion. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Thank you very much there to Raptor as well as Darrow, of course. Ewan here coming in very shortly. Mike Noss here as well. This race so far has been, well, a little bit wet, a little bit dry, and everything in between. We've seen some incidents, we've seen some accidents, and we're going to see a lot more of that here, of course, with the next 22 hours. But let's address the elephant in the room here, Ewan. The amount of money that we've raised so far, nearly over 2,600 quid, I suppose, or Great British pounds over here in America. We don't quite follow that currency, but all things considered, so far, it has been an absolute electric race. And just going here with the times, we see currently large gaps being formed throughout the field already. It's sort of the endurance race doing the endurance race thing, as it often does here. Getting into the thick of it, currently leading the entirety of the field is going to be the Olympus Esports Atlas team, currently piloted by Patrick Thompson. Down the field in the LMP2 category, where things have gotten, well, quite electric, it is to say the least. Currently, William Arneson leading the field there with the Beta Frost team. And then down in the GT3 category, of course, also the Satellite Racing Solar leading the field right now with 28 laps complete, or at least behind our other categories, which just goes to show you, Ewan, this track is an absolute monster. We often talk about the Nords being the track of tracks. This one, though, certainly nothing to shake a stick at. 8.4 miles, 13.6 kilometers. It's a long one.
It certainly is. Thanks very much, Mike. I'm sorry I wasn't here. But I'm ready now. So there we go. Still a long way to go, and yeah, it's an absolutely colossal circuit. It's a great race. Great to be here. 24 hours of racing at the circuit. So there's not much better than this combination, and very much looking forward to the next couple of hours. It's been very fun to watch the first 2 hours actually as well, just from the sidelines, just from a spectators' point of view. It's been very exciting so far, starting in what I would describe as possibly the worst conditions possible for a new driver in the or a new start of the race rather. Very, very difficult calls to make initially, and straight away throughout the first pit stops. Very difficult conditions early on as well. We saw that. Yeah, very interesting start to the race, but we're properly underway now. Properly dry conditions, which is what these drivers are going to be experiencing from a long time in this race. I think I saw earlier on in the week the forecast. I think the forecast said it's going to be dry at the very least until the morning in Sin, which is a relief, I think, to a lot of these drivers.
Certainly will be, especially for some teams like the Screen to Speed Dream Team. I think they ended up early on not taking tires, I should say. They went for the dries when the wet conditions were there, and it did not work out. Unfortunately, it's just not quite there when it comes to it. Getting those wet conditions right is, well, of course, as anyone who's a Formula One fan and maybe one of Lando Norris would know exactly what that is like. It's tricky to get the right call at the right time and be on the right set of rubber. You don't want to get caught out, especially as we mentioned, on a circuit that is so long as this track. And again, nearly 8.5 miles, 13 kilometers. And with that, of course, comes a lot of left-hand and right-hand corners. In fact, 21 to the right, 17 to the left, meaning you're going to be wearing those left-hand tires just that little bit more.
Certainly are. Let's have another interview then, shall we, as we're just over the 2 hour point in the race. If you are a driver, by the way, you can pop yourself into the commentary waiting room and we'll bring you in for a chat. Harry Fox now joining us from car 220, currently running in third place with Neil Rocks driving the Wiskins racing machine. Good afternoon, Harry. Good to have you with us. How has the race been for the first couple of hours?
Pretty good so far. Yeah, we got pretty good on the switch to dry tyres. I think we were ahead of most of the people around us with only, I think, the car like P1 at the time. It's a TSR with a VR who also pitted on the same lap as us. So we gained a lot of time then, which was really nice. And now we're just settling in. It's doing a good job, I think, so far.
It's a difficult start to the race. I just described the conditions at the start as possibly the most difficult that it was possible to be. Not really raining anymore, but certainly not dry yet either. How do you think those first laps especially were dealt with by everybody in such difficult conditions?
I mean, I think it was really good by everybody, to be honest. I saw very little accidents around me. I think only one, really. The conditions were still quite drivable though. If I compare it to Bathurst 12 hour from earlier this year, where things were basically it was like driving through a swimming pool. This is much more drivable, much better. Quite fun actually.
We've seen your setup, by the way, on the right hand side of our screen on the stream at the moment. It looks like what I can only describe as some sort of surround sound screen cinema thing. Just tell us about the setup, how it is to drive and whatever, and why on earth you've got a screen going on behind you. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, so obviously it's a triple setup, same as pretty standard stuff, but I also have my desk, so I work as a software engineer, and I've got iRacing running in the background as well, so when I'm not in the rig or not on the camera, I can sit at my desk and sit in the nice comfortable chair rather than the less comfortable sim chair. Yeah.
It's a very good setup. Good luck for the rest of the race. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us so early on, and as I say, yeah, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you, and thanks for the broadcast.
Thanks very much, Harry Fox there, joining us from car 220, currently running in third place in this race in that McLaren, and a good way to get the race off to a good start for Whiskins Racing. Neil Rocks, as I mentioned, currently driving that car third place, just 4 seconds in front of fourth place, running in a podium position. A very good start indeed for them, and as Harry said there, Mike, I think it was a good job by everybody off the start of this one. Really tricky conditions, but everybody getting through quite nicely. It has given us maybe slightly bigger gaps than you otherwise might see at this stage in the race. However, we've still got all the cars in the race at least, and that's a great thing for the remainder of this one.
Absolutely. All the cars are still pointing in the competitive, pointy direction of this race. And I also wanted to shout out the driver currently of the 220, the car that we just had that interview with. Maybe the best name in the server. Maybe it's close. Neil Rocks. I mean, come on, folks. That is just incredible. Neil does rock, and he's currently rocking it out there right now. I also wanted to point out the fact is that I got lit up in chat because it is euros, it is not pounds, my ignorant American showing there. But there's apparently a bit of a bet going on for a bit of if you say a certain word, I guess there's a donation heading a pound in the jar. So still a long way to go, apparently, is the words that were chosen on that. That, Ewan, is brilliant, whoever came up with that idea.
That is good. We should have our own, because I think I saw somebody early on mentioning something about how often we say the word traffic throughout the race, which is going to be quite a lot. And already has been, and will continue to be as we continue on. Because guess what? There's a lot of traffic about in this race. 51 cars, but that's going to rack up a lot of money as well if we start doing that kind of thing. So yeah, that's a great idea. This is out in the Hypercar class, and I've got to check myself. It is the Hypercar, not the GTP class. It's Hypercar, it's Le Mans after all, and so the top class is a Hypercar class. Olympus Esports leading by a long way at the moment, by a minute ahead of Unlucky Luke Racing, then BMW Empire, and then Prismatic Motorsports. The battle, though, is for 5th place between Taylor Mills Racing and the Punk Crew. This is for 5th on your screen right now. 2 BMWs going at it right now, just under a second apart, just over 2 minutes off the lead, but we are very early on in the race, and it looked to me like Neil Depaka has just gotten through actually on Amir Mohammadi, and so I think that's a change for 5th place. But either way, Taylor Mills Racing currently holding that inside the top 5 as they just came past one of the GT3s down the straight there towards the first chicane. Good start back into the top 5 for Taylor Mills Racing, and they will look to look forward maybe and move up another few positions, but already a couple of minutes off of the race lead.
Yeah, and looking at the lap times on the previous time around on this track, it was actually the driver behind us right now, the Pun Crew, that was quicker, but only by about 0.2 of a second. If you look at the overall lap times and the average lap times, you're going to be seeing that Nils here is a little bit quicker, at least on average. Should be able to extend it, but once they get to the Porsche curves, anything can happen, as it often does on Le Mans. This is a very, very difficult circuit, all things considered. There's a lot that can go wrong. And there's a lot of downtime as well, which sort of, I don't know, for me, it takes me out of my groove when I have those very long straights. You get into a rhythm, you get into a routine, and then all of a sudden you need to remember the fact that you have to go stoving onto the brakes at over 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, I find it a bit unhelpful as well, actually, the really long straights at Le Mans. Long stints around here I do find quite difficult because of that reason. Going to be plenty of drivers overnight battling with the same thing. We've already been speaking a lot and hearing a lot from drivers who are preparing themselves for a very long evening or a very early morning, depending on how you're looking at it. And that will be a challenge over the long straights of not only the Mulsanne, but also all of the others around this absolutely ginormous 8.5 mile circuit. Let's get into another interview, shall we, and chat to one of the drivers of the race so far, although it is very early on to be making a claim for that. Queen's Design driver Mia Rose will join us now. Good afternoon, Mia, good to have you with us. How was that first stint and that call through the pit stop for the first time? Because you managed to get a huge lead at one stage, come down a bit now, but a very busy opening stint, I'm imagining, for you.
I'm quite surprised no one else put dries on. It was like perfect. Like when the pit stop landed, it was perfect timing to switch to dries. And I'm surprised not a single other car did it. But at the moment, they're all saving fuel to doing 11 lap stints. We're not saving fuel because there's still rain to come. And at the moment, according to our plans, we're on time. We don't need to do an extra stop at the end, but still got 22 hours left, so anything can happen.
It's a long time to get thrown off course, that's for sure. How is that sort of looming threat of rain affecting anybody at this stage? Is it a big factor in your thoughts, or are you pushing it to the back of your mind until it arrives?
Well, it doesn't arrive until what's that? Like late in the last 4 hours. So we aren't really worried at the moment because it'll be me and Asa both swapping out of the car. So if need be, I can triple in the rain. If not, we'll be fine. But yeah, we're not really worried about it at the moment because there's no clouds, there's no rain. So we're just pushing. So, but when it comes to about probably hour 18, 19, we'll start worrying about it.
And it's when everyone's tired in the morning as well, which is going to be another exciting part to it. What's the sort of upshot of the fuel-saving games that are going on in LMP2? How do you see that playing out with, as you say, doing less laps in your stint compared to everybody else? Is that going to be a problem over the middle of the race for you?
I think we'll start seeing the effect of it in the middle of the race because that'll be sort of when they start doing one less pit stop than us. But it's up in the air because if you commit to an 11 lap stints from here on out, you're skipping, I think, about probably 2 or 3 stops, but also you're, saving that. I think it's about 0.7 litres a lap. You do burn a bit of pace away, so it will be interesting what happens, especially probably the halfway mark. We'll really get to see where the strategies are, and then they'll probably get thrown out the window once the rain comes. So we'll see.
They certainly will. Well, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. Congratulations on a fantastic start to the race for the team, and I'm sure we'll see you again later on in the race.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks very much. That's Mia Rose in number 56 Queen's Design LMP2, currently running in the lead of this race by, well, it was earlier by a minute. The gap has come down, though. Having said that, the second placed LMP2, just while we were doing that interview, the Beta Frost 22 car came into the pit lane as well. William Arneson should be taking that one back out onto the circuit again, but that's him just finishing up their pit stop now. They're about 30 seconds of the way through, another 10 seconds, and they'll be on their way again. That's put Dylan Lees into second for mission smooth operation. and that gives the leaders 34 seconds again in number 56. So they've got that lead back again. But what a call it was from Mia Rose and the team to go for the dry tyres, Mike, at that stage in the race. To be honest, I thought it looked a bit too wet, to be honest. Obviously, it's difficult for us to tell, not being out there on the circuit. I thought it was a bit too wet. They, in the end, made the absolute right call. And very rarely have I seen, especially in a field with quality like this, never seen a team on their own in a pit strategy call quite like that, and they've got it right. They really got the benefits from it as well. An extraordinary start to the race for the Queen's Design number 56 team, and that is a spin for the previously running second place car, William Anderson, out of the pit lane on cold tyres, spinning round at the S's.
Yeah, that was just a bit of a tail wagging the dog situation for Will right there. The car he kept dancing on the right throttle there, and every single time he touched it, you saw it just squirming around in the back end, really wanting to overtake the front. You mentioned the fact, cold tires on this cold track. You have to be so careful. It doesn't matter if there's anyone around you. You have to nearly tiptoe for the first lap just to get those boots up to temperature, because we don't use tire blankets here. That is, of course, the very variety with the hypercars, not like the GT3s over in the SRO categories. These, no tire blankets to be had. We're going to go on board on the replay here. It's going to be a sad and slow one, because look, it looks like they did nothing wrong, Ewan.
It's just cold tyres, as you say. It's just really, really difficult in these LMP2s, and the same in GTP as well. Actually, it's so difficult, and we're going to continue to see that throughout the race as well. It is, though, I would say, a little bit more like what you see in real life. I know that some people don't like the new changes to the tyre model and so on, mainly because it's difficult, I suppose. But it's more, I think, akin to what you see in real life. If you look at some restarts in IMSA, for example, in the real world so far this season, you actually see some GT cars that are faster than the prototypes, just because they can get their tyres up to temperature quicker, and they can work better at lower speeds, especially on cold tyres as well. So it is actually more realistic, but it's a whole lot more difficult.
It really, especially when we talk about Le Mans, which, funny enough, I don't actually have in my notes. I will very shortly, though, how long exactly the Mulsanne Straight is, but it's over a mile. That much I do know. And when you're going flat out driving, well, ideally in the correct direction, unlike the Corvette that I think we see there stranded off on the side, you're going to be just having that air push into your brake ducts, into your wheel wells, and cool everything down. So you can do as much work as you want on that opening lap in the first few corners, but as soon as you go through Tête Rouge onto the Mulsanne, all of your heat and all of those efforts, it's going to start to get lost, which of course the drivers, they have to account for that in their setups. They're going to know that, but it's going to make those first few laps difficult. And well, here, a nice little battle it looks like for 6th, Ewan. This is Kane Crawford in the Olympus Esports Proton car, getting a little held up.
Yeah, behind Stephen Kelly in number 67. Now, this is actually pretty fresh out the pit lane for Kane Crawford, so maybe that's why we've got the this battle going on at the moment. But either way, it's good to have. It's also showing on our timing screen that they're both on wet tyres. I'm not sure I believe that, to be honest. There's not a single bit of wet circuit anymore, I don't think. We even saw one of the Cadillacs driving down the hard shoulder on the way towards Mulsanne Corner a couple of moments ago. Even that wasn't kicking up any spray at all. So the wet part of this race is pretty much over in its entirety. The forecast is looking absolutely wonderful, and in fact the sun has even been out in the last few moments as well, would you believe it? So the Northern European weather has struck again, and when we've got clear skies here at Le Mans. I think I saw somebody just going off at turn 1 there as Neo de Bacqua gets up into 2nd place. Not sure whether that's a direct impact of a mistake, but it may have been Jack Jones in the 96 going off into the first chicane. That is an outlap as well. So we've been here 15 minutes and we've seen 2 cold tyre incidents already here, Mike.
Yeah, and that's only going to bring Marbles back on the circuit as well. I think he did go off into the grass, bringing some unwelcome debris back out. There is, of course, the most recent, or not most recent at this point, but one of the more recent iRacing updates, adding that realistic physics where it brings all of that kitty litter that car just picked up back onto circuit and is going to make the day very difficult for not just Jack Jones, but everybody that has to go through there for the next, 5, 6, 7 cars, clearing the debris like a Hoover.
And this is side by side for third as a result then, as Jack Jones gets back up to speed. Amir Mohammadi strikes and takes third place. Not that far away from a pit stop for number 11, so that is good. Oh, and Jones might have been off again. Yep, indeed. Might have even found the wall this time in number 96. And I can see some bobbling bodywork on the right-hand side of the screen. Is that front left tyre even attached to the car anymore? I'm not sure. Oh dear, no it isn't. It's turned inwards. You can just see it slightly on the left-hand side of the car there. And you can see it wobbling around from the reverse shot as well. The bodywork, by the way, is doing all kinds of breakdancing in the background. That's what happened on the exit. Even though these cars have traction control, it's not going to save you from every spin. He's found the wall there at Jack Jones, and that is going to be a tow, unfortunately. Can't get that one back on the road.
That's going to be more than likely a result back to the back of the grid for Jack Jones, running in third position. That was such a stellar start up to that stage, the 96. Just trying to see where exactly they qualified in. They started the day off pretty far back as well, so they were looking at a good result, but all things considered, that was not what they had drawn up at this stage, and they hit the wall so hard, like you mentioned, Ewan, the potential energy in the bodywork, it was just dancing around, flopping around like a walleye on the ice of Lake Winnebago. Jeez Louise, that was a tough one.
It was quite amusing in the background, but I'm sure it wasn't amusing to them in that team. They will now take the tow and drop way down, unfortunately, for Unlucky Luke Racing. I think that's Jack Jones's first stint in the car as well. Not a great way to start the day as we continue to watch this battle now for fourth place between the same two LMP2s, though, as we were seeing earlier on. Let's go now to the Hypercar class with another interview then. Lars Vele is currently waiting for us among others. We'll try and get through them and space them out as best as we can, but it's a nice point in the race to come and have a chat with people, really, in the race. Lars, one of the drivers of car number 557 in this race, currently running in fourth place. Welcome in, Lars. Good to have you with us. And, well, how's the opening couple of hours been? 2 hours 20 into this race, and you're running in fourth place. How have things been so far?
It's been going pretty good. I was surprised how much grip we had in the wet, especially at the start. I didn't have much time to practice in the wet before this race, so it was a bit of a surprise that we ended up gaining that much time, especially passing the 98. Outside of that, Gerhard crashed into a car earlier. He hit a GT3 a minute after I left the voice chat. But outside of that, the race is going pretty well, though. We're trying to keep it clean.
Exactly. It's a long race. Keeping it clean is certainly the name of the game. How difficult is it to do that, though, throughout traffic here in this race? There's plenty of LMP2 and GT3 traffic about here in this one.
I had some closer calls, but that was mainly because I was a bit aggressive in traffic. A bit of an in-joke in the team is that my school of multi-class traffic handling is quite precarious. But we managed it quite well, and outside of that one contact, nothing else has happened, so that's good.
And again, I've asked this to drivers before who've come and joined us, but how are you feeling about that looming prospect of rain in the morning? Because you mentioned that you haven't had very much practice in the rain. Is that a concern towards the end in that case?
My biggest concern isn't that it's going to rain, but how much it is going to rain, because the rain at the start was fairly light, so we didn't have a lot of puddles forming. But if the puddles start coming in, that's when it's going to become really dangerous. That's when a lot of the corners that have been fairly simple, even in the lightly damp conditions, are going to become extremely deadly and difficult.
Well, congratulations on getting through the first part of this race so far. Good luck for the remainder, and thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us in the booth as well.
Thank you. Have a good race as well.
Thanks very much. And that is Lars Vele in the BMW M-Player car. Not driving a BMW, though. And neither are the other team who are named BMW, so I don't know what to make of that. But anyway, that's besides the point. Back into LMP2. And pit stops have almost completed themselves now. Just waiting for twin turn sim racing to come in, and then we're pretty much done for the cycle. This battle on your screen is for 8th place between Stephen Kelly and Sverny Javodkos in 026. Just moving to the left-hand side of the road, but might well get caught behind one of the Mustangs. Nope. Will get through, so Kelly loses out on that 8th position. Another dive down the inside before the Mulsanne chicane, and there's another pass complete. Because of the rain, the pit stops are kind of all over the place at the moment, and especially in LMP2. I think about 6 laps out of the 10 that they're doing on stints, there's at least one team coming into pit lane.
Yeah, and that makes it very difficult, not to call just for us, but it makes it difficult for the drivers as well out there in terms of where the heck are you actually on track? Who am I battling with? And this is going to come down to the spotters trying to be as informative as possible. We were just having that interview with the BMW M Plower team, which currently piloted by Chen Wen Chang. They have had a great day, we were talking about, started back in 9th position and have made their way up the field into 4th. Now that's on merit alone and off of pure pace. Other drivers, as we're mentioning, have gained a lot of positions, but it's not necessarily due to the fact that they've had to put the work in. It's just due to the fact they haven't drove down pit lane yet. And with a long pit stop here at Le Mans, you can take the time to get there, but everybody has to go down the pit lane eventually, right? This is not, there's no mandatory stops, but there's definitely not enough fuel in these cars to make it for 24 hours. And with that is going to come a bit of strife. Here, though, is this nice little battle on for 12th position. We have David De Silva alongside what looks to be in the LMP2 category here, battling with Alicia, I think.
Number 100, yeah. Alicia Pettit-Sharp in the number 100 turn car. Saw have a fairly large crash out of the second Mulsanne chicane not that long ago, and was collected, I think, by another car as well. But the teams all get 3 faster pairs for this race, and oh my word, David De Silva there with the late braking manoeuvre, and that was fairly well executed in the end down at Mulsanne corner. You don't often see somebody braking quite that late and pulling it up in time, but David De Silva manages it and is up into 12th place.
He is locked in. Look at that. Not a single blink in this time frame. Side by side down the Mulsanne. Somebody has to give, and David De Silva going 3 wide with a Ferrari is going to back out. So there's another position change. My goodness, Ewan, I don't think this battle's going anywhere anytime soon unless somebody has a mistake.
Well, that's another look at Arnage as well. It's certainly one of those battles that is going to persist for a while, and we'll be very thankful for that. It's going to be good racing between the two. It certainly looks like it anyway, as they now make their way up towards the Porsche curves, the pair of them here. Traffic more up ahead now. We saw at GT3 traffic just a few moments ago, all of them still in the race, even if a few are many laps down already at this stage in the race. They are still running around and still going to be in as traffic for these LMP2s. Now in towards the Porsche curves. We've seen incidents through here in the recent past with the 023 going round into a spin. The Porsche currently running in 2nd place, going around into a spin after contact with an LMP2. Well, no contact this time round, but it has certainly held up the car in front. That's the Wiskins car we were just passing there. David De Silva not able to get through, though, into these final couple of chicanes. Oh, big opposite lock and a big save. At least the car hasn't found the barrier, but that will be a slowdown.
Yeah, he's going to end up having to give that position back, no doubt. Little flash of the headlights there, and we'll see that change immediately. On those laps, you do want to hit those curbs through the final chicane. You need to absolutely clobber them, but unfortunately, David De Silva just carrying a little too much speed. Also, mentioning just how locked in David De Silva is, I was keeping an eye on it. He did not blink one time from Arnage all the way to the checkered flag. That is unreal. This man is locked in on this battle. And here we go again as we approach Tête Rouge. Are we going to be seeing that ever so powerful slipstream come into play here, Ewan? I think we are.
I would say so. Will the 06 gain ground, though, because there will be a little bit of difference in straight line speed here after all that's gone on so far today. 2.5 hours racing gone, and De Silva not really getting anywhere in the slipstream. Maybe that's why we saw such a lunge at the Mulsanne corner. Firstly, because you can, if you're a little bit down on straight line speed, you're more likely to have a bit more braking performance by the end of the straight. But also because you've kind of got to. If you haven't got the straight line speed, then you need to do it somewhere else around the circuit. A couple of little blinks, it looks like, for the 06, but it looks all right. There's another GT3 is negotiated. It looks pretty difficult, even in the slipstream, for David De Silva to get anywhere near actually here.
Gosh, I love this camera angle as well. Just being on the, this is sort of the best seat in the house for David De Silva right now. Into the second chicane on the Mulsanne, and now heading down towards the namesake of the back straight, the Mulsanne curve. This is where things are going to start to get a little more dicey. David De Silva had a decent run out of the second chicane, but it definitely seems like he's running a little bit higher downforce setup. Take a breath there, David. Lock in and get ready, because things are about to get exciting. He knows it. Try to carry as much momentum as you can. Glue yourself to the back bumper. Now, on the run down towards the slowest corner complex on the track. If you're going to make an overtake, Ewan, this is where you want to do it. David's lining it up.
And oh, that's close. Through one of the small kinks you get on towards Indianapolis, and a little bit of frustration being shown as well now, as they've just been looking in behind here. Murray United are closing in very quickly. It's going to be a three-driver battle very shortly. A bit of a check-up on the way towards Indianapolis, and a bit of a defensive line from number 100 just to in front as well. Look at this, absolutely sandwiched in the middle. David De Silva is now going to get through. Number 100 is seeming to pull off to the side of the road on the way towards Arnaud. And De Silva does get to 12th place, just in behind. Alain Cardone also gets through in number 57, so that is a double position loss, unfortunately, for number 100. But they are still at least in the race, and that's the main thing at this stage. Up towards the Porsche curves, one of the hypercars will now pass them all, and after all that work, all David De Silva had to do was just keep to the right there on the way towards Arnaud and slip through.
Gotta give Sharpay some credit, though, because they did, it's very intelligent decision making to give that position up. They knew that the writing was going to be on the walls eventually, and they saw in the previous lap that David De Silva was sort of all over the place. He was going deep in certain corners, and I think this is just a decision of, look, I get it, you're faster than me, I don't want you to punt me off the road. Not saying that David would do that, but anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. He just was playing, or they were just playing it safe, and Alyssa just handing the position back there and just going to sit in the slipstream with very intelligent decision making, save some fuel, save some tires, and worry about this battle later. Let David do the hard work for you.
Look down the inside as De Silva gives the room. It's going to be right around the outside of the second part. Oh, good racing between the two. Good respect given as well through the first chicane. They go down the hill. These are the Tetrus S's before you get to the actual Tetrus corner itself. Oh, bit of a slide and contact. Free car contact through the Tetrus S. And that's exactly why drivers tend to avoid these kind of battles early on in the day, because you can get involved very quickly with something you really didn't want to. David De Silva will get away with it. Alain Cardone is the one who has spun around worst and looks to be worst damaged out of that as well.
I don't know if David got out of that necessarily. Looking at the steering wheel, it seemed to be mostly straight, but that was big contact to be had. And to be fair, right on cue, Alicia just drives right through. I don't think there was much contact made. They got on the brakes very early. If they did get into collision here, let's find out if they did. It was going to be very minor, but this was sort of bound to happen, I want to say. So there was contact there for Alicia. They did take out the other car, but of no fault of their own, of course, just sort of driving into a slower crashing car. Not much you can do, but minimal damage, and that right there goes to show you that it's not about track position. When there's 21 hours remaining, or 21 and a half hours left, anything can happen in racing, Ewan, and it just did.
Yeah, I would like to get to some interviews again in a short while, by the way, but there's so much action going on at the moment. We'll just hold on for the time being, because Telemills Racing, Prismatic Motorsports Affina, and BMW M-Plough 557 are all in a battle here, and we saw the back end of a bit of side-by-side there between 98 and 557. They have just sorted out, though, with 2.5 hours still to go. They've gotten back to single file all over again, as Taylor Mills is the one under the biggest pressure. Through the first chicane they go, and back down the other side of the hill past one of the Acuras. Looks like it's just going to calm down for the moment. It looks like perhaps Cheng Wen Chen was just trying to get past Isabel Matthews there, but couldn't do it for there. Will there be a look from Tete Rouge. The prismatic car goes down the inside. Will that allow the Ferrari to get a better run? It looks like it. Traffic gives and it takes, and we'll say that again over the course of the day, I'm absolutely sure. Now the Ferrari going to get into the slipstream and look for a move, but not going to get through on the way down in towards the first Bulls chicane. And just as we join them, the three cars disperse slightly in this battle for second in the Hypercar class.
Not battling quite as hard as we saw that David battle in the previous few laps. This is an intelligent choice, all things considered, with it just being respectful with each other. And seeing as well, one thing I'm noticing, our leader actually came in for their pit stop a couple laps ago, and we have a new driver behind the wheel, Nina Hahn, behind the Olympus Esports Atlas car. Taylor Mills running in second, and then, of course, the battle on screen right now between the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car and the BMW M Power that, as you mentioned, Ewan, is not actually in a BMW, but they have a BMW colored livery, so 50% points.
Yeah, it's going to confuse. I'll tell you, when we wake up blurry-eyed in the morning tomorrow, we're going to be cursing the sight of that car, because that's going to confuse commentators everywhere. I apologise for my future self getting that wrong, because I am on tomorrow morning, and I'm guessing I'm going to do it at least once. So I'll just get my apologies in now, while I'm still awake in the afternoon. It is a good-looking car though, and it is running well for now. Fourth place in the field. Just looking for third, but I don't think he's going to be able to get through this time round on the way towards Indianapolis, and indeed there's going to be some LMP true traffic in the way as well. Let's have another interview then, shall we? Just over 2.5 hours through this race. Sarthe Fitzpatrick is one of the Camaro drivers in the sort of challenger class this time around. You may remember from Le Mans a few years ago, one of the Camaro NASCAR Cup Series cars was around there in the real world. Well, in this race we've got our very own challenger class as well. Welcome, good to have you with us and have a chat. How's the race been so far for a team that are obviously in a class of your own, but it's great to have the sounds of the Camaro on the circuit. How have you found it so far?
It's been really good. It's been very fun. Unfortunately for us, it's a dry race at the moment, so we're slowest of all the cars on the track. We were hoping for rain. If you had seen earlier on in the race, I was chasing down a lot of GT3s, making a lot of moves. But as the track has dried out and now we have dry track, we're just falling back just because we don't have the pace compared to the GT3s now.
What was it that dragged you to this event, though, in a Camaro, in a different car completely than all of the GT3s?
I mean, to be completely honest with you, myself and Garnet, we did this race last year as well, of course, as two prismatic drivers. We just decided that it would be fun to try and convince Jess to let us do it in a supercar, like kind of in the spirit of the Garage 56 entry a couple of years back. And Jess said yes, so here we are running a supercar in this race.
And I say it's great to have it out there. Probably the best sounding car in the field, to be honest. It's great to be in the field. But how is it to race in a class of your own? Because a lot of people stay motivated by the battles for whatever position it is, especially overnight in an endurance race. How are you guys staying motivated for this race?
Well, really, we're not really competing with anyone because the track is dry, and I think at the moment, compared to the cars around us, we're like 3-ish seconds off. But like at the moment, myself and Garnet are competing on who can set the fastest lap time, and I have the better time at the moment. I've set the benchmark. Ooh, it was a big slave there. But I mean, really keeping motivated. It's just a really fun car to drive at this track. It's just very, very fun. That's kind of the long and short of it.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun. Although I did have visions there of you crashing while on camera, which would have been ideal. But there we go. No, absolutely great. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, and good luck for the rest of the race, as I say. And I'm sure we'll catch up with you again later on in the day.
Thank you very much. Have fun.
Thanks very much. That is Sarthe Fitzpatrick, part of the Camaro team. As we mentioned, kind of in the spirit of the Garage 56 entry, a few years ago in the Le Mans 24 Hours in the real world. We've got our very own here in the Race for a Cause 24, which is fantastic in 2025. The Camaro currently out there running down towards the back end of the GT3 field, but as we've heard, that car a little bit down on a bit of downforce, especially compared to some of the other GT3s in the field. Let's get back to some of the other battling out there on the circuit. 7th in LMP2 is a 3-car battle. We've already seen these kinds of battles go wrong in the past. Hopefully it doesn't this time round. Rainbow Racing Luna just moving through into 7th place down towards the first Mulsanne chicane.
And that's going to be Nate currently piloting that, just getting ahead there of the 26, leaving side by side between the 42 and the 26 down the Mulsanne once more. The helping hand being in the favor of the 26 right now. That slipstream going to be playing a crucial role, and really it's down to the 16's choice on who they want to give it to. Nate says, well, I'm going to pick the racing line, and whoever is there is just going to have to benefit from it. A nice little late braking maneuver, though, for the 42 to secure the position. Taylor Mills up there holding on to 22nd overall, but 8th in category, and as I say that, looks like it's going to be a 7th in category. A bit of a mistake there from the Rainbow Racing Luna. Nate giving up one for free, but the gloves are not coming back on just yet, Ewan. This is all out war.
Late braking in towards Mulsanne corner again there as well. It was quite close. Alexander Miller will lead the trio on the way back out of Mulsanne corner. Nate Hallerstick just in behind, and then Seve Dolonkos in 9th place behind. Stephen Kelly is only 6 seconds further behind, but since Dolonkos just got past number 67, I wouldn't be surprised that it stays just these three rather than those in behind actually catching up as well. Down in towards Indianapolis, and they will remain single file as well. LMP2 always a very difficult class to be a part of in one of these races, letting through hypercars and passing GT3s all at the same time, especially these days I find, because the hypercars are not with the bigger speed advantage as they did have back in the LMP1 days. LMP2 and hypercar are actually quite similar these days in terms of speed.
Yeah, and you really do kind of like to see that. It makes the side-by-side battles, especially through the Porsche curbs, very, very difficult if you are the hypercar. We have the saying, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, which, if anyone, by the way, we haven't mentioned this here in a minute, that is one of the keywords that Ewan has decided that if you do have the money to do so, put a quid into the jar every time we say traffic, and every time, what was the other key phrase? But either way, of course, for the great cause, it's going to be the LGBTQ plus community there for the youth in Ireland. An incredible charity event here, and we've already raised about $2,800 or 2,800 euros. 3,000 is the goal, folks. Just a reminder on that. Let's hit it within this next hour. Would love to see it. 24 hours though on the clock overall. 21 hours and 21 minutes remaining, and nearly 21 seconds. Ewan, the battles through the field, especially in the LMP2 category. This is where it really seems to be. The hypercars separating and having a bit of respect. This is a knife fight in a phone booth is how I would describe the LMP2 category.
It is. It's in certain pockets of the field. It certainly is. Through the Tetrus S. A little look down the inside. Oh, a bit of indecision. Oh, you've got to be decisive in those situations there. And unfortunately, a little bit of a stack up. The 026 will just sit through on the inside line as a free wide briefly as they go either side of the Mustang, and that is going to be Nate Hallerstick losing a place to Dolonkos here, or is it? Let's see on the way towards the first Mulsanne chicane. It looks like that 026 might have a bit more strength and speed. They're pretty even side by side into the first chicane. It will be Dolonkos who goes through on the inside line ahead of Hallerstick. It's a small mistake, and as I mentioned, you've got to be decisive in those situations, especially through Tetrus, which is such an important corner for the run onto the straight.
It is, but you also need to remember how much time is left. We've seen it before, we've seen it, and we're gonna see it again, no doubt. You can't just be going for the move just because you can. It's the Ayrton Senna-esque mentality might not necessarily apply here at all times. If gap think about taking it. And if you think about taking it, well, you've probably missed your opportunity. That is, of course, the problem with how fast these cars travel in this day and age. And, speaking of that, I had in my fun facts that these are, you mentioned the fact that most of these cars nowadays are slower than they were in the past. And back in 1988 was when we had the speed record set here at 253 miles an hour down a Mulsanne straight. Now, of course, that was before they added all of those, chicaney things to slow the cars down and, prevent them from going 200 miles an hour into a barrier. Who thought that was no, it's a great idea. Safety has improved over the years, and we love to see that.
It certainly has. Even in the fairly recent times, the Le Mans circuit has changed very rapidly. Meanwhile, side by side on the way towards Indianapolis. One of those few corners that actually hasn't changed very much, really. Indianapolis and Arnage side by side on the way through. And he changed for position. Has stick straight back through again on De Moncos for 8th. Meanwhile, out front, the Queen's Design car is taking a while in this pit stop. Over 80 seconds so far. Now finally gets out. That looks to me like it might be a speeding penalty for Asa Nyampa. I'm not sure if it is. We'll get confirmation from Team 56, but that's going to be a costly one. It's a little bit of a difficult place to speed. It's obviously any pit lane you can speed onto, but you at such a low speed coming through the pit entry here, because that is quite an awkward fiddly chicane on its own, that you don't often see speeding penalties around there, but that looks to me as if it could be what's happened. 122 in the box is about twice as long as it should be in LMP2.
Could be a case of forgetting to turn the pit limiter on, maybe. Who knows? But anyone that has watched me in the past knows exactly what I'm about to say. Practice your pit entries, folks. You spend hundreds of laps on this track getting lap times in and trying to improve there. Go down the pit lane 2, 3, 10, 15 times, and you're going to find a significant advantage over the rest of your field. And heck, maybe you won't even pick up a speeding penalty, which is going to be detrimental to your day. Practice your pit entries, folks. But either way, that off the cards. Seeing some really nice liveries out there, and I just want to make that Corvette that we just passed by. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
I think Darrow was putting his hat in the ring for one of the cars in the first 2 hours. Maybe just even this one. Don't know. I can't remember. But anyway, he'll be back a little bit later on, around the 1/3 mark of the race. Back again for another stint in the booth as we go into the night here at Le Mans. It's not quite going to be the long nighttime hours in towards the late evening, as you see sometimes in the real world race. This, of course, in the real world is the race with the shortest amount of nighttime driving, but we are a couple of months short of the race in today's date, and so nightfall will be a little bit earlier. It's nothing quite like night time at Le Mans, though. Going to be a very, very special atmosphere at that time, as it always is in these events. As we continue to follow this battle in LMP2, it looks like the Hastic just has begun to stretch away slightly in the LMP2 class. Not all that much going on in GT3 in the last few moments, but we have just had a change for second. Volta Motorsport just got past TSR with VR Racing. Dominic Hamada passing Ivan Chambers for second place, and they are nearly 2 minutes off the lead. Nevertheless, it is an important change for an important position in the field. There is Chambers, having just lost a position. Unfortunately for 023, that's now 3rd place after leading this race fairly early on this afternoon.
Did he just pit, Chambers? Because I'm looking at the times and the stint count, and I'm just trying to see.
Yes,
I think.
right.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to see that position, I think, get handed back. Full tilt. Dominic still needs to come into lane within the next 2 laps, give or take. He's currently on 13. I think he has to pretty much come in on the next lap now.
I would say so. Yeah.
No! Ivan Chambers! We've talked about it once. We're going to have to talk about this quite a few times throughout the night, Ewan. Cold tires being the recipe for disaster. If any drivers are watching right now, or any non-drivers are watching, this needs to be a note to you. When you get into the car, be careful. That right foot, it cannot have any semblance of lead in it, because that is going to be the result, and that will be one more fast repair used for Ivan Chambers.
Well, we've lasted 45 minutes, but I feel like we're going to be blamed for that. Or at least me. Because we were just talking about that car going quite well, and found it sway into the wall. Let's have a look on board here. Listen in. Oh, it's just slightly too wide. Some of these, well, a lot of the curves actually at Le Mans you can use quite well in iRacing, but not that one. On the exit of the Tetrus S, and unfortunately finds its way into the wall. I'm not sure if cold tyres were necessarily the hugest factor, although they won't have been up to absolute full temperature yet. They should have been up to a decent temperature by that stage. It wasn't the out lap. I think it was the first flying lap though, maybe seconds, but anyway, not very long into the stint for Chambers. I think the curb on the outside and the combination of the curb and the grass on the outside was the real catalyst for that car finding its way into the wall. And a real shame. That car was running in second place. Now Satellite Racing, who've just come into the pit lane in front of these LMP2s we're watching, they're going to have an even bigger lead on the exit of this pit stop.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I think you're 100% right, Ewan. And another thing playing the role there is, of course, the fact that it was a Porsche, and Porsche just doing Porsche things with the rear end overtaking the front. It can happen in the blink of an eye, which is about 0.2 of a second. It happened even a little bit quicker than that, to be completely honest. But the pit stop phase is among us. We're seeing quite a few drivers in the GT3 category and the LMP2 category down into lane. We're going to be seeing some new driver names out there as well, so be looking forward to that. Let us know, who is your favorite driver? Who are you here to support on the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel? Big thank you to everybody that is joining us and watching along here on this fine Saturday, or maybe Sunday, depending where you are, I guess, if you're Mia Rose.
If you're in that part of the world, it is going to be Sunday by now, I think. Maybe not in Perth, anyway. Certainly on the eastern side of Australia, where most people are, it is going to be Sunday by now. Just coming up to 5 o'clock in Central Europe, and it is turning in towards the evening time here on Saturday night. Just under 3 hours into the race for a Cause 24 in 2025. In the general rhythm of pit stops again, Niels Kor stays in the Satellite Racing Solar. Number 64 car once again maintains a 45-second lead over the rest of the field after that one, and Satellite Racing will have been one of the favourites at the start of today. They are one of those GT3 teams with a huge pedigree, a huge history, very long history in sim racing, and they are currently living up to that big name with a fairly big lead at this stage in the race. It's actually going to get to even bigger of a lead than that actually at this stage now, because Full Tier Motorsport hadn't come in yet. So TSR, who are still going around, Ivan Chambers hasn't come in yet, by the way, but is now a minute and 15 behind this Satellite Racing car.
And they, of course, they started on pole position and since have just extended that lead handedly. It still says on our timing tower they're on wet tires. Again, don't fully believe that. I think Niels Kor is on a dry set of boots, just purely looking at his lap time, comparing to the other drivers around him. Quite quick. 4:01.7 was his time, or their time. Behind that, we're seeing a couple 3:56s even, 3:57, 3:57. Potentially, I don't think that's that much of a difference, all things considered. That's not going to be wet tires versus dry tires, surely.
No. I have trouble believing how time is going sometimes, and this is why. It's telling us about half the field is on wet tyres at the moment, I've got to say, and an increasing amount as well. I'm not sure quite why, but everybody will be on dries. I think we can park the wet tyre discussion until the morning, to be honest, when the rain comes in, as Mia Rose was chatting to us about it earlier on. About 4 hours into the race. I actually thought it's going to be earlier than that, but if it's 4 hours into the end of the race, rather, it is going to be very late on. It could be a very dramatic finish indeed, as we watch another one of those LMP2s coming back out onto the circuit. Queen's Design, straight drive through there for number 56. That's their fourth trip through pit lane so far today, but that is an odd one. Straight through pit lane with a drive-through penalty. And they've lost a lot of time in the last few moments. They've not quite filtered out the pit stop cycle just yet, but down in third, a long way off the lead for a team who were leading by a minute just an hour into this race.
Gotta keep it between the mayo and the mustard, unfortunately. Avoid those speed tokens, as it's pretty easy to do at certain parts. Through the chicanes, through the onto Tete Rouge, through onto the Mulsanne, you can pick up some speeding tokens. You just got to be careful. Everyone, I guess the only real justifying kind of grace here for the Queen's design is going to be the fact that they're not the only one that is going to have that penalty by the end of this race. The problem is they're one of the first ones to do it, which means that they're going to start to rack up those again, because of course the way the iRacing point system works, you reach a certain amount and then it's going to be incremental from there. And I'm not sure exactly the number that they have to worry about, but they have to worry about it pretty much for the rest of this race.
Yeah, I mean, are we even sure that is incident limit at this stage? It might be something else.
No, I'm just guessing.
No, yeah, I understand. I was just trying to get some confirmation from the team. I know a few of them have been chatting away in YouTube, so if they could divulge such confidential information, then we'd be very grateful here at this stage in the race. In answer to your question about who people are supporting, by the way, Nicholas Owen said that I just hope everyone has fun. And there you go. I love it. That's what it's all about. You're trying to get people to be tribal and support people, and they're just here everyone's here trying to have fun.
That's me, to be fair. I am that guy. I relate with him, to be fair, where it's like, I just hope everyone has a good time and, nobody smashes their head into their steering wheel like Kevin Siggy did in the ESL R1s. It's just, there's, sim racing, it's an emotional sport at the best of times, and, we're going to see tempers flare throughout it. And one thing that I absolutely love here at RaceSpot, and as well as for this event, is the fact that we have the calls. We get to see the drivers' faces occasionally, and it just adds so much character to it. You get to see the emotions flare, you get to see the happiness, and every single emotion in between, including some hand gestures that sometimes we can't necessarily show on stream, but it makes for an entertaining fight nonetheless.
Absolutely. You very much get into that headspace as well, by the way, as a commentator. We all very much, I think, get used to staying neutral over the course of these races. Just want to see some good racing. Exactly what most people are here for, after all, as we get on with indeed this race and many others as well. Just under 3 hours of the way through this one. Just over 21 hours still to go here at Le Mans. Very much just settling into the early hours, and that looked like a Corvette to me, going slightly wide through the Porsche curves. Hope that there was not too much of a major problem there. Looks like we've got away with it on this occasion. So there you go. Let's have another chat to one of our drivers then, shall we? Let's jump down into GT3, where Renee Yemenko is currently waiting to come and have a chat with us. Renee, welcome in. Good to have you with us. And first of all, 3 hours into this race, how has the race been for your team overall, first of all?
I'm going to be very honest. Our race has been quite the drama so far. We qualified second and then missed the start. So we started last, even though we qualified second in our class. And climbed up to 8th, had a crash, ended up last again, climbed up to 10th, another crash. So now we're up in 14th.
A difficult race, but I can see the pace. To be fair, there's some good pace in the car still. Clearly, what's the plan for the rest of the race in terms of recovering that? Because it must be difficult to bounce back from so many early problems.
Our plan is mostly to try and drive safe. Don't push it too hard, but keep the pace in. Try not to crash again, because that's the biggest time loss you could possibly have in a race like this. Just survive. Try and not run yourself out, and eventually just make it to the end. Other people will crash themselves out as well, so that's free positions if you keep yourself clean.
How are you guys going with being a part of this event as well? It's just the three of you for number 86. A lot of driving, I'm sure, for all three, but how do you feel at the start of this race to be a part of this event and racing for 24 hours of Le Mans, which is one of the best experiences in sim racing, I'm sure?
It's beautiful. I'm loving it so far. I haven't been in the car yet. I've done a lot of practicing. I was initially going to run this race alone, but I'm really lucky that this team picked me up. So, 8 hours each should be just fine. We've got one person who prefers driving in the rain. We've got one person who prefers driving at night. And then we've got Yusuf, who's in the car right now, who kind of just does everything.
Could just send someone out for the entire nighttime period.
That's going to be me.
Well, we look forward to seeing it. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, and good luck with the
Thanks for having me.
With the drive through the field here this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks very much. That's Renee Umenko in the number 86 team. You can see the pace actually. I've just been looking at the lap times on the time screen the last couple of moments. Fastest lap would have them up certainly towards the top 10, a few positions further up from where they are at the moment, but currently running in 13th place with Yusuf Haider at the wheel of that car. It's always a bit demoralising to have things go wrong in the first moments of a 24-hour race, Mike, but at least you know you've got 23 hours to make up all those positions again.
Exactly. It's an endurance race, and at the end of the day, something that I always like to say, especially when it comes to events like this, when it's either A, just for fun, or B, for an incredible cause like a charity like we're supporting here today for the LGBTQ plus youth in Ireland. It's all about the fun. If you make the checkered flag, you're a winner in my books. And I do genuinely mean that. It's some of these drivers out there, I know quite a few of them, are having their first ever endurance race, right? This is not something that everybody has done. These are not, certified professional drivers, all of them. A lot of them are just dipping their toe into the water of 24-hour racing, and being out there on the track for the first time, you gotta roll with the punches. There's only one way to get better at endurance racing, and that's by doing it. You're probably not gonna win your first race. Just go out there and have the expectations of, I'm going to have fun. And I think that's what we're gonna accomplish out here today, and I think that's what a lot of drivers have as well.
And this is the Camaro we've been mentioning periodically throughout the day as well. The Challenger car being driven by Garnet Adams for the moment. In 12th place, actually, if you put it as part of the GT3 category. Let's run on board with this Camaro for a couple of moments. We'll just listen in through this first sector, have a listen to the beautiful sound of the V8 Camaro. It's a great bit of vision through the first sector. I can't think of many better cars to be driving and listening to throughout 24 hours. And as you were talking about earlier on, Mike, one of the great things we get to see the emotion on these drivers' faces, including a great split screen on the bottom right, by the way, with steering wheel vision and from the pedals as well, and including a pet cam as well, just in the background. I think that some form of pet just going to sleep in the background, not being woken up by the. Oh, there it is. I don't. Is that? Well, where's the head? I can't really see. Anyway, yeah, it's as you talked about earlier on. It is exactly what we come to these races for, to see the emotion on these drivers' faces and see how they're getting on behind the wheel.
I think that she has been told recently that she's on camera. I'm assuming those are the smiles there and the fist, the brief little fist pump. I also, big shout out to Hugo behind the scenes. There's some top quality production that we have here, able to zoom in on the dog midstream. We got, again, give credit where credit is due. But this just goes to show you, again, I love the fact you mentioned, this car is just incredible. The sound of it, it is an absolute monster at the best of times. But look at how physical this is for Garnet Adams. She is absolutely having to wrestle the octopus that is that Fanatec wheel. Everything, for right now, obviously, it looks nice and easy, but here as we go towards the end of the Mulsanne Straight, this is where things start to get dicey, and then on the way down towards Indianapolis and into the slowest corner on the track, which Alan McNish has said, by the way, that is the most difficult part through this sector here, because you've been going 200 plus miles an hour for such a long time, and then all of a sudden you have to slow down to 80 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, which, yes, those are highway speeds for anyone in the States, but that is near snail's pace for these race cars.
Absolutely. great to check in with the Camaro again, and we will do periodically throughout the race. 3 hours in, almost, to the Race for a Cause 24 in 2025. Let's have a quick brief rundown of the classes as we get to this stage in the race. Out front, Olympus Esports have been leading for quite some time now in this one. Nina Hahn, the latest driver to get behind the wheel, and she's doing a good job at keeping that lead and indeed extending it as well to 1 minute 48 rather. Taylor Mills for Taylor Mills Racing is currently in second place in this one. Third place is Amir Mohammadi in the Punkru car. Then it is Joshua Easy and Rachel Conkley rounding out the top 5. That's BMW Impala and Prismatic Motorsports Athena to round out the top 5 in a Hypercar. In LMP2, Twin Turn Sim Racing are now leading the way with Dominic Eisenberg at the wheel of that one. Although, either at the end of this lap or the next one, that car will be in. Might have been drafting on the back of that 57 car for a while, maybe not, but maybe there'll be another lap at the end of this one. We're certainly getting towards the end of another stint, though. Queen's Design are currently in second place, just 7 seconds in front of Beta Frost and Ruben Elliotson. It is Olympus Esports Proton in fourth, only 5 seconds further behind than that. And then Mission Smooth Operation, who round out the top 5 in LMP2. Down in GT3, Satellite Racing are leading by over 2 minutes, the biggest leading gap we've got here in the field, and there's no stop required either. They've legitimately pulled over 2 minutes on the field, and that's partly because Ivan Chambers is continuing on with that extra pit stop. We saw him smash into the wall, unfortunately, out of the Tetrus S's. That car is now at least repaired. Turkensen Racing Yellow is currently third, with Drew Davies driving for now. Riskins Racing another 23 seconds back for Neil Rocks, and then Dominic Hamada, who recently got into 5th place for Full Tilt Motorsport in number 13. So that is where the top 5 in each class is so far in this race. And there is the Satellite Racing McLaren currently out front. It's not that who's leading right now matters so much, but it does help to be leading at this stage in the race. And there's the car with the biggest lead on your screen at the moment. This is Sebastiano Rossi. Oh, with a bit of technical trouble on the way down in towards Mulsanne corner. That was either a driver letting go of the wheel on the straight or the wheel taking a mind of its own.
Yeah, and big damage as a result. Thankfully, nobody else collected in it, but you know, this is the nature of sim racing and real racing for that matter. Technical difficulties, they do arise. Sometimes you have a DNF or a incident in this case that's going to return them back to pit lane and use one of their fast repairs. It's out of your control. Hopefully that wheel is all good. Hopefully, I'm assuming it was probably a disconnect of some form, or like you said, letting go of the wheel, though. Everybody knows that with these modern day force feedback wheels pushing nearly 12 to 15 Newton meters, as soon as you let go of them, they start seesawing around quicker than a quick thing in Quicksville. So typically, you got to keep that thing planted, but maybe just taking a drink, maybe something along those lines. But definitely the results, they're the same. Clattered headfirst into a barrier, and that's never where you want to be when you're nearly 20 hours left in the race.
I have tried that before, by the way, letting go of the wheel on the straight. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not a great idea at any stage. Anyway, let's have another chat with one of our drivers, then, shall we, since we're into another hour of this race, into hour number 4. In fact, Jessica Perry can now join us from the Rainbow Racing Team number 16. Welcome in, Jessica. Good to have you with us here just on the 3-hour mark. How has the race been for the team so far down at Rainbow Racing, currently running in 15th place? How have the first 3 hours been?
It was good. So I basically did like no practice in the rain, and I was scheduled for the first 2 stints. I'm also scheduled for the last 2 stints, which is also supposed to be in the rain as well, so that's fun.
Need to get practicing in the rain. What is it about the preparation for drivers that we forget about rain every time? I remember doing it myself. It's just a thing that we do for some reason.
I'm just not a big fan of the rain. I just didn't bother.
How have you found the sort of rain in recent times in iRacing? Has it started to mature? We've had it over a year now. Is it getting any easier?
I would say so. I used to struggle a lot, but especially with how light it was at the start of this race, I found it very drivable. So
You've got 4 drivers in the team for Rainbow Racing number 16. How much of the overnight driving are you going to be doing? How are you planning to split this race up between the 4 of you?
So I'm actually going to get some sleep this tonight, and the other 3 drivers are taking it in turns over the night. So
the lucky driver to get some sleep over the nighttime period. And one last one as well. Just how is it to be involved in this event? With still a very long way to go, of course. But how are you finding it?
I love endurance racing. I'm the CEO of Rainbow Racing, and our first ever event was this event last year. And now this year is the first time ever we've got 2 cars in the same race. So
yeah, great to have 2 cars in the race this time around for Rainbow Racing. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, Jessica. Good luck for the remainder of the race, and as I say, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's Jessica Parry in the Rainbow Racing team, currently running in 15th place in the GT3 category, and they've still got a few laps off of the lead, but Daisy Marie currently driving that car in 15th place. While we were chatting to Jessica, we have got a battle on the circuit, on your screen indeed, between Nate Harstick and Sverny Demonkos. Feels like these two have been nose to tail for a long time now. That, though, is going to split them apart. Just a bit of a slide through Tetrus S, although it's not as big of an accident as we've seen on some occasions so far this race.
You're trying to make some enemies, I feel. As soon as you mention their name, they go into a little bit of a spin there. Thankfully, it was a great catch from the Rainbow Racing Luna team. That was actually the team that we were just hearing for the interview from there. So very, very close call for Nate, but keeping on keeping on. That's the goal, and that is the execution. This is a bit of a kerfuffle, all things considered. We're riding on board here with a hypercar that has to get by some traffic. This is Nikolai getting on by, and with more traffic to come, that's really one of the worst spots that you can catch it. Through the Dunlop and through the first sector and in towards the Dunlop, you're going to get held up a little bit. But now the brilliance of endurance racing, all things considered, is traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. So while one lap you might get held up a couple seconds, remember, your rivals are going to have that same exact issue, and sometimes you're going to gain a couple seconds, so it's a give and take. You can't let one back marker get to you, and holy smokes, this is just brilliant. This is GT3, LMP, and Hypercar racing in a nutshell, you, and look at that, cars scattering every which way.
It's great. Absolutely fantastic. It's nothing quite like 24-hour racing with these 3 classes at Le Mans. 51 starters, 51 still running in this race, which is brilliant to have. They do all have 3 fast repairs, by the way, which will keep people in the race for a little bit longer. But hopefully we can get all the cars to the end of the race. That'd be absolutely fantastic. A minor miracle, I think some would say, but it would be absolutely fantastic if we can get everyone through the night and back out into the other side. And especially when it rains towards the end, just as you're limping on the way home, someone's coming to give him another punch in the face. And that's going to be late on, with about 4 hours to go, we're hearing, for that late period of rain. And this lead, by the way, for Satellite Racing continues to extend 2.5 minutes. The gap at the front of LMP2 is going the opposite way. Beta Frost and Olympus Esports Proton are only 3 seconds apart now, 3.5 seconds apart. Last time around, Christopher Stevenson driving for Olympus actually lost a bit of time, but is gaining time again on this lap. So that's going to be a battle to watch in the latter portion of this race, I would imagine, or the latter portion of this stint, I should say, because they're about halfway through at the moment. Queen's Designer just out of another pit stop. Twin Turn Racing as well, as are... well, no, that's it. Just the 2 of them. So that's what's given us this leading battle. By far the closest leading battle we've got in any of our 3 classes so far this afternoon.
And going to be closing down very quick, it seems. The Olympus Esports Proton, as you mentioned, seems to be a little bit quicker. And mentioning that Queen's design team again, so an update. I do have a little bit of an update on what happened to them. They were hit with that drive-through penalty for causing a collision. Now, who they caused the collision with, that I'm not sure. But that was the deeming of, or that was the steward's decision there, giving them a drive-through for that. And for, again, causing collision with avoidable contact. So you hate to see it, but at the end of the day, that did drop them back down the order and actually into a bit of a battle as well. So seeing the timings right now, and also going on board here with Taylor Mills, currently they're battling for what looks to be 12th position. No, wrong team. Rainbow, 9th position. There we go.
There we go. We'll get there. We'll get there. As you say, this is Taylor Mills back out onto the circuit again. I thought that team were going to lose a position, but no, they've actually comfortably held on to second place. 23 seconds in front of BMW M-Player. I think that is going to be the end of the pit stop cycle then in Hypercar. Probably should have done my update now and just waited 10 minutes because I did it halfway through a cycle. But anyway, Olympus Esports are still leading. Taylor Mills Racing is still second. A couple of changes have happened outside of that. BMW Empire, Prismatic Motorsports and Beta Frost in the top 5. It is from 3rd to 5th where the action is. 3 cars separated by just 5 seconds or so, which is pretty good to see so far. We've gone back though to 10th place where Jordan Martin Broisesford and also Nicholas Sundby are battling away down in towards the chicane. Oh, all 4 classes on screen as the Camaro, one of the LMP2s and the GT3 all involved. It's going to keep the Hypercar single file, not going to force anything 3 wide at this stage in the race.
Brilliant display of car control from everybody involved right now. Everyone's head's on a swivel, and it's terrifying, especially if you're in the slower category cars, because you're at the mercy of the other drivers, and really it's down to them if you live or not, and you can do everything you can. The brilliance of that Camaro is it's big, it's thick, and it's very difficult to move. So if one of these light little hypercars does make contact, as there's somebody rejoining the circuit there and bringing a lot of marbles back on. It's a nice little confetti show there and going to be causing not much issue for everybody. That gravel will get cleared very, very quickly and is in a fairly decent spot. But definitely dangerous driving, or not dangerous driving, but dangerous situations to be in for these cars.
It looks like that LMP2 as well, just in front of it, is actually scraping along the ground for some reason. Not sure whether their ride height's too low here or whether that's just in certain places. It stopped doing it now, I've mentioned it, but which is typical. But oh, and a spin. Well, there you go. There is your proper jinx, if you were looking for one. It's the 026 that's gone around. I'll apologise. Stefani Demankos goes around through Arnage. It was pretty much up behind Nate Hastic, as we've seen so much so far this afternoon. He's no longer right in behind. I don't think there was any contact. I think it was just one of those things on the outside of Arnage. On the curb on the outside. I never liked that line, to be honest, on the outside towards Arnage, for that exact reason. For some reason, that curb always interacts very bizarrely, especially with prototypes.
Yeah, these cars are so low to the ground these days. Anything that gets under the car and just disrupts the air can cause you to have a bit of an incident, and definitely playing a bit of role of that. Maybe a little too much right foot, maybe a little too much left foot. I don't know. There's another kind of monkey see, monkey do incident as I saw deep into the gravel trap as well through the same corner, rejoining, or that is the replay, excuse me, I think there, and rejoining very safely.
I think that's the gravel culprit, if you want to put it that way. We were looking through Mulsanne Corner a couple of moments ago at all the gravel being kicked onto the circuit. I think that might be why, as we go to the battle for 3rd place in the Hypercar class. It is between Joshua Easy and Rachel Conkley, who I think has made the pass for 4th as well in this stint. So Rachel Conkley making up places pretty quickly in the mid-portion of this stint. We're getting towards the mid-portion of this stint. Anyway, that's 4 laps now complete for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Change for 6th in the meantime as well, as Ben Brin just gets past Eli Singh for 6th place. And there it is, that battle into the final chicane as well. Bit of a lock-up. It's the Punk Crew team just drop back to 7th position. And Eli Singh will now have to try and stay with Ben Brim, but this is the real congested part of the order. From 3rd place down to 7th place, it's still all very close.
Yeah, really, this is an exciting little fight here, but the drivers, they know for a fact they have to be a little bit more discouraged. They don't want to be going for anything too aggressive, but if the opportunity presents itself, you do want to take it, of course, but this is pack racing. It's strategic. You're playing chess at near 200 miles an hour with these cars, and it's dangerous. It happens very fast, and I also wanted to update you on that Queen's Design car, the driver that started in P1 for the LMP2 category. We interviewed Mia Rose while they were leading. Since then, it has been a bit of a downhill excursion. We mentioned the drive-through penalty for causing a collision. After that, well, they've been smacked on the wrist with another drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin. The number 56 has just their day gone from bad to worse, and Asa down to 10th position in category as a result.
Difficult race after the opening hour anyway for the Queen's Design LMP2. Still a very, very long way to go though, as we follow this battle for 4th place on its way down in towards the Mulsanne corner. These teams now just over 2 minutes off the lead from Olympus Esports, who are dominating here at Le Mans. Oh, for contact! Contact with an LMP2. Number 66 goes around, and that is the Oceanic Outlaws, powered by VOC team. They are unfortunately down in 17th and last of the LMP2s already, but we didn't quite see the start of it. It looked a bit like clumsy lappery to me, and that is a lap car, by the way, just in behind Ben Bream here, so nothing to worry about too much. But, well, excuse me, Joshua Easy, I should say. That's Nikolai Mez, so it is for position. I didn't realise we were following the battle for 3rd place, apologies, not the battle for 6th. And so that's Rachel Conkley up to 3rd, but looked like contact in towards Mulsanne corner between Conkley and that 66 LMP2.
Yeah, it did look to be. I'm sure we'll catch a replay of that very, very shortly. But Ronald, my apologies, ended up the wrong way around as a result. The 66 Oceanic Outlaws, powered by VOC. Not the greatest day, unfortunately, for them. Still, though, as you mentioned, a long ways to go in this race. And that's another cue to, remember, folks, that's the cue to donate. No, I'm kidding, of course. But a massive thank you again. We haven't had that in a while, or we haven't mentioned it in a while. Big thank you to everybody that's, watching this stream. If you guys are enjoying it, do hit that like button on the YouTube side and the subscribe. It's free. Also, if you do have the ability and want to support this amazing cause that we are racing for today, this is all going to be going to the LGBTQ plus youth of Ireland, providing money for a very, very great cause. Of course, we'll be hearing more interviews later on, as we already had one a little bit earlier, but more information on the cause, of course, to come. But so far, 2,850 euros raised, nearly 3,000. Can we push that limit, folks? We still got 42 minutes. I said I wanted it by the top of the next hour. I think we can get there, Ewan.
I think so. By the time we're done for the first stint, I think so. I think we've already been adjusting goals, by the way, this afternoon. I'd imagine we might well be doing it again later on, so we'll see. If you want the link for that, by the way, to donate, it is in the description of our YouTube live stream. What do you call this medium? In the description of the YouTube live stream, there is a link to donate if you're indeed able to. As Mike says, should be visible down there. At least I can see it. So yeah, in the YouTube description is where you want to be looking. 20 hours and 42 still to go, and Rachel Conkley under pressure, and now after recently making that pass for 3rd, Nikolai Mel just in behind, and it looks like unfortunately Joshua Easy not able to stay with them, but that battle for 3rd is not going to go away, and it's going to be a double Corvette fight for 3rd by the looks of it.
Oh, here we go. We haven't seen a GT3 battle in a while, but things are stacking up for the best is what it looks like here. Checking the pit stops. I don't think either. Well, we're on the same strategy mostly, so this is a battle officially for position. Yes, we're going to be seeing the gloves come off in the GT3s.
Out of the Maison Blanche and in towards the final chicanes on this lap. More pit stops just up in front, by the way, for one of the Mustangs. I think that was actually our battle just taken away from us there. It was indeed. Prismatic Motorsport number 1 into the pit lane, and so Georgie Mackay will maybe get out, actually. I think Georgie's been at the wheel for a while, so we'll keep an eye on that as through will go Aidan Carter for Onid Racing. Redman Racing are not too far away, but they're not as close as these two. The two Cadillacs on the way down in towards Indianapolis, just over a lap after Rachel Conkley's incident with one of those LMP2s into the Mulsanne corner. We'll get a replay in a few moments, by the way, of that one, but not seemingly phased, now coming under a little bit of pressure. This is what happened. We saw the back end of the incident. We certainly saw the LMP2 spinning around. What was it down to in the end? Conkley just making a small bit of contact there. Maybe the stewards will get involved in that.
Yeah, I think they may. It's sort of one of those don't hit an object that you can see directly in front of you moments. I don't think there really was any fault of Ronald there. Maybe braking slightly earlier than the cars behind expected, but that's sort of one of those that, again, coming into the slowest corner on the track, you're going from, it's called speed blindness is what they call it, and basically you're just so used to going fast that all of a sudden when you're going slow, you're going a little too fast at that time. It's just kind of trying to carry that momentum, and through the slowest corner on the track, you can't really carry much, and a little too much into the back bumper of the 66 resulted in a bit of a spin, and as you mentioned, Ewan, probably a bit of a steward's inquiry.
Someone just suggesting in the YouTube chat that imagining what would happen if the announcers did the whole race.
Oh, goodness. Have a lot of fun facts by the end.
Yeah. Getting decreasingly fun as we go along.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's chat to another one of the drivers. They've got more sense than us. So it's good to chat to a few of these drivers who have actually been out here so far today. Jordi Vermeulen, the next of them. Jordi, welcome in. Good to have you with us. Part of the 023 team, TSR with VR Racing. Leading the race earlier on in GT3, still running up towards the front in second position. What's your sort of thoughts on how the first 3.5 hours or so have gone?
Hi, Ewan. First 2.5 hours, 3 hours have been fine. Actually, have to say a lot better than we expected it to be. Coming into this race with all the practice sessions, seeing everyone doing quite fast lap times, we were like, okay, we're gonna be in it, just see how far we can go come morning. Never expected to be this high this early on in the race, but we'll take it and see if we can stay here for the next 20.5 hours.
Yeah, how is it to be a spectator all of a sudden, because you were driving earlier on but now reduced to watching Ivan Chambers out there on the circuit, and I know that your car unfortunately has been a bit of contact in the last couple of hours as well. How do you find, everyone finds it a bit different, how do you find it watching after driving your stint?
It's fun, equally fun and frustrating. I have to say, it's frustrating because being a driver, you want to be behind at the wheel of the car. You want to be racing. You want to do the full 24 hours yourself if you could. I'm no Superman, so I can't. I've got two great teammates, Ivan and Chris. I've got full confidence in them that they can keep it on the road and keep the smooth sailing going forward. And it's equal parts fun, but also frustrating at times.
I can imagine, certainly. We saw also, I think you might have been driving at the time, a small spin for you guys through the Porsche curves as well after contact with an LMP2, which really is just, I think, just drawn down to one of those things really that happen through traffic in these races. How have you found traffic so far, and what about that incident as well? Tell us a little bit about that from your perspective.
So traffic in general, apart from the occasional bits and bobs that you always get in these kinds of races, it's actually been fine. Better than most official special events that we occasionally do. So I've really enjoyed it. The traffic and driving times have been really good. That particular incident came down to me having to go offline because there was a flurry of prototypes coming up behind me, so got some marbles on the tires. Probably overheated a little bit, so had a spin and some contact with the P2 there, which wasn't unfortunate, but didn't cost us too much time. Cost us a position to Alex Gal at that point, but I do think they were always going to overtake us, so wasn't really bothered by it. Just one of those things, I guess.
Certainly, they're certainly going very quickly at the front at the moment. Well, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, Jordy. Great first stint to see you out there on the circuit. You're getting compliments in YouTube chat as well, by the way. I can tell you. I'll say thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. I'm sure we'll see you again later on in the race.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Thanks very much. That is Jordy Vermeulen in the TSR with VR Racing team. Currently running in second place in the race, and it was a great start to the race from Jordy here. Mike, he got into the lead early on. Incident dropped him out of the lead, but as we've said and he said there, Satellite Racing looked like they were always going to come to the front. They're leading by 3 minutes now.
Yeah, and it's a long ways to go. Anything can happen, including drive-through penalties, which I wanted to update you here on an elephant that just so happened to enter the room recently. That battle that we were hyping up for P3 between the Beta Frost and the Prismatic Motorsports Athena is going to come to a close. The Prismatic Motorsports Athena of Rachel has gotten a slap on the wrist with a drive-through penalty, unfortunately, for some avoidable contact. The number 98 will be having to make a trip down pit lane and then back out to circuit, and that position almost certainly will be given over to Nikolai.
It certainly will be. We've also been told actually by Scout Lawrence, and thanks very much for this, by the way. Rachel is apparently driving with a loose wheel stand, so the base keeps moving around, which is not good at all, and very, very difficult to deal with. The fact that Rachel Conklin is still actually going at this speed is a bit of a miracle, but she'll be soldiering on until the rest of the stint. Apparently it was caused by a spin on the outlap, and ever since then it's been moving around the wheelbase. Considering it happened on the outlap, we can say basically she's done the entire stint with a wobbling wheelbase. Very, very difficult to deal with. I don't know if you've ever had that in a race, Mike, but it's incredibly difficult to drive with. And she's going at a very decent pace right now, even despite last lap was invalidated because she went off the circuit. But if you compare it to Nikolai Mail's time last time round, you can assume that Rachel was also going pretty quickly. Does a pretty impressive stint, despite that drive-through penalty that is going to lose them this third place, and despite everything else, this is an impressive stint to just keep them going in the right direction towards the front, considering the technical problems she's having behind the scenes.
100%, and I've actually had unfortunately similar incidents, and even with mine, my wheels started disconnecting after that. So that was, for me, that's something that's in the back of my mind. If she is experiencing a bit of a wobbly wheel, that wobble can kind of loosen the connector piece that is right around the neck of those steering bases, especially with the amount of torque that you have to put into these modern day force or these wheels. Hopefully she has the force feedback turned down a bit. That would help it out a little, but it's still just a tremendous amount of energy going through that wheel. And well, there is that exciting battle that we were talking about coming down to a conclusion. Rachel will have to be making a trip through pit lane, and well, she's gonna have no choice but to stay behind the wheel for another couple laps. There's only 7 laps complete. We've been seeing around 13 laps for these LMP, or for the hypercars out on track.
First one. Yes, 14 I think is the standard for them. Maybe you're right, 13. But anyway, somewhere around there. She's certainly not at the end of the stint just yet. Might lose another place here, down to 5th place. Joshua Easy was not that far away. And no, Brent Bream is not close enough. So Prismatic Motorsports will get out again in 5th position at least. But there is still a few more laps to go of this fairly difficult stint. I wonder if maybe at pit speed she was able to do anything to the wheel, but maybe not. Pretty difficult to do that well. Keep moving. Speaking of force feedback, by the way, Dan Tomlinson said in our Contact Commentators channel that I think insinuating anyway that he was doing that stint with no force feedback, or one of his stints anyway. So that's a bit of a nightmare to deal with. That stint thankfully over now. That's, by the way, for the Onage Racing GT3 team, who are currently running in 7th place. Aidan Carter is the driver behind the wheel of that car right now. But that's equally unfun. No force feedback, absolutely no feeling of the car whatsoever if you've got that going on.
Oh, I'd almost pick the loose wheel, to be completely honest. Driving with no force feedback is such a mind twist for anyone that hasn't experienced it. As people know, with sim racing, there are some things that you don't quite feel when you're in a race car. You don't have that vibration through your rear end to kind of tell you exactly what the car is doing. You don't necessarily feel the slip down below. You feel the slip in your hands, right? That's when that wheel kind of starts to get a little bit loose and dancy. And then you can correct it from there. If you don't have that loose kind of correction feeling, or if the force feedback isn't working, you don't know if your car is spinning, and you don't know if you're giving it too much power, how much. Finding the limit with no force feedback is near impossible, and the fact that they managed to get through the stint and hand the car over to Aiden Carter in one piece is almost a miracle in itself.
It is, yeah. Great job from that team to keep going. As we cross now, 20 hours and 30 still to go. It's myself, Ian O'Leary, and Mike Now's with you for another half an hour before we hand over for the second time this afternoon. Second commentary booth change. Jake Sperry and Brad Dalton will be taking you through the next 2 hours as we get towards the evening here in Central Europe. I always love this period of the race here, just before the actual nighttime driving. You know, you're not tired yet, but, you know, you're just maybe settling down with an evening meal, perhaps watching the race. Sunset not too far away. To be fair, it's still quite a long way away, but we're not quite at that stage of the race yet. But it's not all too far away at the moment, the sunset. Everybody enjoying maybe a drink just in front of the race. It's a wonderful time to sit back and relax and watch. I've got to be honest, Mike, one of the most relaxing things you can watch, I think, in my opinion. It was therapeutic to watch an endurance race like this. 51 cars out here at Le Mans. There's not much better that you can have. We've still got a very, very long way to go in this one. A lot of time to relax and enjoy this one here with over 20 hours still to go.
And like you said, nearly 4 hours in and 0 DNFs up to this point. That's just a testament to the caliber of drivers that we have and the want that they have to support this amazing cause. Look at that brilliant livery there as well from the Broken Eggs Cooking team. Okay. I'm not sure what to make of that one, but that's going to be Amy, I think, coming behind the wheel here in the number 99 Broken Eggs Cooking team. Okay.
I was about to say, what's a broken egg? But then I realised that's the most stupid thing I've ever said on a broadcast ever. But now I've said it as well anyway, so there you go. Embarrassing myself for free. Out of the pit lane for Amy Nagy of the number 99 car. And that is going to be Broken Eggs cooking out onto the circuit again in the top 10. So, oh dear, someone's brought gravel right across the circuit there through the first chicane. I'm not sure where that's even come from. The trail of it looks like someone's actually missed the first chicane entirely as they go through the first corner, the curb Dunlop as it's called, before you actually get to the Dunlop chicane itself. If you just go straight on through there, you can bring gravel right across the circuit. Oh, and cold tyres again. Oh, it's a good save. Good save, though, from Amy Nagy to keep the car facing the right way, but another example of cold tyres again.
Oh my goodness, Amy thoroughly testing the structural fortitude of their racing trousers, and they just came in for a pit stop, so it's going to be another 9-10 laps before they come back in and have to change that. Replay in the bottom right of that. Let's catch that again. Or no, that's live, excuse me, in the bottom right. Here's a replay of a car with a little bit of a spinner into the gravel, and that right there is what brought the gravel back on. So a very uncharacteristic spin there from Caitlin.
And Caitlin Soderholm. Yeah, around through the... Oh, and more contact later. Just slowly trying to get that LMP2 back up to speed, but was rear-ended and has found the wall down at Tete Rouge. Now, was that car able to get away from there, or did it have to tow? That is not ideal. It looks like it maybe had to tow. Well, in the midst of... let's have a look again at it, actually. Rachel Cogley was the one who got through first of all, so that was good news from... Rachel Cogley. Steve Kelly was the one who got into the back of Soderholm there, and Steve Kelly is currently running in 4th place for that number 67. So that is that's bad news, unfortunately, for Caitlin Soderholm on the positive side, thankfully, some good news to counterbalance that. We've just crossed €3,000 here raised in this event. So congratulations and a thank you to everybody who has donated so far in this Race for a Cause 24-2025. We've got a new goal. You were right, by the way, Mike. With 25 minutes to spare, we've made it €3,000 with less than 4 hours of this race gone so far.
Let's go. Massive thank you to everybody tuning in. Again, whether you are donating or whether you're just here to cheer on your favorite drivers, to cheer on the cause that we're supporting, we appreciate every single one of you. And thank you all so much again for hitting that like and subscribe button. It means the world to us. It truly does. And 3,000, I almost said quid again, 3,000 euros raised. Absolutely incredible. And Hamish there, oh no, that's going to be a bit more than a 3,000 quid repair, I think.
Yes. That's pretty big contact with the wall. And well, it's going to be a tow, is it? No? The number, well, I feel like, where is that? Where even is that? Oh, that's Tetrus S, so that has got a long way to go. Hamish, isn't it? Unfortunately, a very, very long way to go actually before the pit lane gets there. Yeah, can you say quid if you mean euros? I think you can. I don't know.
You are asking the wrong person.
Do you say quid for dollars instead? Is that a thing?
No, we just say dollars, but it was actually, I just want to give a, hold on, before we continue, I've just noticed the most,
race leader.
Goodness, this is our race leader. No, Nina Han from the Olympus esports team. What the I only caught that out of the corner of my eye. I was reading chat. It looked like an LMP2 into the side of Nina. Yeah. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, it was, but whose fault it was, I think is very much up for debate. I can't decide whether it's anyone's fault. Maybe it would just go down as a racing incident, but it's certainly side-to-side contact with an LMP2, and you can ill afford that. Thankfully, they've got a big lead, Olympus Esports, and so Nina Han is going to maintain over a minute out front. However, not what you need, and when you've already got that fear of being chased, which I'm sure anyone in the lead does in a long race like this, that is not going to help.
No, it certainly is not. And what I was going to say before we go back is I want to say thank you very much to Amir Mohammadi, who donated 150 euros to get us up to that $3,000 or 3,000 quid. Anyways, we'll have to figure that one out as I'm American. Euros. No, a massive thank you, Amir, for donating. That is absolutely incredible.
We'll get the Americans to remember euros by the end. Maybe.
Is there a nickname for it? Like, is there a cool? Because no. Anyways, it's fine.
We don't use euros either, so I don't know on that front. Anyway, someone who does can help us out. And Amir Mohammed actually in YouTube chat is just saying hello. I guess recently. I mean. Guess not driving anymore. Recently got out of the Punkroot car. Indeed, number 11, Eli Singh, is now the driver there. And that pretty close battle from third place right the way down to 7th. They are the last of them in 7th place. This is number 97 going way too quickly for the pit entry. And Jules Grandjean has spun around. And that's going to be awkward for the Corvette. Oh, dear, just slipped through on the right-hand side. It's a difficult pit entry here. Not the most difficult in the world, I wouldn't say. There are more around the world of motorsport, but a difficult entry nevertheless, and there's an example of how and why.
And then an added chicane to boot that isn't going to help out, no doubt. We're currently looking at the screen-to-speed Dream Team drivers. Now, behind the wheel is going to be Sophie Erwin, who's going to be behind that. This is the all-female lineup, of course, for the screen-to-speed Dream Team. Currently, they are running out in 7th position in category and need to make... No, they just made their pit stop, so now fresh out onto track and Sophie ready to go.
Absolutely. We're at the stage now where pit stops are pretty much a constant. There's somebody in almost all of the time now, in one of the classes anyway. And Lucky Luke Racing have been in for over 3 minutes at this stage. Mission Smooth operation also in from LMP2. We've got one GT3 in as well for Lead Poor Rating Alarus. And that is where our next interview is going to come from, by the way, with Panhydrate, who is waiting for us at the moment. Welcome in, Pan. Good to have you with us here at this stage in the race. Still 20 hours 20 rather to go. Your car just into the pit lane at the moment from 12th place. How have you all been finding the race so far?
We've been finding it fun and difficult, honestly. Like it's been fun, but the first few hours were difficult with the wet surface. I was just trying to keep it from spinning the entire time. The Corvette really does not like the rain, but it's been fun so far. We're just down there just having a good time. We were just joking the entire time while we were doing our stints.
Exactly. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Less about the result and more about just having fun out here. And what better place to do it as well? Why did you all pick the Corvette to do this race with?
So we have a little bit of history with both the Corvette and the BMW recently. So me personally, I've been running the Corvette in 3 different iRacing leagues, and then our guest driver Zed, who's in the car now, they have a lot of experience in the Corvette as well. And then Tori also has a lot of experience, so it just kind of made sense to. Personally, I prefer the BMW just because of my own history with it, but with testing, it wasn't the best here. It's more suited, I think, for shorter circuits.
And no team has chosen it, so you've probably made the right decision on that one as well. What's the plans for the rest of the race? How are you all going to be getting through the night in this 24-hour race?
Right now, just business as usual. Once I'm out of the car now, obviously. Once Zed is finished, then Tori's going to get in, and we're going to be rotating until another one of our drivers gets back. And hopefully nothing goes wrong. We're just, hoping that no hardware issues, no, medical issues, and we just get through the night. Thankfully, we're done with the, rain. So the second hardest part, in my opinion, would just be the nighttime. And we did a lot of night practice, especially, thankfully there was a lot of the public practice. Well, I say public practice. That was through the nighttime, so we got a lot about that in, and then I did a lot personally. So right now, just business as usual, and hope that nothing, just spins us. I had a spin earlier, so hoping I don't do that again.
Hopefully it all goes well from here on in. Thanks so much for coming to have a chat with us, Pan, and good luck for the remainder of the race for you and the team.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much. That is Panhydrate, part of the team currently running down there in 12th place in GT3. And that Corvette you can see on the screen, the Lead Paul Racing Alarus team. That's Zed Murray currently driving that one. While we were on that interview, though, we did see somebody go straight on at the first Mulsanne chicane. It was a battle in LMP2. I think it was Sophie Erwin who went the way through the gravel, actually. Although I can't be entirely sure. Yeah, it was... I didn't see it, Mike, because I was interviewing. If you could tell me and maybe just describe it to me and tell us what happened there, that'd be nice.
It was a bit of so through the Mulsanne or onto the Mulsanne straight out of Tête Rouge. Sophie had a great exit to get them side by side with Michael, but then when we reached the first braking zone of the chicane, Sophie forgot about the middle pedal slightly. Definitely a little bit late onto it, and resulting in flying through the kitty litter at approximately Mach 10, rejoin the circuit safely and let Michael back ahead, and they're continuing their little battle right now.
Only 3 drivers, by the way, for that Screen to Speed Dream Team, which is a pretty difficult afternoon for them. There you go. Late on the brakes and just straight through the gravel, straight through the chicane. Thankfully, it stays off the road, though, bringing all the gravel onto the side of the circuit, which is the better way to do it. This is Lucas Hansen in towards the first chicane, not on an outlap, but instead going a little bit too deep and a little bit too strong on the power from that tight angle as well. Spinning around in number 230. This is literally immediately afterwards. You can see that Porsche recovering. Chase West going through and then straight back behind again. That's a classic prototype slide and spin through the Tetris S.
You know, one update that I also want to throw here is Nathan P. Mishler's also having a bit of a incident down through Teto Rouge. That's what you call a bit too much loud pedal. And wow, a lockup and a half. The tire is going to be a little flat spotted. The Pride slightly damaged, but nothing to worry about. This is going to be Koa as well here, Ewan. That's going to be having a bit of a spin himself and off into the kitty litter. Thankfully, no barriers picked up.
Not this time around. And so the Cadillac will pick itself out of the gravel and keep on going. I think what you were going to mention, I saw it as well, information coming through, and thanks to Jessica Perry for this. Caitlin Soderholm has only started sim racing 3 weeks ago, which is a very short time period. This is her first proper event, and we just saw that big shunt in the rear that she just got. Not an ideal start to life in endurance racing and sim racing. That's quite a welcome, I've got to say, and hopefully we'll now settle into a bit more of a stint without problems from people around her, because that was a difficult way to start the day as Peter Enser makes a bit of a mess of the pit lane entry.
Certainly does. And also, one thing though I wanted to point out with Caitlin Soderholm before we moved on there, while yes, she had that incident on the previous lap, her best lap is a 3:41, which I'm hoping that's her best lap, not the car. It might be the car's best lap, but if that is her best lap, that is near to the leader's pace. 39s are what we're seeing from the leaders. So great pace from the Rainbow Racing Luna team, despite only 3 weeks of practice leading up to this event.
It's unbelievable. I wouldn't have been able to do anything like this 3 weeks into my sim racing career. I can absolutely assure you of that. That's although I've got to say, when I started mine, I wasn't in iRacing.
Fair.
So that's a slight problem. But apart from that, more realistically, yeah, it's an extraordinary effort. I don't know about you. I did my first 24-hour quite a long way from my first race, if you like. It was far from my first race. Although I had done other endurance racing, 24-hour racing just feels different, even for a 12-hour, which is a huge undertaking. A 24-hour race just feels so more different.
Yeah, believe it or not, I've actually never taken part in a 24-hour race. I kind of, before I quit my racing career, I did a couple 12 hours, but ooh, what Camaro was that an engine blow? Did we just see an engine explode? Does that happen in this game?
Let's have a listen in. Oh, down to second from third. It's not general wear and tear on that Camaro, but it was a shift down to second instead of up to third, or up to fourth rather, and that put way too many revs into the engine. That's blown the 28 car's engine. There should be a fast repair left for them. They'll have to tow back to the lane, but there should be a fast repair left for them at least, and they'll get back onto the circuit again without having to wait for the whole engine to repair. But yeah, if you downshift there from the top of the range of one gear and downshift into the one below, not in all cars, but certainly in the Fiat Supercar, you will find yourself blowing the engine quite quickly, and that's unfortunately what's happened to the Camaro. They will lose time, sadly, as a result of that.
Yeah, that is detonation at its finest. That was something you don't see every day. I've actually seen the Camaro blow up on ACC. I've never actually seen it blow up or the Mustang blow up before. That's crazy, or just anything. That is absolutely crazy to see a 5.4 liter V8 detonate due to going over 9,000 revolutions per minute. Not quite how the factory had drawn it up, but thankfully, as you said, with that fast repair, they'll just quickly grab their engine jack, take the engine out, and put a new one in within a couple seconds. That's the brilliance of the iRacing mechanics. Heck, you couldn't, I guess you get what you pay for on the software, right? Those are some top-tier mechanics.
Yeah. They'll get to work. The mechanics, by the way, for Olympus Esports also getting to work here, and they're going to lose the lead. It's only for our pit stop phase, but nevertheless, Victor Clausen will get out onto the circuit without the lead of this race. And let's have a little look at the outlap here, or at least the first sector from Olympus Esports Atlas, because we've seen how cold tyres have been so far in this race. These guys have done a good job so far of managing the cold tyres and indeed everything else in the hypercar class so far, but you've just got to be so careful through this first sector, especially before you can properly get up to speed. That gap was basically nothing as they came out the stop. It's 5 seconds already to Taylor Mills out in the lead.
It is. Taylor Mills, though, still needs to make their stop here within the next 3 laps. So they'll be coming down the lane and probably handing that position back more than likely. Olympus Esports fresh out of the box here and getting by some GT3 cars. Is a big old Ford Mustang that we just saw explode. Now going to be that one much more factory condition. An easy overtake for the hypercar category, and really it's just about locking in, not having any dramatic moments like we've seen on the outlaps. Remember, folks, cold tires are a killer. And so far, so good. I think they're out of the woods for the most dangerous part of their lap.
Perhaps, yeah. But they have got a Porsche right behind them. I think that's Spec 7 Racing Team in number 97, who are right in behind. Could be somebody else. But there are quite a few teams who are at least multiple laps down in this one. This is Caitlin Sunholm into the first chicane. Just having a bit of a spin on the way in this time round, ending up on the outside of the circuit. And having to turn the right way round to rejoin, which is a relief to everybody oncoming there. Sunholm will just pick herself out the gravel and get back onto the circuit again in number 016. Side by side towards Arnage, meanwhile. Oh, and very wide indeed from one of the Ferraris there. Not sure that was a side-by-side battle, although maybe it was. It's close to one. Prismatic are trying to close in here on BMW Empla, and it looks like they have not indeed got there just yet, so we'll focus in on LMP2 in the meantime. Michael Grossberger is trying to catch up and pass Sophie Ehrenwin at the moment for 5th position, and they're absolutely nose to tail through the Porsche curves once again.
This has been a back and forth battle between the two of them. Sophie went for that game-reliant approach, handed the position back, and since has nabbed it up in the order. But Michael not giving up through the Porsche curves. Now, on the way down towards the final sector, this is where things get exciting. You get to go through those first chicanes into the Dunlop, where you got to absolutely clobber the curb on the left, smash the curb on the right, and accelerate on out. And that is Caitlin, unfortunately, not quite having such a great day there. But again, want to give some credit where credit's due to Caitlin. First endurance race ever, been sim racing for 3 weeks. The fact, again, just making it to the checkered flag, that's a win in my book. So Caitlin, keep it up.
It's a pretty unbelievable effort to be doing that so early on. Meanwhile, let's go back to 5th place. Just so that changed for 9th, by the way. That was Pedro Marquez getting past Nathaniel Mischler. That pass had been coming, but nevertheless it has now been made. This is a bit of traffic. It's exactly what it's all about through the first sector. Can Grossberger just get through as well? On the way towards Tex Rouge, it's a bit of a squeeze before the very fast right-hander, but Grossberger just about gets through. And now we'll get in the slipstream on the way down in towards that first chicane. We'll try and get into 5th place with a hypercar coming past them as well.
Oh goodness, this hypercar is in a dicey situation right now. Sophie covers the racing line, going to allow the 65 alongside. Michael's gonna try to follow the hypercar through. This is a bold maneuver at the best of times, late on the brakes, and it is gonna be discretion being the better part of valor. They back out and live to fight another day.
Out of the first chicane, there's going to be another chance. The beauty of Le Mans. First chance at the first chicane. If that doesn't work, then just wait for the second. And if that doesn't work, then wait for Mulsanne Corner, and you've got plenty of opportunities coming your way. Down in towards the second chicane. There's going to be another little bit of a look. Is it just to get into the head, though, of the driver in front rather than actually make the move? It looks like it. Michael Grossberger going for the strategy of, if I can't actually overtake on the circuit, then never mind. I'll just try and get into the head a little bit and try and put the driver in front off into these braking zones, and it certainly can work. Here's your third chance down the Mulsanne straight in towards Mulsanne Corner itself, one of the few corners that's always been here in this great circuit. Down in towards the big braking zone on this lap. Inside line. through the curve and hopefully not too late on the brakes. If it is, then there's going to be a switchback from Sophie Irwin, and they will be running side by side on the way down in towards Indianapolis. Sophie Irwin straight back through again.
Sophie needs to cover the inside here, though. Looking in the rearview mirror, Michael's going to be coming at her like a charging bull down into the slowest corner on the track. Is he going to make it stick here? Sophie, very defensive, covers the proper line, but it's a late switchback. Michael, late on the brakes. Is he going to be too late, though? No. He backs on out and sends it back around, but he's gone too deep. Sophie, no, it was secured. A brilliant display of car control for Michael. He manages to gain the position, but it's still not over yet, Ewan.
This is fantastic between these two. It looks like Grossberger has a little bit of extra speed, but that is that doesn't seem to really matter. These two very evenly matched at the moment as they make their way now towards the Porsche curves. The Mustang right in the way here as well, just running its own race, of course, but it is going to interrupt these LMP2s just for the moment. Going to have to slow down slightly here, Grossberger. And you just saw Irwin giving herself a little bit of breathing space there just to fall into here. Bit of momentum to build up. Now we'll wait through Corvette. One LMP2 can go around the outside through there, but not both. Irwin just had to wait, and that just gives Grossberger an extra car length or two.
And that might be the writing on the walls for right now. Sophie is going to have to lock back in. She was behind at one point, got ahead, now is behind again. This is a back and forth yo-yo battle, and honestly, it's not helping either of them. This is a futile battle, to be completely honest, costing them time, but it's certainly, Ewan, making an entertaining show for the folks at home.
It absolutely is. And for us as well. Thoroughly enjoyable. 20 hours 5 still to go, and this is by far the most enjoyable battle on the circuit. More gravel on the outside of turn 2 as they go through the Dunlop chicane again, and to just avoid that as you're getting on the power again is not particularly easy as they now come through the Tetris S. Another great thing about Le Mans, oh dear, I'll get back to that, Haley Osoro getting into the outside of the Porsche curves. Is this? It is, yeah. It's the first Porsche curve, and I don't think that car has found the wall, but it's found the humongous gravel trap on the outside of that corner.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's not the first time I think we've seen that kind of crash. If we remember, I think it was Mike Rockefeller that had a very similar crash back in 2012? 2013, somewhere in that time frame when Rocky ended up crashing there in the Audi. Someone in chat definitely knows what I'm talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't. So I can't. I'll go along with you for that. Yeah, that's
one of those years.
Yeah,
that Audi dominated.
There's a few to choose from. In towards Indianapolis in this battle for third. Battle for fourth. Excuse me. Scott Lawrence trying to get through on the inside. Not quite this time. In towards Indianapolis. Difficult place to do it, but Joshua Easy able to keep in front. Prismatic really looking punchy at this stage in the race. We've seen them have their drive-through penalty in the last hour or so after Rachel Cogley made contact with an LMP2 down at Mulsanne Corner. Well, they're bouncing back from that now and looking at this fourth place just in front of them.
Can they secure it on this lap? I'm not so sure, but they're certainly going to be giving it their best effort. Into the Porsche curves, though, not many overtaking chances to be found here. This is sort of a hold on and wait and try your best to keep that car glued down to the circuit. Maybe in the final chicane you can think about it. I think we're going to be seeing it no matter what here as Scout. Are we going to go late on the brakes? It's looking like we will. Down towards the final corner, setting it up for the inside line. The inside's going to turn to the out, though, if you're not careful enough. And there we see a very intelligent decision of backing out before it's too late.
These Hypercars are quite large, and that chicane is not very wide. Thankfully, backing out was the better decision, and indeed was taken that time round from Scott Lawrence, and a good decision, as you say, as well. Up through turn 1 they'll go in towards the Dunlop chicane. Both of these two drivers absolutely nailing their marks, although Lawrence maybe getting a bit better of a run through there. Bit better line. Now we'll use that to get a bit closer down the other side of the hill through the Tetris S, and trying to get that run out of Tetris itself is the real difficult part. That's another nice line, and so don't need too close through here because you'll get all the dirty air, but other than that should be okay. Now the Cadillac will try and use its speed.
But a bit of a wiggle, though, onto the mole sand, and that's just going to be so frustrating for Scout. They know that they just have to try to use that hole in the air to their advantage, but that momentum, it's gone, and it's so crucial. Checks to the inside line here, but as soon as you get all that air bellowing down onto the front of your car, it's going to feel like you lose about 10 miles an hour, and as we get to the braking zone, absolutely no daylight to be found.
Will there be another chance on the way towards the second Mulsanne chicane? We'll continue to watch and indeed check in with this as we talk, Mike, about the last couple of hours we've had in the booth here. 4 hours nearly into this Race for a Cause 24 in 2025. It's been a good race so far. Plenty of action and stuff for us to watch over the course of the last 2 hours.
It certainly has been. And again, just a reminder to the folks at home, the cause that we are racing for here today. It's we're supporting the LGBTQ plus community for the youth in Ireland. It's a very important cause, folks, and we have raised over 3,000 euros, and that's all thanks to you at home watching. We thank each and every one of the contributors here for this incredible cause. We also are going to be contributing to a potential overtake. No, not quite. So again, just keeping the head on the swivel. And Ewan, as we get ready to exit the booth, this is an electric next couple hours that I sense coming.
Yeah, it's good to be handing over a battle as well, which is going to be nice for everybody to enjoy as we tick over the 4-hour mark. Olympus Esports still leading, but their gap is now reduced just over a minute in this very exciting hypercar class. Down in towards Indianapolis they will go. This is BMW M-Plough versus Prismatic Motorsports, battling away, and another big dive down the inside of another GT car, as we're going to see many, many times again throughout the remainder of this race. I've been Neil O'Leary alongside Mike Nowt for the last couple of hours. We'll both be back separately a little bit later on in the race, but taking you through the next couple of hours, it's Jake Sperry and Brad Dalton.
Thank you very much, Ewan. I'm sure that everybody enjoys a good amount of racing, and when it comes to racing action, there is no better place than this Circuit de la Sarthe to go and put great racing in on the board. And immediately, Scout Lawrence attacking through the Porsche curves to try and put Josh Easy under an immense amount of pressure. Sometimes you go for the unorthodox places to make passes, which really do unsettle drivers, and out through Maison Blanche, a wiggle through the middle of the corner. Here they go, Scout Lawrence to the inside, and that was no contact, but Easy just had to lift out and has to be so careful now about rejoining the circuit, because that could be, under the wrong circumstances, a case of an unsafe rejoin. They will take the slowdown penalty, but go. And just like that, Brad, the battle comes to a dramatic conclusion on the start of hour number 5 here in your Race for a Cause 24. Just like that, we get into the race and out the frying pan and into the fire.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I'm used to when we transition into these races, we kind of get a little bit more gentle of a hand in, but look at this Josh Easy, very hard passing through and just backing out of it there last second, sent off to the side, and not what you want to see. They're starting off the end of a great battle that Ewan and Mike had called lap after lap, time after time. So that is a way to kick things off in the booth here. It's going to be a fun couple hours, and we'll see what sort of action Le Mans can bring us.
Yeah, and we are certainly getting that in the 4 categories that we got, or 3 categories, so to speak, and our challenger that has found themselves with an issue of a blown engine to go and deal with out there overall, as we focus here on the battle going on for 3rd in GT3, as here is Prismatic Motorsports now finding themselves right in the midst of this, with the Whiskins Racing intoxicated by iTelemetry team there. So sorry, Full Tilt v Motorsport, sorry, the team that's just lost the pass. So Andre Drahovzal losing out the pass there. Harry Fox just breezing on by with that pass. Drahovzal is brand new out to the pits then. So dealing there in the Mercedes very quickly there was Fox. And you have to jump on very fast to go and get these moves, especially when you're in the opening couple of laps. You don't get the grand opportunities to make some of these passes, Brad, around this track. So when you get the opportunity like Harry Fox did, it's a case of jump on it now, because if you wait for anywhere short of a couple of laps to try and make that pass, the opportunity may just completely go away again.
Yeah, when you think about the fact, this track is over 13 kilometers long, 13.626. So opportunities can come pretty often through this race and pretty often through a lap. It's just a case of when you see it, take it on. Because again, you don't get near as many laps. And if you think about it, this is the polar opposite of a Daytona race. At Daytona, you can kind of go a few laps and follow through and pace and be comfortable. But then you hit, Le Mans, and you come through and you go, okay, I have to get the pass done because there's not as many laps. And if I think, okay, I need to wait till the next lap, that next lap is minutes away. It's not, a minute 30 away. It's literal minutes away. So there is nothing worse you can do than just wait. And it looks like Full Tilt V Motorsport having a moment there.
Yeah, and we were just looking at them and the pass that was made. This is coming through Tetra Rouge here, this fast right-hand bend, and the back, steps out with the Challenger just in front. That Supercars Camaro that was there in front. What's out the rejoin there from Dravzal, and that could have been dramatic to say the least. I do believe that would have been the breakfast pudding division car, the Youssef Haidar, that had to take avoiding action on the rejoin, but we are fully in the pit stop cycle at the moment here in LMP2. Pedro Marquez coming out for the 100 turn 1 team at the moment, being followed by the Drive Deviant Astra Racing Pink 026 out of the pit. Sander Boer behind the wheel as the Prismatic Athena car goes by them in not in category, but speaking of which, Boer has just gone around over at the first chicane. Cold tyres then catching out that Dallara P217 and going forward, but the 100 team currently out there at the moment, turn 1, looking to make their challenge. This is what happened to De Boer. So the Prismatic car goes by, no issues for the Hypercar, but just trying to get rotation through. It's cold tyres trying to maintain a relatively slow speed, and that is such an easy loop around to do.
It really is. When you look at those cold tires coming through pit stop cycles, I mean, we've got a lot of drivers that are transitioning off of, out of wet tires or out of dry tires and going alternatively. Of course, we started out this race with a wet track and things have transitioned, and sometimes that can be hard to adjust to as a driver. You really have a time where you're going through and you kind of have to just think about, what you're doing and how the track comes together, how the car comes together. And it can be a completely different mindset into how you're driving, because it can just be really, really challenging here, Jake, if you just don't have it under wraps and you're not really checked in, especially if you're the driver taking over and changing in and you've been watching the track be wet, you have that mindset, and then it's dry and it just completely throws things off. It can make things really challenging.
Well, the good news for these drivers is that they can get a long run of dry running, as this is Bailey Thompson running into a couple of troubles. Again, the Porsche just snapping over, and that is about as big of an off as one of the MotoGP accidents a couple of years ago there, the likes of Alex Rins, I think it was, or maybe even Joan Mir, who had that moment on the Suzuki a couple of years ago. So very similar in terms of a massive snap, which says that one goes away. But these drivers don't have to worry too much about weather conditions till at least until about 9:30, where it starts getting dark again. This was Ian Miller's perspective of it, and that is the sort of blink and you miss it moment as a driver, that you just try and hunker down and go, is it over yet? Are they through? Cool, we can now turn the car into the corner.
Yeah, and when you can turn that car into the corner, it's always the best thing, when things are finally working and doing amazing here going through. It's really, I can't get over just how fun Le Mans is to race, if we're honest, Jake. I mean, this is a track that it's so challenging, so unique in so many ways. It's so much fun to really watch these cars go around, especially when we throw in Race for a Cause behind that, and we're looking at everything that this race stands for beyond just, getting to do a 24-hour race at Le Mans makes this so much more fun, I think, for me personally, as we go through here. Still plenty of battles on track as well to watch. This is P4 and LMP2 Screen to Speed Dream Team trying to chase down third place. Going to look for it down the inside, side by side here into the chicane out of the Mulsanne Straight. And do they have it? It looks like, yes, they will get that pass done into Mulsanne.
Yeah, Mulsanne, of course, racing from one highway junction to the next is what that long straight is all about. Grant Yingling, nothing can be done there. And so as such, Sophia Ronwent will move on through, bring the Screen to Speed Dream Team up then into that third position. They do have a slowdown penalty, though, that they do have to try and get off the books. If they don't get that served within a relatively clear amount of time, they are going to pick up the black flag here from iRacing, and that will put them down on the lane. They've got Sarah Dove who can go in, and there's the place given back with the slowdown. And then, of course, we saw earlier on Esmeralda Bimstabur get in behind the wheel for the Screen to Speed Dream Team. Fantastic initiative over at Screen to Speed with the work that Steffi Bao did to bring that together. Wonderful initiative to have a women's only sim racing championship out there that was featured, of course, with iRacing, and a number of fantastic initiatives that brought that together. And it just goes to show you that everyone is looking for opportunities to push and say that they are going to be the next great drivers out there. And I think to have a championship like that, to have representation like that, can only be a good thing for sim racing.
It is, and I think people really underestimate just how varied the community of sim racing is. I, especially being an American and primarily my week life is NASCAR, everyone thinks that sim racing is just a bunch of, sweaty, try-hard guys that go through, but there is such a vast community in sim racing that's represented by so many amazing people, and really, really it shows just how impactful sim racing is. I know at the top of the broadcast it was talked about just how many people around the world sim race, but I think you don't tend to get that in the image of just how many people in general sim race from varying backgrounds, varying stances, varying aspects of life, and just really where they stand in sim racing into real life. I mean, there's a whole conversation to be had about that that could go on for honestly the entire time we're in the booth together, Jake. I'll save that one for another time, but I mean, it's just the power of sim racing is amazing, and it's so cool to really see what can be had here, especially when you get some doggone good racing coming out of it with a good cause, and then just throw in some aggressive fun racing in the mix. It's so much fun.
It really is, and it goes to show that sim racing is very much universal. We are going to take this moment in time to talk to some of our drivers here who have been out there and really finding a way through. We've got Brian Fiolas, who is here joining us now from the Spec 7 racing team, the number 97 Hypercar, which is currently out there at the moment, currently being piloted by Jules Grandjean at this moment. Brian, first and foremost for you, this is an all-important race in terms of putting everything together. Your team's currently the first team a lap down in 8th position. You've made gains over the first 4 hours. So in terms of an opening stint for the team and what they've been looking for from this race, you wouldn't say that this has been a bad start for you?
Yeah, to be fair, it was pretty decent, but we did compromise our race directly on the set of choice. I did a few adjustments for the wet start, expecting it to be a bit longer, and we do have too much downforce on the rear wing. We are at 17 degrees, so we are around 10 kilometers per hour slower on the straights. So it is quite a bit compromising. We cannot overtake any car on the straights. We do gain on the turns, and that's nice, but it's been a bit frustrating following traffic. Overall, a good result so far. We are in the top 10. We do keep ourselves out of trouble, but yeah, it's been a bit complicated on the setup side.
Well, it's very understandable that it is very tough in Hypercar, especially around the brand new changes that have been made over from one season to the next. So in terms of you as a team trying to understand what makes the new Hypercars tick, what's been that difficulty seeing that speed decrease, especially through the corners?
To be completely honest, it wasn't that much of a big deal. I did a few laps in practice in preparation for the race, obviously, and what I found out is that the way I need to drive the car is not that much different. We do have less grip. We cannot take the Porsche SS at almost full throttle. But the only real issue we've had to deal with is the hot lap on cold tires. We do have very little grip. So what we've been doing during the stints is on the first and second pit stops, mostly the first, we do not swap the tires to avoid that warm-up phase on the hot lap. But overall, it's not that much of a difference for us.
So not much of a difference for you between tyres to single stint or double stint as you go forward. But looking around towards the next couple of hours of the race, it's going to be dry for the next 4 hours, we do believe, at this moment in time. So a chance to really knuckle down and get some hard laps in. So in terms of looking at the next phase of this race, is it going to be more of the same for you? Is it going to be a case of just trying to put the laps in and see what sticks? Or how much are you going to be looking over towards those two M-Plower cars that are in front of you?
Honestly, we know we are very down on pace. We can, at the moment, we are not catching up that much. So the goal is just to put on some clean laps, be consistent, stay on the track, and just avoid trouble. It's what we've been doing for the first 4 hours, and so far it has worked out pretty well for us. So just being clean, avoiding trouble, and not getting yourself into any incidents. We did have a few contacts with the wall, but we do not carry that much damage. The most we've had to repair during a stop is 9 hours. 9 seconds, sorry. Very sorry. 9 hours of repair would have been devastating for us. So yeah, it's been decent.
It certainly has been for you. We've been really enjoying actually seeing you over the last couple of moments out there on track. Brian Fialart joining us then in the Spec 7 RT number 97, currently 8th place overall in category. But let's go talk from the top on down as we take a little look at some of the action there, as I've taken a look at a very big slowdown from Hamish Eastner from the Team Sakura Engineering team. This is the number 40 currently on screen. This is led Paul Racing Dragon and Chase West up against the 41 car, which is second overall at the moment. It's gone through in this battle. So Taylor Mills, she's out there for Taylor Mills Racing at this moment. Spent the commentary booth with her last night doing the iRacing Grand Prix Tour. So she's certainly keeping herself very busy. Brandon Warren, the Satellite Racing Galaxy car, is just in front, 2 laps down in 11th position. Has to leave the door open for Taylor through the corner. Manages so. Now the side almost comes into play for Chase West. Doesn't quite work out for the lead Paul Racing Dragon car. But Brad, to the top, Olympus Esports Atlas, I would say, are a pit stop clear at the moment. Victor Clayson currently behind the wheel at the moment. Taylor Mills trying to give chase for Taylor Mills Racing 41 in second. And then Nikolai Mielda then for Beta Frost takes P number 3 at the moment in class. Still 7 cars in the Hypercar category on the leading lap after 4 hours, which is a very good testament to the pace level of this class.
Yeah, there's a lot of pace to be found here in hypercars. And with Olympus Esports, you know, being currently a minute 7, minute 6 in the good. The one thing I do want to point out is that they are actually a pit stop to the good as well. They've only done 5 pit stops, whereas Taylor Mills Racing, Taylor Mills currently behind the wheel, has done 6 pit stops. So that makes a big difference there. And then Beta Frost, Prismatic Motorsports Athena, the Pun Crew, BMW M-Plower, and the other BMW M-Plower, 557 and 558. Those are your 7 hypercars currently floating on the lead lap. I still think, again, this is a long race though, 19 hours, 43 minutes to go. I think there's plenty of opportunity for cars to get back on the lead lap, things to cycle through. I mean, we're not looking at rain for the next while, but if any rain does decide to just pop up here and start to bring a challenge, I mean, that can really mix things up. It can cause things to really come together. I think really looking at it for Hypercar, the big goal right now is just to keep the car on the track. I think that was said so well there, is keep the car on the track, keep it together. Brian Fiala said it really well. Just keep the car on track, put in good laps, and I think if you're in Hypercar, you could still kind of come up into a good position when it's all said and done.
Well, if you knock on wood, it's about buying a ticket to the end of the race. And that, I think, is going to be the all-important factor for each and every single driver and team in this race. They will look around and they will know that there are 51 cars racing here today. And with 3 fast repairs, in theory, all 51 should be able to make the checkered flag if they keep themselves out of trouble. But it's not always the way out there with racing, because a lot can happen as both cars there of Warren and of West go wide through the Dunlop chicane, so chasing down the hill and over towards the Tetra Rouge chicane here, this left-right which leads onto Tetra Rouge corner itself. That will certainly cause a few dramas there, so Chase West ultimately staying with Brandon Warren out there on track, but it will mean that that gap will open up a little bit as they enter onto the Mulsanne and look to make their first of 3 long straights out there as they pass the Le Mans Stadium over on the right-hand side, which houses the Le Mans 92 Football Club, and as well as the Le Mans Rugby Club that plays around in that stadium. On top of that, then, you've got the charge they go through to the first of these 2 chicanes, the Daytona chicane here, this first one, and then the Michelin chicane, the second one out there on track. LMP2 looks to be an interesting amalgamation at the moment. It is the twin-turn sim racing team that currently have control of category, and it is the Eisenberg brothers who are currently on top at the moment. Sebastian currently piloting, Dominic who will be along with as the second driver. They're ahead of Mission Smooth, but I wouldn't say they've got a massive gap here. 19.5 seconds to the Mission Smooth operation. Sean Langton currently behind the wheel currently, and then Olympus Proton, the Olympus Esports Proton team, currently classified in 3rd due to Screen to Speed Dream Team just having come in and made a stop. Beta Frost 22 with Christian Saitrenhaug currently behind the wheel is 4th position at this moment. So a very close category in LMP2, running the Dallara P217, which of course now has been a very strong staple here in iRacing for a number of years, taking over from the HPD ARX, which was the LMP2 of choice for a number of years, far beyond the lifespan of what the HPD was able to do.
Yeah, the P217 is a fun car, and I will say, if you are a driver, I'm an LMP2 driver personally, so if you're a driver that's looking to get into multi-class racing, I always say if you're comfortable in GT3, you're going to enjoy LMP2. It's that nice balance of passing but getting past, that middle of the grid car that you need, you know, to get really comfortable in multi-class racing. It's controllable, it's forgiving, but it's challenging. It finds that perfect blend in the middle, and it still produces, I would argue, some of the closest, most competitive racing that you will find anywhere in multi-class and endurance racing. I mean, look at this. Currently, gap is, well, it was about 19 seconds before the pit stop, and now that pit stops are cycling out, of course, twin-turn sim racing and Mission Smooth operation, that gap is going to open a bit, but once twin-turn sim racing come in, I mean, it's going to be close. And when you look at the amount of drivers that are still on the lead lap, 7 cars on the lead lap in LMP2, and, you know, you've got the top 3 that were all separated by under a minute, and a minute is not a lot here around Le Mans. A minute can, you know, go in the blink of an eye. You have a spin down through one of the chicanes. You have a moment through the Porsche curves, through the Dunlop curve. I mean, you can lose that minute gap pretty much in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it can go really quickly because this is one of the highest speed circuits for an endurance race in the world. And so when you've got that big top speed that you have to continually be alert to, it is one where accidents aren't small at the Circuit de la Sarthe. They are huge, and they can be race enders out there, and you've got to be very alert. There's just been a black flag that's come in for the number 77 team out there. That is Cookie Monster Motorsports, who are down in the GT3 category. Zachary Campbell currently behind the wheel. Isaac Wright and Gavin Geyer are the other 2 drivers who are in that team there with the Chevrolet. But for Zach Campbell there. That is not what the doctor would have ordered, and ultimately they will have to come down the pit, serve the penalty, and keep themselves going. Good as time as any at the moment to talk GT3, and it's nearly a full lap's worth of lead right now for Satellite Racing Solar. And is it any wonder why, when you can go get yourself a for-hire driver like the Apex Racing Team's Alex Gal?
Yeah, when you put Alex Gal behind the wheel of a GT3 and say, here you go, send it around, you know a good time is coming in, and you know that there's a lot of pace in that GT3 to be had. Satellite Racing Solar, of course, running the McLaren 720, which is, it's a fun GT3 to run. I wouldn't say it's the most beginner-friendly car, but I'd say here around Le Mans, it is definitely going to have some of the best pace that can be found in a car. So I think for Satellite Racing Solar, it's in a good position. I do like the Corvette here in GT3 for Cookie Monster Motorsports. Of course, Cookie Monster, they're down near the bottom of the field for the day. They're down 5 laps, but again, with 19 and a half hours to go, I don't count anyone in or out anywhere, regardless of their day. I think if we were, like 3 hours to go, it'd be a different story now. Zach Campbell will have to come through, serve that black flag. Cookie Monster Motorsports will take that next black flag. It'll add a little bit more of a problem to their day, but I just don't think anyone is truly down or out with 19 and a half hours to go unless their cars are completely totaled, which there's nobody in that position yet. But yeah, I will say if you're in GT3, I mean, the fact that Alex Gall, Satellite Racing Solar are the only ones on the lead lap here with Doug Hinson racing yellow, just barely still on the lead lap. It's going to be a tough challenge in GT3.
358.9 from Phil Baldwin, who's currently behind the wheel. 355.5 the difference for Alex Gal, who was a full 3.4 seconds quicker on that last lap. So they are making progress quickly. Broken Eggs cooking down into the pits. Amy Nyoji then is going to come in and get the pit stop done. Whether there's going to be a change of driver, I think is going to be a different point entirely for team number 99. They can go to Mika Bocker or Madeline McDonald out there as their drivers to go and change to at the stage should they want to, but it looks like Nyoji is going to stay in behind the wheel and get that service done. Independent service, wheels first, then fuel when they go through. So car comes off the jacks, so tyres done. Now it's about putting the fuel in the car before getting out and racing again.
Yeah, and here around this track, it's all important to get as much fuel as you can pack in that car. Pretty much every time you come in until the last few minutes, you are looking for a full stack of fuel every single time without hesitation, because if you fuel just a little bit short, you could run out of fuel through the Porsche curves. You could run out of fuel, even worse so, down in the Ford chicane. And if you do that, I mean, that is just detrimental. It's heartbreaking, honestly, if you run out of fuel, because then you're going to have to get towed all the way back to pits, and well, that's a quick way to make a bad day even worse as it goes through. So pack all the fuel in, make sure you're smart about your pit stops, and go as long as possible. That is going to be the key here as we check in with number 14 in Hypercar Multiviewer Motorsports here, that is having, it looks like a pretty fun time here.
Yep, so Multiviewer up against Unlucky Luke as the battle looks to continue on through the first real chicane of the lap, which is the Dunlop chicane, and under the Dunlop bridge and charging down the hill towards the Tetra Rouge chicane comes the battle between them right now. So this becomes an important one as they run through over towards Tetra Rouge corner itself, and now with that drive that is going to come along off of the exit, you then look to those chicanes. Ivory Balfour on the inside. On the outside is Raymond Denis for Unlucky Luke Racing. And Unlucky Luke have been a team that have been knocking about the realities out there of LMP style racing, hypercar racing as well. But the Unlucky Luke Racing hypercar is going to make that move done. 926 through on 96 to make that pass. And Ivory Balfour, not much that can be done there. Denis makes the pass Johnson. They will also be trying to get by the 555 Mission Smooth operation car, which now has Mark Cady III in behind the wheel, and they managed that. So a successful pass being made out there on track. 19 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds remaining here in this race. Currently, we've got 3,125 euros donated. We're looking here, and I'm going to set you all a challenge here, ladies and gentlemen. By the end of these next hour and a half, I want to see by 18 hours in this race that 3,500 euro goal hit here in your Race for a Cause 2025 race here today. Of course, charity work that we're going to is belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland, who since 2003 belong to has grown from a youth project into a unique national services and advocacy organization with and for LGBTQ plus children and young people. Youth services, which inform their research, education work, and a development approach, enable them to provide solution-based advocacy at an institutional and public level. They are rooted in and driven by their direct work with LGBTQ plus young people aged 14 to 23, and they exist to create and generate safe spaces and places for LGBTQ plus young people, to empower others through education, to support LGBTQ plus young people, to lead policy and practice by providing expertise, developing best practice models, and reflecting lived experiences, to ensure LGBTQ plus young people have the opportunity to have their voices heard, and to be an advocate for LGBTQ plus young people and champion change.
Such an amazing cause we're racing for today, I have to say, Jake. Again, it shows just the variance of sim racing. As I look through our roster here on the back end, and I was looking through it, all the teams that have signed up, and looking at the history of different teams, there are so many people that this applies to as well. LGBTQ plus. It's such a varying grid that we have here on the track today. Again, I say it, a lot of people when they go into sim racing, especially again here in the U.S. side. You think, oh, it's just a bunch of sweaty guys that are racing NASCAR, but no, there's such a vast, diverse group of drivers that exist here that all, have a place. They all belong here, and they all bring something amazing in. So it's absolutely amazing to see us racing here today for such a great cause, bringing awareness and helping to support such a great and, I would say, sometimes underlooked section of the community that can always, use a bit more support.
Well, you got battles in different classes here, and this is some side-by-side. There's Full Tilt v Motorsport. Oh, they tangle with a tiny tap going along the back stretch. That is the Doug Henson Racing yellow Camaro that they've made contact with out there on circuit. They'll battle on the brakes as Stephen Bailey, who I believe is fresh out of the pit, is going to lose out to Andre Drahozal there for that position. So wonderful job there between them, but they weren't going to give an inch. That Doug Henson Racing yellow team has a lot of experience in behind them at the moment, the number 87 team. I look down that list. Stephen Bailey's currently in behind the car. We did see earlier Phil Baldwin there, but they can go to Sam Winton, Adam David Hodgkinson, Nikolai Vasilakis, who will be their odds NZ driver for the midnight shift, Drew Davies, and of course a very good friend of ours from RaceSpotTV, Oscar Hardwick.
Yeah, this is going to be just a hard race for everyone to go through and kind of watch how it goes. Lots of, again, just kind of a pressure cooker in GT3 here, I'll say, with watching those gaps and those battles, considering that really, again, now nobody's on the lead lap as it stands, but you've got just an absolute pressure cooker of cars very close together. And again, when you look between Full Tilt, Doug Henson there, just 7 seconds back is Wiskins Racing, intoxicated by iTelemetry. They're not that far off the mix either. 7 seconds. If these two continue to battle the way they are side by side, just lots of love being given, it will create an entire mess in the same time and make things very, very interesting.
yeah, you got all your classes here on screen as they're trying to go by, because Chase West is going to fly through, and there'll be a lap put on Zach Campbell here for the Cookie Monster Motorsports team as they dance into the Porsche curves and get shuffled out a little bit there, does Campbell, to allow both Dravzal and Bailey to run through and make that progress there. So ultimately they both scamper on through. Just 8 seconds for Full Tilt the Motorsports now to chase up to the next car in class, which should be the TSR with VR Racing team, with Ivan Chambers currently behind the wheel at this stage. So with Jordi Vermeulen, who we had a chance to talk to earlier on, and Chris Cadith also there to deal with. That's going to be their team sorted out as they look to challenge on in second at the moment. But good drive off the exit there by Doug Henson Racing Yellow. This will be where Stephen Bailey now looks to bring the opportunity through the opening corner out here on circuit, which sets up the momentum here for this track, a track which this run used to be down to a very long hairpin corner, a long chance all the way back in 1920 when this track was first created. The more modern run then through the Dunlop curve was only created in 1932 when the track took on its more known form that we now see today. And of course that came along all the way through that section, didn't really have any much movement on it for a number of years, all the way I believe until the early where we got the Dunlop chicane put in. That chicane was only put in, I do believe, in 1987. So it shows you this is a track that, although while on the surface feels like it's as old as time immemorial here, Brad, it is a circuit that is probably at the forefront of a lot of change due to a lot of different sections of this track being related to massive parts of racing history.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you consider the fact that this track has held a race annually since 1923, it's absolutely ridiculous to think about that these 13 kilometers have seen racing since 1923. Over 100. What is this? I just completely blanked. This will be the 103rd Le Mans run this year, if I'm doing math right. I might be wrong. It might be the 102nd, but somebody can correct me on that, because I never claimed for math to be my strong suit. I'll tell you that much. It's absolutely amazing to watch through and see how this track has evolved and how things battle. Speaking of the battles, we still have Stephen Bailey here in the Ford with Doug Henson Racing Yellow. Stephen Bailey still trying to chase down and get the pass done on Full Tilt ahead, and just very much right in the mix here. But it's a case of patience. It's a case of time. But as we talked about earlier, you don't have a lot of patience. You don't have a lot of time because the laps are so long here, Jake. If you try to take patience as your friend, well, patience becomes your enemy because you just run out of time, because laps take in these GT3 cars 4 minutes to complete. And when you have a 4-minute lap, if you say, oh, I can wait 30 seconds, well, that's an eighth of a lap, and it continues to stack along.
Yeah, it certainly does, as we watch Stephen Bailey staying close, but not really close enough to make a decisive move here on the Full Tilt V Motorsport car as they're just in front, heading into Indianapolis corner here. This bank left-hander getting right up underneath the rear spoiler and not quite finding a position there. Brad, I will say as well, in terms of your issues with doing math, it's a problem that befalls all commentators out there. You find me a commentator that can do math, I find you a liar.
I'm glad to know that I'm not the only person with that stance. Math is, depending on what the math is, if you're asking me to math lap times and track stints, every once in a while I get it right, but even then I don't claim to be good at that. But yeah, no, you're asking me how long this race has been running. I'll tell you over 100 years, and we'll kind of leave it there, and somebody can correct me somewhere on where it's at. One thing I will tell you that continues to run is this run down into the Porsche curves. I mean, this is a run that can stand the test of time because it can be difficult, the Porsche curves. It's deceptively difficult is what I like to call this section of the track, and it's usually the one where I've been it on most of my laps around Le Mans. I can nail Indianapolis, Arnage, Mulsanne, Tetra Rouge, and Dunlop, no problem, and then you send me into the Porsche curves, and, well, I'm probably going to end up in the wall inside or outside, so I envy every driver that does such good laps, lap after lap.
Yeah, and those laps are all important, and we keep on counting them as they go about on circuit. So we've been keeping our focus very much firmly on all of those who have been putting on some fantastic times here again and again and again around this circuit. It is worth keeping an eye out on certain drivers out there and certain teams, and we are going to bring in a couple of drivers to have a little chat. First and foremost, we're going to have Georgie Mackay, who is going to be jumping in, and it looks like Daytona is going to be very happy for us here today. Georgie Mackay joining us here at the moment. Georgie, 161 car, how's things been going for you? How has everything been running about for you and the team at this moment in time?
Well, as you probably all know, we managed to do the fantastic thing of joining the race with joining our own race, I will add, with the wrong number and getting qualifying banned. So we started last. I feel like we had pretty good pace for qualifying as well, so it was a little bit disappointing, but you know, it is what it is. After that, we did pretty well in the wet. I think we dragged the car forward slowly. I think I was up to P6 at one point, but then there was an unfortunate netcode incident with an LMP2 that set us back a couple of positions. But we're still just chugging away, doing what we can do. I think we've got some positions coming to us eventually. I think we're P9 on track right now, but I have a theory that in reality we'll actually P8 on pit cycling. So. We'll see.
You currently got Aria in the car at the moment, Aria Best. You got Amy Grimm, who has been around here, there, and everywhere when it's come to the sim racing scene. So I think you've got a lot of experience to go and work with the number 161, which is what it's called at the moment. In sim, it'll be the number 1 car that is out there at this point. So progress is certainly working. How have you managed with the traffic out here, dealing with the categories of cars that are, of course, quicker than you, the LMP2s and the Hypercars? Has it been plain sailing for you from that respect, or has it been a little bit easier or a little bit more difficult, sorry, out there to navigate through with cars looking left and right into almost every corner?
Definitely from my perspective, I only got in the car once it was dry. My teammate Amy might have a slightly different perspective because she was driving in the wet and there was a little bit more chaos going on then, but we just got to slow down as well, so that's fantastic. The traffic from my perspective was fine. It just felt like any other IMSA endurance or any other iRacing official. I won't name anyone. There's a couple of LMP2s that did put a pretty big send on me every now and again, but I mean, you got to expect it every now and again, so it's not too bad.
No, it certainly isn't. And of course, the progress is being made out there. It looks like it's going to be dry weather for at least the next 4 hours. So do you see that as a positive? Do you see that as a negative? And what are you looking at targeting over the next 4 hours or so of this race?
It's definitely nice to have a bit of consistency in the session, because right at the start, when it stopped raining and then started raining again, there was a bit of chaos as the track got better and then got worse. It's nice to have something consistent to drive on for at least the next, as you say, the next 4 hours. At the moment, we've got, like you say, we've got Aria in the car. Maria's going to join us pretty soon as well, and they'll take the car for the next amount of hours, and we're just going to keep trying to do what we're doing, put in clean laps, put in as fast as we can go, drag the car as high as we can get relative to the teams around us. We're probably not going to be competing with Satellite. they are pulling away quite a bit, but in practice I was about on pace with Jordy from TSR with VR Racing, so definitely we've still got some pace left in us. We've still got something left to show, so we'll see where we come out at the end of the 24. But I think we've still got something left to show in us.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that you're out of contention by any stretch of the imagination. We'll see how well you go out there. Georgie Mackay there joining us then from the 161 Prismatic Motorsports Hecate team, which have found themselves then up into P9 overall in the race at this moment in time. Brad, I think now we're sitting down 19 hours, 19 minutes then left here, and these drivers know that this is effectively, they've dealt with the opening out there, so they've had their starter of this race. I think the next as long as it's dry, this is going to be the meat and potatoes of this race. This is going to be all about put the times in and get as much as you can out of the track. There has been a driver change at the 41 Taylor Mills Racing team. They've just put Dominique Englicht in behind the wheel, so it's Dominique's turn now to get as much pace as possible out to catch the Olympus Esports Atlas team, and Victor Clayson 1 minute 12, now up to 1 minute 13 the gap.
Yeah, this is make or break time, really. No weather, no excuses, just dry track, fast track, and send it. Absolutely, just lick the stamp and send it. This is the moment that we found ourselves in as it stands, because if you don't, well, the question will be, if something comes up later, well, why didn't you send it when it counted? You know, things are coming down. The track temp is going to be coming into a area where the cars are going to perform their best. Currently showing 22 degrees Celsius on track for me, so this is the point. Again, if you're not sending it here, I just don't know what to really say in all regards, because you can make or break your race here with these next few hours. I think that is the most accurate way to explain it. Jake, it's go time.
I would say it absolutely is. This is the important time of the race where, you know, it's not the flashiest hours of the race. I think it's the right way to say it as we go on board once again with Stephen Bailey here and the Doug Henson Racing yellow team car, which is currently piloting about, looking at what is in front, which is the PBR Racing car with DJ Trout currently behind the wheel. That's the last place running car out there at the moment. 51st of 51, currently 17 laps down overall. Pass is made, and still looking at Full Tilt here, but Full Tilt are starting to stretch their legs here in terms of this group. It's about a second or so, a second and a bit. Small kick up of gravel comes out there from Indianapolis into Arnage. Arnage unequivocally is the most difficult corner for that we just saw. That was Ian Miller and the Rainbow Racing Luna car trying to go and get by. It's a 90-degree right-hander that quite potentially feels like a hairpin in every car that you drive.
It really does. Those two corners right there, Indianapolis and Arnage, are so tricky because, I mean, you said it best. They feel like hairpins, even though they're just 90 degrees, and they leave no room to be found on the apex. And I'll tell you what, I have been watching Stephen J. Bailey race for a very, very long time in a variety of reasons and ways. But tell you what, Bailey, that was about the closest he could have cut it. That was an amazing gap there, or that was just a bit of pure luck. I don't know which way to call it. I'm going to say it's skill, but if it was luck, you know what? That works too. But it goes to show, again, just the heads-up driving when you're multi-class racing that has to be given from everyone. The great run there from Ian Miller and Rainbow Racing Luna to be aware of just the millimeters of space that was going to be there. And then from Doug Henson Racing Yellow's Stephen Bailey, the millimeters of space that were found there to stay on the racing line. There's the GTP going by, the Hypercar flashing the headlights, going down and around in towards the final sectors of this track and just getting through. But man, you really do have to just be on your P's and Q's through this entire track. Even I think, man.
Yeah, I know. I think there was a Linkin Park song for what you were just describing. There's something about 50% concentrated power of will.
There is indeed. I'm glad you caught that.
There is a lot of great battling out there, and I think everyone's looking at talent, skill, luck. I think you make your own luck in races like these. Sometimes you have good luck, sometimes you have bad luck, but you can't have good luck the entire way around on this circuit. Running through now on the Mulsanne Straight here and making this long launch over towards these two chicanes, which do bring a little bit of a difficulty out there, but you are going to find that it is tough to go and make passes on this straight, because the fastest place to be out there on the track, believe it or not, is right in the middle of the road. This, of course, is normally run as a dual carriageway, or as a run with cars going one way and the other way along this junction road. So the middle of the road is arguably the best place to be, because the road crowns in the middle. You don't often get to see that in motorsport, where running the middle of the track is there, and you can see that immediately with the lights flashing from Jack Jones in the Unlucky Luke Racing car. Everyone wants to run the center line here, because if you're anything off of that, then you're going to get different levels of wear from each of your four tires out there as you go along the middle of the track.
Yeah, it's weird to think how sensitive race cars are when you're running on public roads like this, and you think about the fact that on a public road, we never think about the tire wear and about how things are crowned. Of course, everything's going to be slanted to help with water runoff and rain, and that's going to create its own set of problems, and really the driest line on the track is going to be that sort of centerway as we see it running straight down the middle of the circuit, down the Mulsanne Straits. But, you know, you don't really think about that in a regular road car, and you just kind of go, okay, I'm in my lane, I stay in my lane. In a race car, all of that matters because the variance there in where you run on track, it can vary tire wear, it can vary downforce levels, it can vary just your comfort in the car and the way the suspension reacts. There could be little bits of crack in the road and different things that you notice differently that affect your grip. And it's things that, you know, you and me, if we were driving this road for fun on a random Saturday afternoon, we're never going to notice that. But here, it is so detrimental to these cars, so they are very particular in how they run, and that's why you see really sometimes the passes between the hypercars and the LMP2s on the GT3s. Sometimes I think, man, that's such an aggressive swerve over and swerve back. Like you got the pass done, like you don't have to swerve all the way back in the lane, but it can make big differences in tire wear and grip. Sometimes even in fuel consumption, it can make a difference, believe it or not, in just the way the car reacts. So the RPMs vary, and just things can get real weird if you're not really precise in these cars around this lap.
Well, they say this circuit is a very easy one to go and drive, but it does take a lifetime to master, because you think that it's as plain sailing that, you know, you're spending 75% of the time at full throttle. It must be a pretty easy circuit to go and wrap your head around. It really isn't, because you've got all of the intricacies that this wonderful piece of northern France does tend to give out here in the Pays de la Loire region. Here out there, we've got a number of takers down in the lane at the moment, so the screen... and I think we just saw that there going through, and behind that, possibly the greatest team. Upside down. And that's a massive incident out there on circuit there. I think that was a second-in-class car that's found itself in trouble, and it's the Beta Frost 8 there from third overall that has gone careening over Storm Sandvik there with the Vortex Racing Alpha car, potentially. In fact, there was a car stop. That is an awkward moment. That was Isaac Wright and the Cookie Monster Motorsport car trying to get off the road after a spin. We'll take a look from Sandvik's perspective here, because this would have been completely unsightly. You'd have seen the smoke, but then, wrong lane.
Just trying to split the middle, did not expect the GT3 to move, I think, and thought there was enough room to the right-hand side. Unfortunately, that is just... a horrible moment there. Here's what happened with Isaac Reitz, and this is currently P15 in class. And again, I said it, Porsche curves are difficult, and just kind of a wiggle, was trying to get out of the track, sees the car coming, but entirely too late, and nothing could be done.
Yeah, especially at the low speeds as well, trying to get out of the way. That would have been the traction control there, Brad, which would have kicked in the GT3. And as such, getting up to top speed, you'd have been fighting up against your own traction control system to get that car back up and going again.
Man, that is so painful to see. That was Cookie Monster Motorsports, Isaac Reitz, that had that moment. I have to feel for Isaacs. I mean, he was trying to just put in pace, get things going, had just recently taken over the car. The car was only on its second lap, so still trying to get comfortable in the car. And, well, again, you can see kind of the bite back here that Le Mans can have going through, and unfortunately taking out a GTP in the process. Hey, this track giveth, this track taketh away. This track can be rough. Beta Frost, I think, can bounce back and come through, but we'll have to wait for the tow, the fast repair, and then get back out.
Yep, and so getting back out is going to be the all-important battle that we see. 19 hours and 10 minutes remaining. We're going to take a chance to go and have a little bit of a chat with a team that has just got their car down in on pit lane, and I believe is just about leaving right now. So this will be the Drive Deviant Astra Racing Pink 026, which is out there, and we've got Jane Astra here to have a little bit of a chat with us. Jane, it's always good to see you out there, and it's nice to see the name on the car as well. Running about middle of the pack here when it comes to racing action in LMP2. How are you finding middle class at the moment?
You know, we had a really great start, starting from the back of the grid. We honestly had some struggles with qualifying. The rain threw us off, and we ended up in the wall on lap 2, so we didn't really have the chance to build the temperature, but we managed to switch onto the dry tires at the perfect time, and that managed to get us into this midfield. Honestly, it's been a blast. Just seeing us on the main feed so much, battling all the other cars, is such an amazing feeling.
Yeah, and having that ability to go and really challenge out there, to look at each team and start thinking about, okay, well, how do we get to the next goal, the next goal, the next goal? It's a team of 5 that you've got currently in sim at the moment. So how, as someone who's looking at this race, how do you manage the team's aspirations over the course of this? How do you look at those goals over the next few hours and say, this is where we want to be achieving, this is the sort of time we're needing to pull back, this is what we're looking to achieve right now, those micro goals for each maybe 15 minutes, half an hour. How do you manage that in terms of this phase of the race?
Well, it's even more interesting because the thing about Astra Racing is we pride ourselves in taking anyone and everyone on in racing. If you want to participate, no matter your skill level, no matter who you are or how you identify, we'll take you on. And so I find I judge every driver differently, depending on their skill level. Right now, we have a driver that's not so confident, but you have to build them up and keep that confidence in them. And so for them, their goal is to just stay confident, just keep pumping in those laps and stay clean. For our better drivers, I want to see them putting in some laps. And as you probably saw, Merlin and Dom were putting in some incredible laps. We were actually up to about P5, P4 after that second stint, and we were feeling pretty confident. So
yeah, I think that's certainly working out there for you over the course of this. So there's going to be a few up periods, there's going to be a few down periods, but ultimately, in terms of this race, how important is it to have a perspective like this and a charity race like this out there, this race for a cause? Because seeing all these teams bonding together and getting together and racing, I think has been an absolutely incredible achievement in terms of this one for everyone to go through. So for you as a team with Astra Racing, with Drive Deviant, how are you looking at the next stages going forward then, and knowing just how important a race like this is in terms of this cause race here in 2025?
Well, I mean, for us, we've done this now for 2 years in a row. Last year, I did it with a different team and ended up actually soloing most of it, funny enough. It was very painful. And so I like these events because they show the community of sim racing. They really show that we can bring together an idea and a collective of people and do things. Like when you look at Jimmy Broadbent's race, they broke the record this year, 100,000 pounds for mental health charity. I would love to see that for these guys, and I would love to see more communities come out and do these charity races, because I think it's great, especially in the climate of the world we're living in right now. It's very important to have that connection and be building these supports for everyone around the world.
Yeah, and that is something that we'd love to see, and we've just had in a €250 donation that's come in, which brings us to €3,375. So I'd like to thank you, of course, Jane, for taking some of your time out to come and have a chat with us, and we'll wish your team the best of luck moving forward.
Yes, thank you very much.
Not a problem at all. Jane Astra there joining us and bringing in through, as we just said, €3,375 here donated through in the Race for a Cause 24 for 2025 at the iRacing Circuit de la Sarthe. All 4 belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland is the charity that we are supporting. We are just €125 away from that €3,500 stretch goal that we were looking to try and hit, Brad. And the best bit is you've got another hour and 5 minutes to hit the mini target that we set, so we are well on the way.
Yeah, I know that we set that goal for 3,500 by the time we got out of the booth, and it's so awesome to see. And a big thank you to Derek for that €250 donation. That is a huge help here, trying to again just get that goal through. We've hit the stretch goals going at this point, and we're still trying to just continue to find money through this race to help and support the Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland, which is an amazing organization that supports an amazing cause as we watch through. I absolutely love watching different things. We have this chat behind the scenes where the drivers can kind of give the commentators things, and I just caught something from Oceanic Outlaws, the number 66. They accidentally loaded the base Le Mans setup instead of their setup they've been working on through all of the practices for the past week. I'm going to say that is probably not the best thing to do, but I will say for Oceanic Outlaws, currently running P16 and LMP2, you're not in the lead, but you're still on track, a couple laps down, but you're also competitive in pace, I'll say that. So for your Oceanic Outlaws, you're not in a bad position at all right now. So just keep it out, keep it on track. I always find that races like this don't get so caught up on the win. The win would be nice, but of course, remember what you're racing for, what this represents, and just have fun. That's the big key I find to these, race for a cause races is have fun.
A battle between two BMW M Plowers right now out on track. Lars Wieler is in the 557, which is the car in front. Behind that, you got Robert Basinga, who is behind in the Geordie Suss version, the 558. Gapno has just opened up slightly coming out then of the Daytona chicane as they go by Alex Gall in the Satellite Racing solar car. So still a little bit of progress to go, but it's nice to see that battle out there. They will be chasing on that aforementioned Oceanic Outlaws car powered by VOC with Jeff van der Hagen behind the wheel currently, and possibly the greatest team name in all of this race that we got right now. The question to you, Brad, is the car is going to be number 58, and I want to ask you, who wants a soda?
Me. A soda sounds very good right now. It would be actually very, very great.
What sort of soda of choice is your soda of choice, Brad?
Right now, it's been Diet Dr. Pepper. That's been my go-to.
That's a pretty solid choice. You don't actually see too much Diet Dr. Pepper over here. You normally just see a regular Dr. Pepper, maybe even a Dr. Pepper Cherry, but you don't really see too much more. I think mine's pretty much a go-to. I'm going to be bland here. I'm going to say you can't go wrong with a bit of Coca-Cola.
See, I've been kind of trying to transition away from pop and being more mindful of what I eat, what I drink, what I do. So I have transitioned to diet drinks. So Diet Coke has been my go-to lately. I don't know the last time you went to a McDonald's, but for me, going to a McDonald's or I know some parts of the world they call it Macca, I believe I've heard it called.
That's Aussie, that going to a Macca's.
Yeah, I have a lot of Aussie friends, so hearing go to Macca is a regular one. But they have arguably the best Diet Coke and regular Coke that can be had. Not one to usually try to shout out fast food, but if you go by a McDonald's anytime soon, make sure to get a Diet Coke. It's delicious.
Well, there you have it then. We've managed to only go to about 5 hours in, and we've had the obligatory food talk that happens in any 24-hour race. So we've got that stamped and marked off the board out there at the moment, but still the focus is going to be quite clear on the two M Plowers, which are making their progress right now. Through the chicanes, we focus with Lars Wieler at this point, and they're looking around at it, so 5th and 6th. They've got about a half a minute's chase down to Lewis Clark and the Pun Crew, who are there in the number 11 at the moment. So there's still a little bit of work to do over the course of the stint as they look to try and challenge on. But at least for the moment, a 3:31.0 from the Pun Crew. I looked at the last lap from Lars Wieler. That was a 3:29.7. So that was a full 1.3 seconds to chase down.
1.3 seconds is not a lot, too, I will say. It's finding that 1.3 seconds is doable, challenging, but doable. It's just a case of kind of watching. We'll see how that plays out in the long run. I've been kind of looking at laps up and down the field last laps. I mean, there's been some significant difference in lap times all the way through the field. It's just, again, it's kind of the comfort level. I think as drivers sort of settle into their stint, we're still seeing driver changes happen here and there as 19 hours is officially on the clock to go, but we're kind of watching through. And I mean, stint times or sector times, they're varying within a second or two, which around a track like Le Mans, if you're varying within a couple seconds of the car ahead behind from sector to sector, you're not doing that bad. You're never going to nail perfect laps time after time, but if you are getting within, a few tenths of the driver ahead behind, and you are running that across 13 kilometers, it's pretty doggone impressive and pretty awesome to watch, because any moment around this track, it can be very easy to sort of blink and then have a bad moment and say, well, I haven't done that in my past 83 laps. Why'd I do it now?
Speaking of which, this is the battle on for third in overall and in class. Scout Lawrence is going to be on the defense. Lewis Clark of the Pun Crew looking to try and find a way through up to Indianapolis corner. Big wide line taken there by Scout Lawrence. And so for Lewis Clark, it becomes another game of waiting, another late Apex entry. I'm liking actually that from Scout Lawrence and the late Apex entries that we're seeing through these corners. It does now prioritize the exit, especially in a defensive scenario. Yes, it does invite the lunge down the inside, but what you have with the lunge down the inside, you basically make up with again, because you can run off the corner quicker than anybody else. And look at how difficult it is now. So the dirty air effect comes into play for the Pun Crew, and they now have to deal with a bit of traffic there. That was the Cookie Monster Motorsports car trying to stay out of the way, and then Rainbow Racing Helios there and Jessica Perry behind the wheel that they navigate by as they move their way through towards the Ford chicanes in the Rio Cordomont.
I think right in the background there, Cookie Monster Motorsports just also collected a wall again through the Porsche curves. We saw that happen earlier in the broadcast. We saw what happened when the GTPs and the Cookie Monster car came together and formed a hypercar airplane. Now it looks like trying to avoid staying out of the mix. That might have been Cookie Monster. It might have been Rainbow Racing Helios. I'm not sure exactly who that was.
I think you're right with Cookie Monster.
Yeah, so unfortunately, losing grip there through the Porsche curves yet again coming through, but
and the Empower car's just been collected by the Cookie Monster car trying to get back to pits. So a huge moment out there, and the Lars Vila, I think, has done very well to keep it out of massive dramas there. The 77 car, I believe, has just been dinged for a penalty for that incident out there. But for Lars Vila, it was a massive shunt at a high-speed section through the wall. Oh, you can see there trying to go to the outside and exit stage right.
That is so unfortunate to see too. It looks like this is a major miscommunication between the cars there, or almost, I don't know, it almost seemed like the Cookie Monster car might have lost steering entirely. I don't really know. That was just such a weird, it looked like no turn, and then when they bounced off the wall, they were just straight up bouncing. I mean, if it's a situation like that, it's usually better just to go ahead and tow through, but trying to power through and save the time of towing, unfortunately, it looks like just collecting another car in the process. Now Cookie Monster has found their way to the pits there, and I'm sure the stewards are not going to look too kindly at that one.
Well, that you can certainly tell was a very, very tough moment out there for them as they went through. So a very awkward moment for the M-Plower team there, and they've been doing such a good job, but it now brings their 5.58 effort now up into 5th position, just the 4 now on the leading lap in category as things stand. Battles continue, though, out on the Mulsanne, and diving through, Lewis Clark has closed again to the back of Scout Lawrence, but you need a little bit of help here to go and get that move. But Aria best in front there, the Prismatic Motorsports Hecate car, is going to be just enough for the other Prismatic car, the Athena, to get a little bit of a launch along the straight. Every single piece of slipstream here, Brad, is going to be another piece of defense that Scout Lawrence can use. Little search then coming up towards Indianapolis, so there's certainly intent here to move up to 3rd for the 11 team.
Oh yeah, and I think the 11 team definitely has a position where they can get that move up to 3rd, the Pun Crew here, if they can find it against Prismatic Motorsports Athena. It's just, again, it's a case of just get that pass done. Le Mans, I'm usually all pro patience and endurance racing, right? I am usually all pro, you know, take your time, pick the move, do it well, set it up a lap in advance, and then just send it, lick the stamp, make it stick, and go. Le Mans is the track that is the exception, not the rule. This is the track where as soon as you get the hint of a pass, you need to put the nose in, you need to make the pass happen, because again, the longer you wait, the more problems it brings. This is a track that does not reward patience. It rewards drivers going out there and getting what they want, and if you want that position ahead, you need to get it. Unfortunately there for Lewis Clark in the number 11, losing about 2 seconds there from where was in the back of Scout Lawrence's Prismatic Motorsports number 98. Has lost out over 2 seconds the gap now, and as we head down into Dunlop Curve and Dunlop Chicane, we'll need to kind of just wind this up and try to send it again.
Yep, so breathing room, I think, is going to be needed and is going to be the all-important word of the day here. Then for Lewis Clark, gets a little bit of breathing room here to try and regather this back up and then go at it again and try and take that third position by the scruff of the neck out there on track, which I think is going to be a very important thing to keep in mind. As far as things go, it's a minute 25 at the front of your hypercar category, where Victor Clayson is currently driving for Olympus Esports. Atlas has taken over the car over the last stint from Nina Hahn, who of course we know very well from the stewarding team over at the Ivor Endurance Series, and Patrick Thompson, who took the car over to start the race. So Victor Clayson doing a good job at the moment. Taylor Mills Racing currently finding themselves second, with Dominic Englicht behind the wheel, and then the Prismatic Athena car has just been given that gap then with Scout Lawrence in third. The Pun Crew, who we got currently on screen right now, fourth in class, the last group on the leading lap, but you got the two M-Plower cars who will be looking around, and back out and away again is the 557, probably with a fast repair used there, as you got Beta Frost currently in 7th, Vortex Alpha in 8th, Spec 7 find themselves 9th, and Arctic Sim Racing Green currently in 10th. This is what happened to Lars V. Oh, and that's coming out of the pits. This is through Daytona and has just put it into the barriers there. A light tap as he's gone on in. And for Lars Vila, that is a tough moment there, because you've already had one incident and then the concentration breaks because you've had it, and suddenly you're out of rhythm.
That's exactly what it is. It's just being thrown off of the rhythm. And believe it or not, rhythm is such an important thing in these hypercars. The groove, do not mess with the groove, the rhythm, the way they live their life. If anyone can name where that's from, kudos to you, because it is so important in hypercars, especially on a long track like Le Mans. You set into that routine, you set into that rhythm, and the moment something throws it off, I mean, it throws the entire race upside down, and it breaks the concentration, it breaks sort of the mental fortitude you had, and it's so hard to get right back in and keep going and just get things back together. And also, we don't know if there's any underlying damage still there, if there's anything that wasn't able to be repaired, if there's anything that's not perfect on the car how they want it. I mean, there's so many things that can come into that here and just spell disaster and really kind of ruin the race all the way around for the car, for that BMW M-Plower 557. And now, especially with that light tap to the front, these hypercars are so sensitive. That little tap to the front, I mean, that can prove to be a big problem and cause just a world of difference.
Yeah, it certainly will do. We will get a chance now to talk to one of our drivers here. We've been looking around up and down the different categories. We're going to have a little chat here with Ivory Balfour at the moment from Multiviewer Motorsports here. Now, Ivory, team here has been looking at this and saying that this is going to be a pretty decent run here of dry running we've got. There's a car that's just gone slow and spun in front of you, which I believe was the PBR racing car. But in terms of the team right now, you're currently running 15th overall at this stage. Just talk us through how the opening quarter of this race has come about for you and the team.
Well, first and foremost, hi, and thanks for having me. But our start was a little bit of a disaster. I had to move my entire setup to a different my sister's house because my internet is worse at my house. And then I had a bunch of malfunctions with all my stuff at the start of my stint, which I started. And it just kind of devolved from there. And then we had 6 minutes for repairs at the start. And we didn't use a fast repair because we want to save them. So we still have 3 fast repairs. And right now, it's just kind of a recovery drive. We're still ahead of all the LMP2s and GT3s, so I'd say we're doing pretty good. We're just kind of hanging out.
Well, you're hanging out right now. There's still a lot of time to get back into this race. Currently 3 laps down and looking to chase on the Cautionary Tail Motorsports team, I think, is the next goal out there over the course of this. So you got about, I don't know, about half a Mulsanne to try and chase down. How does that sound as sort of the next gate to try and overcome?
I mean, I think it's a realistic goal. Like, I think we have the pace. Like, we're not spinning out. We're not getting into crashes. We haven't been investigated for any penalties. I think if we play the safe game, we can get a lot farther than just that car.
Well, I certainly don't doubt that in terms of what you can find moving forward in this one, especially when the fast repairs start running out for certain teams over the course of this race. How are you finding the Circuit de 24 du Mans as a circuit here, as a challenge? I know it's a very known quantity now when it comes to the sim racing sphere and endurance style racing, but as a track that is pretty much known as the 24 hours of put your right foot down to the floor and don't lift, how does that feel for you at the moment?
I'm just happy that it's not like last year's real life race where we're just parading around for a little while. I'm still having fun. Our car isn't built for top speed, but we can still put our right foot down in the corners.
Well, we hope that you can put that right foot down in the corners and can gain a couple more places out there. We'll wish you the best of luck. Ivory Balfour there joining us and putting up a display of intent moving forward then in terms of this race. Brad, 18 hours and 48 minutes remaining here in this race. We're up to now €3,405 at this moment in time. Still looking to hit by the top of the next hour that we hit. So at 18 hours, we're looking for €3,500 here over to belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. And this is a very important moment in terms of this phase of the race, because we're now switching away from what I would say the mentality of building a margin, building a gap, to now teams looking at, okay, we're looking at damage limitation now. We're looking at the next teams that we can go chase down. We're looking at, okay, what's one position up from where we are? It's that sort of phase of the race where you're thinking of the one here and the one there. That is a very damaged car as we watch Brandon Doll have a complete snap going into Indianapolis there. That is a monster incident.
Yeah, that was just I don't know if that was an accidentally tapped the brake bias button or what that was, but that rear end just absolutely locked and came around, and there was the other damaged car in front. I gotta wonder if that's not just a lapse in concentration of, again, just trying to avoid the slower traffic around. I like what Ivory said, kind of summing it up, where they were talking about their setup and, hey, we can smash the foot down the straights, but we can also smash it in the curves and continue to keep the foot flat in the corners. It's such a great way to look at this here at Le Mans, and especially as you said, it's such a good run here. And looking through, Jake, you're looking you got one position at a time. You can't think, the leader is currently sitting 7 minutes ahead. What do I do to get up to the lead? That's unrealistic. It's if you're sitting, it's, hey, the leader is currently, or the next position is currently 25 seconds ahead. How can I make up 25 seconds in the next X amount of hours? What's my realistic goal for this race? What am I really looking for? And just start chunking the time through. And that's really going to be what makes the difference here as we watch this battle for fourth in GT3, the number 99 and the number 900. This is going to be a very close battle.
Yep, Onid Racing, Aidan Carter behind the wheel, has made a little look towards Amy Nyoji here for Broken Eggs Cooking. And you got this first straight, you can go and make the pass on. But sometimes here on the Mulsanne, it's not if you can make the pass into one of these chicanes, it's when. And now you're starting to see a little bit of covered defense over to left-hand side of the circuit here by Nyoji. This will give Aidan Carter a chance to either pull out to the right-hand side, waits at the 11th hour, and this is the chance to look at straight line. They're not going to have much help as Florent Tuo will come through for Spec 7 down the middle of the corner, and so that will completely break up the battle. Watch out on the X, because this could be 3 into 1, and Tuo just about stays out of the way. Now running into the dirty part of the circuit goes Aidan Carter, looking for this, and for the moment, it's a case of who's got enough. It's the McLaren right now, looking for any amount of launch, but on the straight with a bit of help from Slipstream in front. Nyoji, I think, is going to hold on to position here, going down into Mulsanne corner itself, and at the roundabout, that's a little bit deep, and that is as much of a breeze by as you're going to see. Perfectly done by Onid Racing.
Yeah, Onid Racing there, taking advantage of the moment as soon as it came in. That's what we've talked about time and time again. It's take advantage of those moments when they present and just keeping the challenge, keeping the pressure down the Mulsanne straight. And as soon as the moment was found, just absolutely snapped that up, took that position. But now the fight back begins. What can happen here from Broken Eggs Cooking? Broken Eggs pulls out, has more straight line speed, keeps it flat. Now the challenge is don't overdrive it through the corner like you did last time, but learning from the last mistake, keeping it together, and now Broken Eggs is able to fight back, and Owned Racing there, Aiden Carter, they're going to have to push and really challenge.
Well, you can make the move into Mulsanne. You've got to remember that Indianapolis follows, and it's one of the longest stretches of flat-out straight running that you're going to have. Over to the Porsche curves, they have to let, of course, the Mission Smooth Operations Dallara fly its way by with Mark Cady, the third behind the wheel, but Nyoji able to cover it off at the Porsche curves, which is effectively the rubber stamp mark on this lap, and on every lap that you go around. If you can't get it done by the Porsche curves, you're probably waiting till the next lap.
Yeah, and through the Porsche curves we go, following along. Just stick behind. The dirty air is going to give a little bit of problems for Owned Racing, but not near as severe in the GT3 as I would say we would see in the Hypercars. Now pulls out here, goes side by side. Can you get this into the Ford chicanes? Well, certainly it's a good place to try to do it, but looks like battle is negated by itself because Broken Eggs Cooking says, nope, we're done. Into the pits we go.
Yep, so making that stop and reaching the end of the cycle. It's very important here to keep in mind what drivers are capable of doing. The rain at the start of this race would have really thrown off the natural cycle that you see of you've got to hit the hour when it comes to GT3 running. So I think these drivers will all be looking around and saying, well, so long as we continue to hit the hour, it's how do we get ourselves back on sequence? And speaking of which, L1 Racing and Unlucky Luke Racing, both without drivers in the cars, which would indicate to me that something's happened for both of them.
Not ideal for L1 or Lucky Luke if something has happened there. Seeing no drivers in the car, seeing the cars in the pits here, going through for Amy Miyogi, Broken Eggs Cooking, car up on the jacks, now drops down and is going to go through, and it is a driver change for Broken Eggs Cooking there as we go. Mika will take over the car, and we'll see where that number 99 comes out. This is going to be an important outlap. Just watching what your teammate was doing and seeing the battle that was going on with Owned Racing, their lap after lap. Now you've got to come out. You've got to send it through if you're the number 99. If you're Broken Eggs Cooking, you're telling Mika taking over the car, send it. Go. You've got to put in good laps because if they end up in a battle with Owned Racing again, it is going to be very challenging to get the rhythm of the track and magically end up in a battle for position.
Mika Burka then getting back out onto circuit, and they'll be looking for a good run here over the course of this stint. 18 hours, 42 minutes remaining out there, as the battle that we did see then does have a little bit of a break to it at this point in time. But I am a little bit curious as to what happened with the 96 and the 24. So two of your hypercars running into trouble out there and finding themselves very heavily damaged in the pits. And with the way that they've been damaged as well, it looks like fast repairs are pretty much out the window. And it's so easy to forget about the fast repairs, because if you're not paying attention in a race like this, Brad, you might accidentally have it clicked for every single pit stop. And so you'll find out that by the time you've made 3 pit stops in this race, suddenly you've got no lifelines remaining.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting moment to really watch and see, because the thing that I think sometimes drivers forget about, that little checkbox for fast repair too, and the thing with iRacing is that you can get damage on these cars just from hitting the curbs the wrong way. Jack Jones there getting more damage from the car snapping left to go right, and well, that's a pretty significant hit for the Hypercar, and you can see that right front. I mean, that's a nice load of camber there, but probably not what you want for the Hypercar to be the fastest. That is a case where you want the fast repair clicked, but in other moments, say you're just pitting in to change tires and something happens, you don't want the fast repair clicked, and some people just forget about that if it's not part of your natural habit.
Yeah, it's very easy to forget that when you're going through at Tetra Rouge Corner, it's one of the most loaded sections on this circuit where you've just got to throw the car in and hope it sticks. And every single time you do so, your eyes don't actually turn over to the right. I find that when I'm out there and I'm driving in my very nice simulator rig of an Xbox controller out there, which is the way I do my iRacing, I always find my eyes dart over to that left-hand side barrier because you are deathly scared of it.
Admitting running on an Xbox controller, that's a nice moment there. I won't admit to a Xbox controller, but I have done it. That's how I started. Sometimes I still use the controller depending on what I'm doing, but if I'm really trying to be competitive, it's a G29 that I run because it just clamps to the desk, clamps off. It's beautiful. But yeah, no, that left-hand wall, it's scary, Jake. So I agree with you. This is a track that really knowing what you're looking for on every corner is super important, because if you don't know what to look for and you don't know where this track goes, and I would argue that this is probably the longest track that is comfortable to memorize, in my opinion, in the service. But if you don't know where the track is going, it's very, very easy to find the wall.
It very much is. On screen right now is your number one car in GT3, Satellite Racing Solar, who are having a wonderful run of things. We are going to take this chance to jump in and have a little chat with Chloe Lord, who has been waiting with us in the BMW M-Power 558, which has been out there on track. Chloe, thanks for joining us. We just saw over the last 20 minutes or so what happened to your M-Power teammate right in front of you with the Cookie Monster team. It looked like the team was looking very solid and secure over towards fighting for a top 5 or even 2 top 5s out there, and so now it gets a little bit more difficult out there for the entire teams.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where we can get up from here, because we've done this race before, but obviously it's a 24-hour race and anything can happen, really, as you've previously shown with the 557 and Lars locking up and going straight on at the first Mulsanne, and my teammate Rob, who's currently in the car at the moment, also apparently making a minor mistake on his outlap, so that's always fun to find out whilst you are not even in the sim. That's wonderful.
Well, I believe we've just caught it on screen there, and that would have been a massive shunt going up towards the Dunlop chicane. Cold tyre is always going to be a difficult thing out there, so the car now back down to 9th position overall. In terms of now what you look at, obviously the team's got to do a complete reset after a moment like that, a fast repair being used. Now what do you look at being a lap down, and how do you look to reset and move back up through the pack to challenge the likes of Vortex Racing Alpha and Spec 7?
I don't think I really have a definitive answer for that. It's really just going to be the case of continuing to enjoy the car, really. Like, we enjoy what the car's doing. We've got a good setup on it. Most of the guys in the car are, well, awake, which is always a good sign. But it's actually just going to be a case of driving, really. Just enjoying what the car is doing, chat absolute nonsense with one another, and just have a bit of fun. We're not really aiming for a result here, after all. We're just aiming to just enjoy our Saturday and Sunday through Easter weekend.
Well, it's the camaraderie that makes great teams happen, and we see that, of course, with your team and the way that it's all working together at this moment in time. So without really too much expectation in terms of this race, what are you looking for out of the remaining few hours of this race? Because we've still got a case of we're not expecting any rain for the next 4 hours. It'll be a nice dry run into the night. So what are you looking for then, or what are you predicting for the second half of the race and looking towards the end of the race?
Good question. I'm not really sure what I'm expecting as a whole, because it looks like you're in P9 at the moment with the 55A. If the 557 can get a top 5, that'd be a pretty decent achievement, given where you finished last year, which was 6th, so, you know, sign of an improvement. I mean, if we can start battling with P8 and P7 in class, that'd be a pretty good recovery, but obviously it entirely depends on, do we need to actually make use of the last 2 fast repairs? How is everybody else doing in terms of their fast repairs? Anything can happen in the night when people start getting a bit tired. I'm going to be jumping in the car at about 1:30 UK time, so that's always going to be an interesting experience, given it's nighttime driving in the Cadillac, and I may be a slight bit of a menace on track, so hopefully I don't cause too many incidents, but yeah, it's just going to be the case of having a bit of fun for the remaining 18.5 hours, and hopefully bring it home in one piece, maybe with the last 2 fast repairs remaining, but that's probably wishful thinking at this point.
Yep, so that wishful thinking that you've got at the moment hopefully does not be wishful, and hopefully comes over to fruition for you. So I want to say it was a massive pleasure to have you here. Chloe Lord joining us then from the BMW M-Power 558 team.
Glorious. Well, it's been great to be here, so keep up with the fantastic commentary. Hopefully I'll be able to tune into the stream a little bit more, but at the same time I've got my own stream up and running with a few friends watching, so hopefully they can give us a bit of support and maybe not bully us too hard for losing a first repair this early, but beside the point, it's been fun.
Well, there's no issues losing it early so long as you have one to work with over the course there. Chloe Lord there joining us and having the ability to chat with us. 18 hours and 34 minutes then on the clock, and we have hit stretch goal over the course of that interview, courtesy of Brie Widner. They're putting us to €3,505 out there. Next stretch goal is over at €4,000. It's absolutely wonderful as we go on board here with Rachel Conkerly in the Prismatic Motorsports Athena, taking back over the car then and making some great progress at this point in time. That was L1 Racing that they just had to get through, and they are trying to chase down the Pun Crew at this moment in time to keep themselves into the place that they need to right now, which would be to move back up into third position. But to hit 3,500 here, and we're not even, I would say, a quarter of the way through this race, I think shows you just how wonderful this work has been, and we are just so grateful here at RaceSpotTV and as well with Prismatic Motorsports to see such wonderful donations coming in for this fantastic race for a cause.
Yeah, a big thank you to everyone that has donated and is supporting the cause here. It's amazing to see the support coming through and continuing. As you said, we're not even a quarter of the way through the race, and we're already continuing to hit those goals. I'm going to be curious to see where we get to at the end of 24 hours, because it's amazing to see that bit adding up as we go. This race is still, I mean, it's simmering. It's coming through. We've got boiling points that are coming up here and there. Plenty of battles continuing. We're currently riding on board with the number 98 Prismatic Motorsports Athena that's in fourth place, trying to chase down the number 11, the Pun Crew, Lewis Clark, that's in third, just 0.7 of a second separating them currently as they go through and continue to battle. So, I mean, still plenty of action to be found around this Le Mans circuit as they go. This is just such a great battle to watch.
I believe that the Pun Crew, of course, have Eli Singh, who is, I think, where the team is all based around. Very popular Twitch streamer, is part of the EA Sports Creator Series out there in the world of motorsport. So that's the likes of Tiamat Marduk and the like, and all of that that's put together. So for Punjev, who which would be his name out there on Twitch, I believe then it would be the Punkrev that they would be trying to chase down at this moment in time, the number 11 team out there at the moment. But Conkerly's done a great job here of chasing the Prismatic Athena car to go and get this one right up to the rear. It is going to be Cadillac versus BMW out there at the moment, but for Rachel Conkerly, this is about picking the right time, as we've got a little bit of cloud cover that's come over the circuit here at this moment in time. We expect that to lift a little bit, but it has brought that track temperature in sim time, just gone 7 o'clock, down to just 21 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, and that 21 degrees Celsius, I mean, that's going to be so comfortable for the drivers to be driving on, honestly, as we look. And, you know, just enjoy. I was looking at the announcements from the race directors when I was looking for the forecast for this race, and you know, that little bit of cloud cover coming back in as we've hit 7 o'clock in sim time. Again, no rain expected for the next while, but the cloud cover is here to stick around for a little bit. Temperature not bad at all. It should be a nice consistent temperature around basically what it's at now this entire race. So really it's just that sun that is going to affect the little bit of how the track temperature goes up or down. But I mean, you couldn't ask for better conditions to race a car in right now as it stands. Just, you know, 21°C track temp, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 67 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees C air temp. You couldn't ask for better conditions to race your car in right now here, 7 p.m. virtual standard time.
I believe I've been unactualied by the entirety of YouTube chat here, so unfortunately, in terms of knowing my Greek goddesses, I am very much a Greek tragedy in that sort of realm and shape of form. So I will eventually get the Hecate team correct, and I will do so right now as we get that on board. And now here comes the charge from Conkerly past the Queen's Design team, where Ruby Nakamata is behind the wheel at this point, still giving Lewis Clark a little bit of a run for money at this moment in time. 3:30 compared to the 3:29. In fact, Conkerly on lap 88, which was only 2 laps ago, set the fastest lap that the Prismatic Motorsports Athena team have managed over the entire race, a 3:28.2. They are hauling at this moment in time.
Yeah, they have really really open things up here, and that is what I like to see, honestly, seeing the drivers take advantage of this best section of track and best section of weather that we're going to get here for this entire 24-hour event. This is the time, if you're going to send it and really try to take advantage, it's now over these next few hours. This is really where you want to get things, because once you hit nighttime, once that sun goes down and we hit night, you know as well as I do, Jake, this is going to be just a case of, survival. Nighttime gets scary around Le Mans.
Well, it gets scary around Le Mans for a very important reason here, Brad, and that is to do with lighting. There is not much of anything out there in terms of when you're going through. So when you're here in the Pays de la Loire region and you're going around these corners, you are very reliant on left headlight and right headlight to tell you all the information you need.
It's a wing and a prayer sometimes as you go through, because you just have to be careful where things happen, because again, if something's not in your headlights, we've already seen incidents earlier where we couldn't, you didn't see the driver ahead, and we saw the big airplane moment for the Hypercar, and you have to watch it, because that becomes about 1,000 times easier. The braking points look different, the track looks different, and it's survival of the fittest, survival of those with the best eyesight.
Yeah, and those who can find what is all important and needed here is just making sure that you are managing the gaps, because it can be disorientating when you're out there in the dark, which will be coming along soon out there at this moment. Trying to make a way here right now through the Mission Smooth operation team there was Prismatic Motorsports Athena, and for the moment it does give that respite over to the Punk Crew, who will be very happy right now with the number 11 car off on the left-hand side, and that is Aria Best and the Hecate car then that's gone the wrong way, and now they are driving the wrong way, trying to get themselves to a point where they can reverse. Now they've got to be very careful about that with the Hecate team, otherwise they will get the black flag, which will disqualify them for going backwards. It's coming through Tetra Rouge, goes over the curb, trying to save it, and a massive tank slapper hard into the barriers there, nose on.
Yeah, that wasn't even a tank slapper. That was just the car decided it wanted a wall for dinner. That was an absolute send-off. Christopher Dahl here, again, another moment where just the rear tires have no grip. And you see the cars come through, they get a little unsettled, and then all of a sudden the car just decides that the wall is what's for dinner and does not want to come back through. It's unfortunate to see, but those GT3s are really the cars that we're seeing that are most prone to that. The Hypercars, it seems like the braking zones are the problem, and for the GT3s, it's corner entry itself that's really become the issue.
Well, that certainly has been a little bit troublesome for certain drivers out there, and we'll go to move to chat to a driver who I talked with no less than 24 hours ago. Taylor Mills here, along here to chat from the Taylor Mills Racing team. 41 and 42 look like they've got a few contrasting stories here, Taylor. Your 41 team, which of course you're piloting in and working with right now, is right up there at the moment, P2 in class, which you take every single day of the week. And then of course you got the third place, number 42, which is third in the LMP2 category. So it looks like your team is pretty much flying on all cylinders at the moment.
Yeah, to be fair, we've had a pretty more than all right race so far. It's not quite as good as it was last year. Of course, we come into this one as the defending Race for a Cause 24 champions. We knew we weren't going to come in with much pace in either cars, having to basically completely rebuild both setups from the ground up. But all things considered, with an early bit of damage in the 41, having to take a fast repair like pretty much in the first hour, to be back up in second place, only 2 minutes off the lead, isn't bad at all. And the 43's had a great latter part of the first 4 hours, being able to get back up onto the podium, and they're just pounding away, ticking off the laps. And I've honestly, for both cars, I think I'm just most proud of the fact that we've kept our name out of the steward's mouth, and without going into too many details, Sperry, I covered that one with you last night, that it's potentially quite a biased steward's route.
Well, I look around at what you've been trying to put together. It looks like pit lane for you, just hearing the background, is very, very busy for you. But at least as far as the team goes, you've been putting a lot of effort in to trying to get back into position, trying to get this race to sort. That Olympus Esports Atlas team is very strong at the moment. The gap has ballooned out to about 2 minutes over the course of this stint. So where do you see the next few hours heading for you in the team, knowing feeling that, okay, you're losing a little bit now, but there is still opportunities to go and grab some time back later on in the race?
I think for the 41, our advantage is the fact that we've always had a driver lineup that is that close on pace. Neil's always out there as a complete standout, always one of the fastest drivers in the team. But the likes of me, Dom, and Joe are all going to be relatively close to each other on pace. And it's what won us out last year, having to just being able to pound those laps in at such similar lap times was just meant we could work our way up towards the back of the DHR car and eventually get through, just because of the inconsistencies in the pace of that team. And as strong as the pace of the Olympus Esports car is, I think as they cycle through their drivers and go through drivers that are of a different pace, we're going to be able to claw some of that time back and keep ourselves in a position where if they make a mistake, even with a fast repair, they're still going to lose out a good chunk of time that should eventually bring us back into it. And I think, again, our strength is keeping the car in a spot where it keeps the leaders under pressure.
So that pressure value, I think, is going to be really important to you heading into the next phase of the race. But in terms of now moving forward with it, there isn't really a threat of rain, but of course the night is going to come along quite shortly. What are you looking for as a team, sort of conditions-wise? Are you happy right now having the dry conditions to work with, or are you doing your little rain dance right now, praying for rain?
I think we have a car that works a lot better in the wet. We're lacking a little bit of top-end speed because we're running, give this one away, we're running 15 rear wing on the car. It is squatting everything down at the back, but not quite to the extent where we can hit the same top-end speed as everyone else. Carrying the speed through the corners, it's saving a little bit of tyre wear, but when that rain comes, I think that's a spot where the team sort of comes to its strengths. It's a little thing that we've figured out on these cars that really works in those conditions to make it a lot more stable. So I'm hoping that, we know we've got rain in the last 4 hours, so I'm hoping that we get just the right combination of drivers in both cars at the right time that gives us the advantage that we need to maybe try and win this thing. I think that's ultimately what we want to do. Like, it's all about having fun, but again, we've come in as the defending champions. We've been pretty much the antagonists of the entire event leading up to it. The stewards and race organisers, all friends of mine, but taking digs at us in the entire build-up, took a few jabs in the driver briefing as well. But if you look on the side of the car, you can see there's a load of stickers on the side of it to represent every GTP and LMP2 race win we've had. Aim of today is to add another one, well, 2 more of those, and in the position that we're currently in, yeah, I think we can make that happen.
Well, hopefully it will certainly work for you, and I'll leave you with this little bit of knowledge here, Taylor. They don't ask you how you win, they ask you how many you win.
Exactly.
Well, there you have it. Taylor Mills joining us from Taylor Mills Racing, joining us there in the number 41 car, currently second out there overall at this moment in time, and doing a wonderful job then, Brad, of trying to keep the pressure on. And you'd say anywhere inside of a lap in this race is still pressure. It's one of those unique things that you find in endurance racing. You can look at a gap of 2 minutes 5 seconds out there at the moment on circuit. You can think, oh well, this is going to be, you know, the most boring thing since watching paint dry, because there's no close gap battle for the race lead overall. I argue there isn't. If you're within a lap, you have a chance to still win this race, and that rings true pretty much from this moment in time all the way, I would say, up until about an hour to go.
Well, and I think the mindset there in Taylor Mills Racing, I mean, we just heard Taylor say it, and it's the best mindset, is the consistency is key, and going through and continuing to just apply that pressure, because, again, you just said it. They don't ask you how you won it. They ask you how many you won, and if it's just a case of be consistent, be on the pace for Taylor Mills, and do everything right to make sure that you find that through, I think Taylor Mills is in a great position. And the thing is, again, they're slightly off cycle on pit stop, all things considered, so they have an extra pit stop under their belt right now with that 2-minute gap. So without that pit stop factored in, I mean, the gap would only be about a minute or so, if not less. And we know there could be more weather coming. We know things could get interesting. And I really think Taylor Mills Racing, especially once we hit the nighttime, is going to be a force to be reckoned with. So I would say if you tune back into this race in the morning and you see Taylor Mills in the lead, that number 41, don't be surprised.
The interviews come quick and fast here at this moment in time. We're going to bring in Amy Nyoji to have a chat with us from the Broken Eggs Racing team here. Number 99 car involved in a very nice battle over that last stint, Amy, and we got to see quite a bit of that actually up here on stream as you were having that wonderful scrap with the Onid Racing 900. Just talk us through that battle then between the two different cars there, having to try and deal with that Mustang out there in your McLaren.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. First of all, yeah, that was an amazing battle. That lasted the whole stint, to be honest. We came out after the pits. I think Aiden was around 7 seconds behind, and then yeah, they were just closing in the whole time. Yeah, they did have more downforce, and we had more top speed. So yeah, it was very close.
Well, it was always...
Sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine. We always knew it was going to be a very close battle out there, and of course the team's been performing really well actually out there in the GT3 category. It's a very tough category out there when you see the likes of Satellite Racing Solar putting Alex Galla in the car, for example. But a team for you that is inside top 10, has aspirations of the top 5. Looking around this Le Mans circuit, how do you think it's been playing for you from the start and over to where you are now? Do you feel like you're in the position you wanted to be at this stage of the race or not?
I mean, it's a mixed bag, to be honest. We did start off in the wet conditions doing pretty well. There were few mistakes, but overall we had no damages to the car. We still have no damages to the car at all. But we did have a connection dropout of one of our teammates, and that put us straight back in the pits. And yeah, that costed us around 3 minutes, so that was painful. But yeah, after that, the recent driver change that I'm sure you all saw also had some problems with changing drivers. So we're very new to this. This is our first ever endurance race for everyone in the team. So we're very happy with the results so far. That we have had only technical issues to deal with, and no drama really on track. No damage, no weird things happening. Just clean sailing so far.
Well, I tell you what, it doesn't show that it looks like it's your first real endurance race out there. Your team's been driving absolutely fantastically out there at this point. So a little bit later on, it's certainly going to be dry for the moment, dry for the next 4 hours. There is that threat of rain that was apparently forecasted for the final 4 hours of this race. So in terms of giving yourself a platform to try and work with, do you feel like you've succeeded in that aim, that you've given yourself an opportunity here?
Oh, absolutely. This was a very, very good opportunity to learn about endurance racing and how to deal with the stress and managing stints and managing fuel. It's absolutely been wonderful. It's everything we could have asked for, and we're also very, very proud to fly the flags on our car. Yeah, absolutely hoping to contribute to a good cause.
It's a fantastic cause, and we've seen that from the way that your cracking drive has been. The Broken Eggs team then have found themselves with a good run, currently classified in 6th position overall. Amy Nyoji there joining us then and having the opportunity to have that chat. Brad, we now sit and say that these drivers are looking around and the gaps are starting to really open up in the categories now. Twin Turn Sim Racing, who have been probably the quietest team out there, now out to over a minute's margin right now at the front of their division at the moment, LMP2. So they'll be very happy with that. There is a car that is slow coming out of Mulsanne Corner, which I believe is Team Sakura Engineering, that's just gone around. So that would have been Emmy Floating, who would have run into troubles there for the number 7 Dallara. So that happening just as we had our eyes firmly set on this 3rd place battle in Hypercar. And in front of that, Who Wants a Soda dealing with Lead Paul Racing Dragon. So it's very, very tough at the moment here. You got LMP2s and Hypercars all together right now trying to share the same piece of real estate, and there's not much difference between them.
Yeah, this is the fun of that multi-class racing. You get tons of cars in a small space that all have different speeds, different corners, different lines, and all of a sudden you kind of throw them all in a bottle, shake them up, and well, it ends up like Diet Coke and Mentos, just explodes everywhere, and it's a absolute fun time to watch depending on who you are. So I always enjoy watching these battles shape up and go through. We still have that battle between Prismatic Motorsports Athena and the Pun Crew that continue to battle through, and now this is the closest I've seen it through the Porsche curves in several laps now, separated out by about half a second coming into the Ford chicane. They will come down towards Dunlop, and this is really going to be where I think this battle is going to shape up. I think this is going to be the best chance Prismatic has had in several laps there, with Rachel Conkley behind the wheel to try to really make a battle here. Brandon Dollar, this was earlier on, and well, I know Doc Hudson said go right to go left, but the GTPs are really taking it to heart today.
They are. It's very difficult because you're trying to throw the car into the corner. It's very easy for it to snap, and that very much happened. This is Nate Hallistick, now the 016, getting it all shades of wrong. Going through again, it's the Ford chicanes leading to the rear quarter mont that once more catches out, because you are trying to work out where you've got the gaps in and around to try and work with cars in front, and especially with the hypercars and the LMP2s, it's very easy for you to trip over the top going through each and every single corner.
Yeah, it really is. And when you have that speed difference coming through, it's hard to estimate sometimes, depending on the classes and what you're doing. It's very hard to estimate if you catch at the wrong place in the corner where to get that pass done and set things up. It's so challenging. And, you know, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. And we're seeing that right now with Prismatic Motorsports Athena now dropping back over 2.5 seconds down the Mulsanne Straight and flashing the lights, trying to go through. Ahead is the Pun Crew, getting ahead of the number 40, that is Lead Paul Racing Dragon, Sean Fitzgerald. They get through on the lap traffic, but that traffic ebb and flow can really make things challenging as we head down and continue towards Indianapolis again. I mean, this battle, it's going to accordion several times, and as I said, for Prismatic Motorsports, Rachel's just going to have to send it as soon as there's an opportunity.
Yeah, and that opportunity, I think, is going to be really important here with 18 hours, 12 minutes and 53 seconds remaining on the clock. It is at that stage here where we're into the sunset, so to speak, right now, where the clouds are just moving over and causing enough of a disturbance out there through certain stages where the lights are coming on for certain teams here. And this is where you're now starting to work about on what's next. Where do you find that run? Because the next few hours we'll be starting to think about going into the night and dealing with the challenges of going into that nighttime phase, as George Sauerbaum now leaves in the M-Plower 557 out of the pits, 5th position in class. So heading towards now the night, this is where you say that the first part of the race, you could say, ends, and the night is effectively the middle part. And there's funny things that happen around this circuit at the night. It's almost unexplainable how stories of this race can change, because you always seem to go to sleep when you get into that stage and wake up and everything's completely different.
I'm not saying that Circuit de la Sarthe is haunted. I am just saying that ghosts love to make their appearance and just shake things up every once in a while. You could be having the most secure, steady race possible, and well, nighttime shows up here around Le Mans, and something happens. I don't know what it is about this region of France, but things love to get real crazy when the sun goes down. And you can see even now, we're already starting to see some of the effects of the sun going down. Cars don't have their headlights on yet, but certain sections of the track, at least here for the broadcast feed, I mean, are pretty dark. It's going down in towards the Porsche curves, through the Ford chicane, through the Dunlop curve especially. It's pretty dark here on this section of the track. I think the Mulsanne Straight is a little bit brighter, but this front half of the track, if you want to call it that, is pretty dark as it stands. So that's going to be proving challenging for some drivers and some teams as they run through, because you're going to be trying to spot those cars ahead, and well, right now there's no running lights on. It's just the brake lights coming on and off that is really going to be catching. But yeah, you can see there as they come over the hill at Dunlop, that's where things start to get sunny again. It kind of makes things challenging, but nighttime, it's a whole nother beast. And it's something that it's hard to practice for nighttime too, other than just running in nighttime.
Yeah, there's a wonderful little work as we go over, I believe that's the Groupama Stadium, I think it's called there, as we dive on through and have a little look at the hairpin down there on the Bugatti layout then on the left-hand side. Not runnable here in iRacing, which I believe is a decision from the up top that they don't like the Bugatti circuit. I do, and ultimately I think I'm one of the few people who do like the Bugatti layout here of the Circuit de la Sarthe. But at least for the full circuit, we can see a wonderful run as we dive on through under the Dunlop Bridge, and these drivers all looking to have this wonderful chase as we find ourselves heading towards the twilight, not too far away from this point in time. We're about 10 minutes here, Brad, away from the end of our first stints of running here with the Race for a Cause 24, and really it's been the last 2 hours of the leaders extending their gaps and the bigger battles that we've been seeing turning into smaller battles out there. A battle here, a battle there, just a case of two cars getting close together on track.
Yeah, and as we watch things continue to ebb and flow here, I mean, the leader's extending, but I don't think that's going to be forever. I think this is just a case of, while you can take advantage, you should take advantage and stretch out gaps and try to be comfortable here. Twin Turn Sim Racing, I believe, is into the pits now, so that will give Olympus Esports Proton in second place there the chance to close that gap a little bit, flip things through. Twin Turn Sim Racing will drop out of the lead, I do believe, if my math skills on gaps are correct. We'll see what happens there for them. Even looking up at the Hypercar Olympus Esports Atlas, 2 minutes is not enough, even though they've extended it over the last little bit to 2:08. I don't think 2 minutes is enough, and I think that's going to swing back around. I think really the only car that's safe right now is the GT3 leader in Satellite Racing Solar. I think they're the only ones that are really in the best position as it stands, and that is just because they've somehow managed to lap the entire GT3 field.
Yeah, and they've done so through talent and quick pace. It was close there with Christopher Dahl, the Betafrost 88, there for Rachel Conkerly for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. We'll have a chance now to talk to Rachel's teammate out there, Scout Lawrence, who has been in the car. Now, Scout, we're just seeing Conkerly dive into the pits here to make a pit stop, but in terms of the stint that you were able to manage with here, the chase on with the number 11, it looks like the podium is what you and the Prismatic Motorsports team are looking to battle with at the moment at this phase of the race.
Yeah, pretty much. We're aiming for P3. Taylor and the Olympus Esports people are really, really, really fast, so we're doing the best we can, trying to keep it clean, and yeah, a podium would be really awesome.
A podium would be absolutely fantastic. Started fourth, top four in category, still 1, 2, 3, and 4. Talk us through the lap traffic here today, because we haven't really touched on that too much. So we've seen that it's been pretty plain sailing for the majority of teams out there. It hasn't been anything too untoward. How have you felt that it's been dealt with diving through the traffic? I know that we're just about to see Isabel Matthews jump in the car.
It's been pretty good. We have a pretty wide range of skill levels in this race. So there's a few people who probably don't have as much multi-class experience, but even those people, it hasn't been too bad. It's sort of, especially from a GTP perspective, you're just kind of figuring out your best way past them since they're going a little bit slower. But overall, everyone's been really respectful and, giving the space where they need to, and I've had no problems personally yet.
Well, no problems for you. Your sister cars out there, the Minerva and the Hecate cars, have both run into troubles over the last couple of hours or so with the misshift issue and as well the issue for Aria over the top at Tetra Rouge. So as the car that's effectively saying that it's the one that's leading the line for Prismatic at this point, do you feel like that over the next 4 hours or so that this is going to be one where you're looking to consolidate on position, or you're looking to go out there and take these next 4 hours by the scruff of the neck?
I think ultimately the main goal is have fun. We want to make sure we're still having a good time and all that, but I think that the three of us have a lot of pace in us, and we can totally take these next 4 hours by the scruff of the neck and hoping to chase down this number 11 car. Absolutely. Really unfortunate what happened to the other two. They were running good, but They're all pretty consistent people, so they should be able to claw it back and still bring home a pretty good position.
And that we are looking forward to. Thank you so much for joining us. Scout Lawrence there from the Prismatic Motorsports Athena number 98, currently finding themselves in a strong position right now, fourth in class. They've just come in and out again with Isabel Matthews behind the wheel here, Brad, and looking to really chase on, moving into our number 7 of the race, which will be coming up in about the next 5 minutes or so. So that will effectively put 1/4 of this race behind, and it's been a very hectic first quarter of the race to start with the rain that we saw, but it's ultimately calmed itself down into a nice consistent run of dry running here in the Pays de la Loire region here, the north of France. So it has been a case of drivers having to be put on the fly early and stressed early, but now they've had that chance to settle, and I think they've found the rhythm that they've wanted.
Yeah, and feeling the rhythm, feeling the flow, that is really important here around Le Mans. So if you can get back into the rhythm that, again, the start of the race just completely threw off and kind of made chaotic, it makes life a lot easier, and you're going to be feeling a lot better about this race once the rhythm settles in and once things are back to, well, what you know and love about Le Mans. Because I will say, if you have been driving an iRacing for a significant amount of time, or really, even if you haven't, what are your typical practice conditions? How do you typically practice in iRacing? Well, it's usually going to be sunny. It's usually going to be ideal track conditions, ideal temperature conditions. And, well, part of the fun of endurance racing is that's never guaranteed, and things can get pretty crazy pretty quick. So now that we're back into, again, those ideal weather, that ideal track condition, this is going to be where the second part of this race is the settle in. It's the feel the flow. It's keep things going and, you know, just continue to race for a great cause.
And we're certainly seeing that as we follow Mika Burka here chasing down the breakfast pudding division car. There, that Porsche in front, the 86, piloted by a good friend of mine, actually, in Omet Ohm, who will be looking to try and really chase on up towards the Betafrost team as their next challenge in the Prismatic Minerva Garage 51 entry here today out there on track. So a chance there to go through, and I believe the pudding division would be about how much that breakfast pudding division team can steal as much pudding as possible over the course of the race. So I reckon that they'll get quite a bit by the time the race ends over all of this one then, Brad.
Yeah, they definitely will, and we'll see exactly how much that is all said and done. But still plenty of time left in this race, I will say. You know, you can look now and kind of, you know, write things off and go, well, this is how this race is going to end. But Le Mans is a wild track, and anything can change this race. Endurance racing, you know, I mean, hey, connection issues, that can be something that does it.
Now remember, there is a brand new connection flag, black and orange connection flag here in iRacing. You've got to be very careful about that. And Andreas Nordenhoff, I think, is going to be one of those drivers at Olympus Esports Atlas that is going to be desperately needing to avoid that out there on circuit, because this is not what Olympus would be hoping for just on the tick of 1/4 through. So keep an eye out on them if you can between what they're dealing with right now. It's one of the toughest things you can do, because once you're out there in the car there, Brad, there's next to nothing you can do to improve it. You just got to pray.
Yeah, I mean, you can yell through the house and say, hey, turn off, you know, whatever is taking up my internet. I'm in the middle of a very important race that I'm trying to win here, but, you know, really, once you're in the car, there's nothing you can do. You're kind of stuck there, and you have no idea what is happening with everything, because it's just, you know, you're running through, and unfortunately, sometimes the drivers don't know on their side either that the connection is going bad, because they're so locked in. And, you know, on the client side, it may seem just fine, but on everyone else's side, you're kind of jumping everywhere, which is not ideal. Look at this, the 22 and the 121. That's Olympus Esports and Betafrost going together side by side and coming through around. Is this a pass for position? Well, they're going to try to make it the pass for position. The problem is, will it stick on track? We'll find out. Still side by side they go.
Well, that is Henrik Risa Strand looking to make that move on Christopher Stevenson for position. In regards to Olympus Esports Atlas, they'll be shouting, "Do you mind? I'm race carring" here at Le Mans at this point, and hoping that in every single which way they go, it's going to be close. Oh, big lunge down the inside from the Proton team. Stevenson, they're very nearly clattering the back of Henrik Risa Strand going through there to Indianapolis. That would have been heart-in-mouth stuff right on the cusp here of 18 hours remaining in this race. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you through here with both Brad Dalton and myself, Jake Sperry. All of the action here that has gone on for the last 2 hours. We'll be handing you over in the next 15 seconds to the team that has brought you through to this stage early on, right from the very beginning, the drop of the green flag, handing the booth over how we found it in a big battle. Joining you now, Dara Thacker, and back to Connery Maddock.
Thank you very much, Jake. We're in the middle of a bit of a fight, aren't we, as the sun starts to set here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. I'm Connery Maddock. I'm joined by the ever-wonderful Dara Thacker. That was Jake and Brad taking the previous couple of hours of broadcast, and of course they will also be back a little bit later on too, as we see the Beta Frost car come down and in, so they're done with fighting and they want to come down in for one of their scheduled stops here at this moment in time. But Dara, we saw that battle on screen just before we took over. We also saw the potential connection issues with the 21 overall race leader, Olympus Esports. It starts to get a little bit sketchy right now. I think we've come at a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that we were able to kind of miss the voice-straining parts of this race, and they've come into the pit lane. We've been able to come in nice and settled. But yeah, to have internet connection difficulties, it's so tricky, and it's really only a problem, obviously, that we get in sim racing. But it's also really difficult for drivers around this 21 car to really judge where it can be. It can cause to can lead to quite a few incidents just by not necessarily the miscommunication, just the lack of knowledge of where the 21 could be. A bit of a spin there for the number 558, Basinga going around into the final couple of chicanes, and that's a rear locking again. We've seen that a fair few times, isn't it? Well, that's not the final chicanes, that's up to the Dunlop chicane, my bad, Connery.
Yeah, absolutely, but either way, the 558 getting back going here and continuing on. I mean, we'll get to see this as we head into the nighttime hours, just those tiny little mistakes sometimes that happen with a couple of cars. Remember, we do have around about fifth. Well, we have everyone still running, believe it or not, as we have. I mean, we have 3 fast repairs, yes, but we have all 51 cars still running out there. So there's just the law of large numbers just means that we're going to get problems with a couple of them over the next couple of hours. But having a look at that battle for P9 in LMP2, Who Wants a Soda versus Dogbox Racing Alpha, separate by 2.5 seconds at this stage, and you know, after a couple of hours gone, 2.5 seconds, it's basically right next to each other in endurance terms.
Oh, yeah, I mean, when we're talking about other gaps being over a minute, you know, nearly over a lap, then a couple of seconds is absolutely nothing. And when you consider how long we've been racing, I mean, you're talking about thousandths a lap on aggregate, if you worked it out. So really nice to see these guys running so close together, and it keeps us intrigued with these kinds of battles, because there are some of the gaps that have opened out. Drivers, since we were last in the booth, obviously having quite a few issues and dropping down away from the leaders, and some of the leaders changing hands as well. But to get these battles that are nice and close together keeps these guys intrigued. And I think Ewan picked up on it during his stint, that Le Mans is a very difficult place to have a long stint, with the fact that you've got the Mulsanne and then out of there towards Indianapolis and Arnage. It's easy to lose concentration here, so to have a car around you and to have a clear focus point is really quite useful, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, and it's, you know, that consistency is just so important. But I am looking at the current state in the race just to compare when we last we're here together. Obviously, I think probably the main story will be the Queen's design car, who caught themselves a couple of penalties and have therefore been shuffled pretty much all the way back, and they are down in P17 overall there at this moment in time. So that is that's not not great. I mean, the penalties dropped them down to P3, but there's something that's happened since for them to drop a little bit further down that order there as well.
I guess then for them particularly, I mean, the confidence clearly has to be there from the start of the race. The pace was on show. There's definitely going to be some hope that they can recuperate quite a bit of that time. Yes, they're quite a few laps down, but the things can happen to drivers around them, which will bring them back into play. So definitely something to fight for. And still 18 hours to go. 6 hours have gone. It's been quite a long time, and yet it's only a quarter of the race. There is so much racing left to develop, and a lot of drivers who, some of whom haven't yet got into the car yet. They're going to be preparing to get themselves into the race, and they'll be slightly fresher face, won't they? Really, in comparison to maybe drivers that have had 2-3 hours in the car already, maybe even more than that. So, the face of the race will change as we get into the evening. But I think me and you are here for the next just under 3 hours. I think we're going to see the sun fully set and get us right into the night, aren't we?
Yeah, we absolutely are, and we'll see how the drivers and negotiate the pitch blackness of the Circuit de la Sarthe at night, which is always an interesting predicament. But we're still some time off of that at the moment. Of course, it is during the sort of the spring months here, and the days start to get pretty long. So I mean, the sun's still in. There's still plenty of light out there on circuit. It's just getting darker and darker as we get closer to the evening time. But yeah, it's been a great race so far. There's been a lot of intrigue. There's been a lot of touch and go moments, shall we say. There continues to be a touch and go moment for Andreas Nordenhoff in the overall race lead as he struggles with connection issues at the moment. It seems to have stabilized out a little bit, though. I'm glad to report for the number 21. It's not blinking in and out as severely as it was previously. So it looks like they've been saved by the connection gods there just for this moment. But it is a disconcerting thing to have happen to you as soon as, because right, you see that little latency bar spike up, you see all those red little bars in your top right of the screen, and you go, oh, that's a problem, and then you're just waiting for that disconnect to inevitably happen. But thankfully for the 21, hasn't quite happened that way. They seem to have stabilized and recovered.
Yeah, and it's really difficult when you get internet connection problems, especially when you're in the rig. I mean, what can you do? Shout at other people in the on the same Wi-Fi to get off? I do know one person, I think actually Taylor Mills, who we heard from a little while ago. She, I think, will know this story. There was a driver that I think we both know. They had a problem where if the microwave was turned on, their connection dropped. And so,
interesting.
If someone turned on, so if someone wanted to heat their dinner up or something, connection dropped. And that was back in a time where if you disconnected, you couldn't get back in the session. So that was that.
Could they be? Were they on the power line connector, or were they on like a Wi-Fi? Because microwaves can affect both of them.
I think you're probably right, but this was nearly a decade ago, so I don't know exactly what the conditions were. But I haven't seen anything quite as extraordinary as that in recent times. But it is true, still the story, that if you have a bad connection or something's happening with the connection, there's really nothing you can do about it, and you just have to hope that it gets better over time. Because or you can get out of the car and let someone else get in. But that's going to create all kinds of problems. So it is so tricky to manage, but I mean, you have to deal with in the sim racing world.
Absolutely. I mean, we don't have regular mechanical failures in sim racing, so I guess it's the next best thing. But best with a question mark there, because it's not really a thing anyone wants to have happen, but it can and does, unfortunately. It's the same with hardware failures, actually, with wheels disconnecting and braking and things like that. You get the typical full lock to the right and drive off the circuit situation, which some wheels do when they disconnect. So yeah, it is a factor in sim racing, and well, some people embrace it a little bit more than others, but it is very unfortunate when you're on the bad side of it. But with the current state of the race, of course, we've got Olympus Esports Atlas leading the way by 2 minutes over Taylor Mills Racing number 41. Punk Crew in third place in the Hypercars as well. Then in LMP2, you got Twin Turn Sim Racing leading the race at the moment by about a minute and a half over the Olympus Esports Pro Don car. Then you got Taylor Mills Racing appearing in the podium spots for a second time. They're in P3 in the 42 efforts. Then you got your GT3s. So Satellite Racing Solar, they lead the way there by a considerable margin too, over Dick Henson Racing Yellow and Whiskins Racing the number 220 there in third place. So that's P1 through 3 in each of your different classes. And you know, this is as Jake was and Brett was covering in the earlier portions of the commentary, this is the start of the period in the race where you really have to kind of settle into that rhythm and get into the zone somewhat. There is a slight danger in that, Dara, is that if you get too much in the zone, you start getting tunnel visioned, and that can become a problem if something unexpected happens.
It can, and it, again, can be easy to do. It's kind of a combination of the points we're both making, especially with the long straights here at Le Mans, because you can just lose that little bit of concentration, but at the same time focus in on the battles to the point where you can almost forget about what's happening around you, which can it can be somewhat of a dangerous thing when you're fighting with so many other cars around you. And still at this relatively early stage of the race, there are going to be other cars that may not be on your radar right now, but may end up being involved in your battles later on into the race come the end of the race. So it's really tricky to keep abreast of everything that's happening, particularly on a circuit as big as Le Mans. At a smaller racetrack that we go to, you sometimes see endurance racing at circuits like Interlagos. Far easier to keep track of where everybody else is, how everyone's progressing. Here at Le Mans, it's far more difficult, and it is very easy, as you say, to just kind of get distracted, get pushed away from kind of the bigger picture, and focus into specific battles that you're in, as these two will be with the Mirai United car 57 trying to get through. But these battles can be crucial, but it's important to not get too focused in on them.
Here we go, Mirai United getting themselves to driver's right-hand side, coming down the Mulsanne there. Technobus just dropping behind half a car length now, almost a full car length before they hit the brakes into the chicane. Mirai United go a little deeper than usual, just to probably make sure that the pass was complete, and they'll be off on their way. So there's the change of position there. This is P12 and 13 over, P20, 27 and 28 overall, and 12 and 13 in class there in the LMP2 order. Of course, I don't know about you, Dara, but I do pay attention to the YouTube chat as well. So if there's any questions you have for us, or any things that you want us to explain a little bit more, or comments about the race, feel free to drop them in the YouTube chat. We are kind of keeping an eye on the discussion going on in there. And there was an interesting one that brought up, actually, where someone was asking, will there be a safety car? No, there will not be a safety car in this race. So there are some leagues which do manage safety cars in their particular league, but and they have all the different rules surrounding it, because there's no both of them off in towards the gravel. Mirai United and Technoburst having problems down in towards the Mulsanne corner there. Oh my word. I think that was Mirai having the initial incident, and I guess kind of what we were saying there, Dara, with the tunnel vision. Technoburst kind of just followed them into making the same mistake.
Yeah, very easy to do, isn't it? And we're going to see it again here as they come in towards the Mulsanne. It's a tricky corner as it is, but 57 just going in too deep. And again, you're almost using the car in front as a braking marker. It can be really useful because it means you're not going to run into them. But at the same time, if they make the mistake, you're going to make exactly the same mistake. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. And that's the danger of not working independently. Oh, a bit of a hit as well on the front end. The 253, but just about going to emerge from the gravel trap there.
Yeah, absolutely, and Mirai United, they're now they're dealing with Dogbox Racing Alpha in terms of traffic, but obviously they're going to be separated in terms of laps here at the moment. But yeah, I think that was probably the best example we could have had of exactly what we were just talking about, Dara, with the tunnel vision from the car behind. So I guess the teams are not glad that happened, but I'm glad that happened because it gives us a really good example. But hopefully they don't have too much damage on the two cars and they can continue on. It didn't seem like a major incident in terms of contact as they went into the gravel there, but still, some cars can be quite sensitive. But yeah, returning to my point, as I was talking about safety cars, some leagues do enable and manage the safety car. However, on road courses here in iRacing, the safety car does not come out automatically. There's no logic to to like an automatic safety car like there is on an oval, so to speak. So it has to be managed manually by the race administrators, and there are certain rules surrounding that each league will implement. For example, one league may ask the driver to stop. You know, if they have terminal damage, they might have to stop at a place where they can be easily recovered, say a gap in the barrier. But if they can't, then and they take the tow, then well, there's going to be a very high likelihood of a safety car. But no such system exists for this particular race. We're just going to go green flag all the way to the end, and also with the current system with the safety car in iRacing, when it's multi-class, it can be a bit of a mess trying to get the order in the right place.
Yeah, you know, we do have 24 hours to get the race done, but we also don't really want to be spending half an hour every hour trying to sort the order back out again, do we?
Yeah.
It can be quite a faff. So nice that we can go green flag running. Of course, it's difficult for the teams that were obviously pushed towards the back early on in the race. They have to just recuperate all of their time and positions organically themselves, but it's 24 hours. They've got the chances to, and we'll see if they can do it. The 21's still flickering. I thought they'd been overtaken there, but it's just them connecting and disconnecting. So if you see changes up there at the top of the hypercar, that is what's going on. They haven't, well, they may just end up disappearing, but if they reappear, it's just them blinking for everybody else. But yeah, I think it's good to get the green flag running, and also good to get a view of that Challenger car in the back, that Chevy Camaro that's on its own. To be honest, I wouldn't love to be in that car. I fully respect the guys that have gone into that car for this race, because you're not really racing anybody. I mean, there's racing GT3s, but there's no one in your own class. I personally couldn't deal with that, so full credit to those guys who were doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just going to grab a driver into our commentary booth here at the moment, and it's related to what we've just been seeing on screen. It's Jordan Brunch from the number 57 LMP2 effort. That's the Mirai United VRT car who we've been watching on screen for the last couple of moments. Jordan, welcome to the broadcast. And that was a little bit of an awkward situation just a couple of moments ago, wasn't there?
Yeah, it's special is we're a friend with those cars. We have a good few of the teams we know quite well, and that's one of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there no love lost between you two, or is it all still amicable?
Just racing, you know. We're all racing hard. Just want to do our best, and these things happen, you know.
Yeah, they absolutely do. But currently running down in P12 in class. So continuing on with your race, there's a couple of cars maybe further down the road you might want to look at a little bit later on. But just overall, give me a summary of how your race has gone and where you expect to be for the next couple of hours at least.
The race has been a bit of a roller coaster for us. It's been a bit up and down, but when I've been in the car, you can definitely feel the cold tires off the start in LMP2. Like, any person who's driven this race so far can feel it. It's absolute just... I'm trying to think of like the best way to describe it. It's a handful, you know?
Yeah, a bit of a handful. And it's in the LMP2s as well. And what a lot of people don't get, if they haven't driven the car before, is that LMP2 is really, really hard to drive. You don't have much, if any, help from the systems whatsoever. It's very much a driver's car, and that can be both a blessing in terms of enjoyment and also a curse in terms of how tricky it is.
Yeah.
My context for the question would be: remember when we had the wet conditions in qualifying in the race? How was that in the LMP2 from your perspective? Because again, the other cars have all these different driver assists, driver aids to try and help them out, but you guys don't have half as much.
Yeah, it's definitely an experience to say the least, but. I think even with like the bits of unluckiness we've had, we've still just gritted teeth and going on with it, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Pressing on forwards. Do you have an overall goal for this race in terms of position, or is it just sort of getting to the checkered flag?
Well, that's a good question because I think Mirai, like we're a full VTuber racing team. We'd like to beat the other teams with VTubers on them, but I think it's gonna be quite an ask. But I know that the quote-unquote team principal for the Who Wants a Soda car is driving our car. So they're fun enough running the same setup, and it's a very similar livery. So I guess you could call it like the Racing Bulls to our Red Bull of sorts. But I'm guessing we just want to just do as best we can, just raise awareness for the charity, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're not going to be starting any VTuber beef on broadcast, are we? Or no. Everyone's going to be nice.
we're trying our best not to give Jimmy any content with some racing stewarding, but yeah, we're just here for a fun time. Just we wanted to do this race for a while, so when we got the chance to, we've jumped in and got as many people on our team we can.
All right, lovely. It looks like you're still going quite well out there. Just keep yourself out of trouble. No more shenanigans down into Mulsanne, and we should be good, right?
No promises, but we'll try our best.
All right, thank you very much. That's Jordan Brunch there from the number 57 Mirai United VRT purple car. Dara, seemingly they're in pretty good spirits at this point, and for many of these teams, including them, as they mentioned, it's just about the taking part for a fantastic cause and getting to the end more than it is necessarily about the track position.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the really nice things about this event is that not everybody's going to be fighting for that win necessarily. It means that people aren't necessarily going to be going side by side through the Porsche curves, just trying to find an extra tenth or two. They're not going to be over pushing it. They're going to be a little bit more respectful of the cars on the circuit, which is exactly what we really want to be seeing. But it is also great that drivers are going to be trying to get all the way to the end of the race, and it just does highlight how much enjoyment a lot of people who are taking part are going to get out of this race, and how important it is, of course, with the money that we are raising for Belong To over the course of the 24 hours. And it's just great to see everybody enjoying taking part. That's the main thing. You could find yourself 7-8 laps down in a really competitive race and be miserable for the rest of the race, but I don't think we're going to get the same really today.
I think, up and down the field, people are absolutely happy to be here, happy to race, no matter if they are 10 laps down. It doesn't matter. They'll continue on and see this one through all the way to the checkered flag. We have all 51 runners still running out there on circuit at the moment, which is absolutely fantastic to see. iRacing special events eat our heart out as far as I'm concerned. But it's we're in that stable portion of the race now where people, well, I was going to say stable portion, but I just saw a prototype backwards in the gravel in the back shot there, which is the last thing from stable. We'll have to see exactly who they were. Was that the Queen's Design car? Having a big problem again. Let's see. There we go, backwards. Oh, yeah. That one's a bit of a weird one, I'll be honest, Dara.
Yeah, it almost looks like the rear road started to drop in very early into the corner. Normally you'd end up spinning a little bit further into that gravel trap or more towards the exit of the second part of the chicane. So very early to lose the rear end. Didn't necessarily look like a rear lock-up either. So bit of a lazy spin, but I mean a lazy spin's better than the kind of aerobatic crashes that we've seen so far across this race. So there's always that to think about, but still not really ideal. Just you want to try and smooth out those little mistakes, iron them away from your regular metronomic consistency. But if you're just picking up a couple of them, then it could be worse. It's just going to be an overall worry for the team if there's always that increased risk of damage hanging over the car. But I think especially as we get in towards the evening, as the sun starts to set, it may become a little bit more difficult again as the visibility changes around for the drivers, and at some of the corners the braking points and the turning points are a little bit more obscured. Could lead to a few more mistakes that we've been seeing.
I do have to make I have to correct myself a little bit. We actually do have Arthur one DNF. We have the Unlucky Luck Racing car, the number 96. They've decided that they are done and will not be coming back off of the pit lane there. So the 96 dropping down the order, which is a big shame because obviously they did have a whole bunch of pace today. They were running P2 for a lot of the early portions of this race, but unfortunately for them, well, unlucky for them, they won't be able to take part, or at least don't want to take part for the rest of this race. So that's going to be our first retirement out of 51 cars. We are down to 50.
Still 50 cars though, still quite a few powering their way around this circuit. Just about 50, because it was nearly 49 with that 21 still flicking around. Olympus Esports Atlas just about, I mean, they're hanging on for dear life right now. I mean, for the drivers around who are also seeing this blinking, not least that GT3, it's just a nightmare. See, car's gone, car's back, car's gone again. You don't really know where it is. If you're a slower moving car being lapped into a slower speed corner, we've said it a few times, you can gain in a slower speed car in a slower speed corner. If you don't know where that car's gone, it's a very big chance that you go into the back of it and unintentionally cause contact because you cannot see the car around you. I mean, it seems pretty simple, but then again, for the 21, it's a real worry and a real concern that they have to be very careful with. So I think they have to be aware that other drivers may not know exactly where they're going to be, and they're going to have to ever so slightly change their driving style accordingly, because otherwise they're going to put themselves at a big risk for possibly losing what they've been able to build so far, that 2.25 minute lead over the 41 Taylor Mills racing car, and that would be gutting because that's a huge advantage at this stage of the race.
Yeah, it's the age-old question of how do you attack or defend from a blinking car? You know, like it's a whole lot of guesswork, and there's a whole lot of trust in there as well. So it's a very tricky situation. Thankfully, Andreas Nordenhoff has been on the correct side of iRacing, deciding that enough is enough and booting them from the server. But it's still not a comfortable situation to be in when you know that could sort of happen any moment if it gets too bad. So it is a situation that we're going to be we have to monitor. I mean, Andreas is coming towards the end of his, well, I mean, the last couple of laps of a stint, I suppose. He's on 7 laps, and usually they're going about 11, if I'm correct, with the hypercars, excuse me. So they will, at least another couple of laps here for Andreas, and then maybe they might decide to change the driver out just to make sure that if that connection finally does go kaput for Andreas, that it's not while they're in the car.
And that could be the important thing. So almost mitigating the circumstances could be the way to go for them. It's just then difficult to mitigate a circumstance where you don't necessarily know exactly what the circumstance is, isn't it? Because the connection it's there, but it's not consistent, and it could drop at any moment, but it could be fine still. So you don't necessarily want to take that extra pit stop unnecessarily, but then you're always running that risk, and it's just a dilemma that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Even if there is a boot from the server, hopefully they'll be able to get back in and stay competitive. There are only the 3 other cars in the lead lap, so they'd still be competitive towards the back end of the top 10, maybe even the top 5, depending on how quickly they can reconnect. But it's always the issue that they are going to face. It's an issue that Satellite Racing Solo could face, but they'd be less worried because, I mean, the lead they've got, to have over a lap at this stage, it's enormous. I mean, you're gaining at nearly around 45 seconds an hour. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, that's crazy margins there for Satellite Racing. They, of course, in terms of iRacing, I mean, as an average, they're head and shoulders above everyone else. But the 555 having problems. That's Mark Cady behind the wheel of that one, with the Mission Smooth operator, or Mission Smooth operation, excuse me, LMP2 efforts. There's the 560 as well, Tyler Book. Disconnection, it looks like. So the Cautionary Tale Motorsports, no, at least they're back on circuit, at least on my view. So it seems like connection issues up and down the field. As we see Bobby Flowers in the number 34, big spin, backwards, avoiding action being taken by the prototype, arriving on the scene. And continuing to drive backwards for some reason, Bobby Flowers. I think he's made this become a reverse race rather than a normal one. There we go. Finds the gap to try and spin round in. Austin Powers it on the Mulsanne. There we go. Back and then forward. And thankfully no one else coming, so we don't get to judge the rejoin. But that one was slightly awkward.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was hoping just to flick it around, just did that one kick of throttle, but it wasn't going to work out that way. Paul score Thorn, also having a bit of a spin through turn 2, that rear end stepping out as Paul went over that curb at turn number 2, and that is what is going to put the 67 back into the gravel trap, and rejoin looked like it was going to be all right down there, but a lot of drivers having those little issues. It could be a little bit to do with fatigue, could be to do with the fact that the sun is setting, it's getting a little bit more difficult to see over some of these corners. So many different reasons that it could be. Either way, you're losing a little bit of time. That's not going to be ideal for your race. What's happened to Kismiri down in towards turn 2? The 56 has been in the wars a little bit of late, and again losing it on entry and spinning onto the inside at turn 3. Got to be careful of the GT3 coming through, and enough of a turning circle like a London cab that to get it out of the gravel trap.
Nicely done. Back onto the circuits for that Queen's Design car, but having a look elsewhere out on circuit, a bit of lapping procedures, trying to get underway between the prototype, the hypercars and the LMP2s. It's very, very tricky between those two sometimes. Obviously, a little bit easier for hypercars to get past GT3s, but when it's both the prototype classes, it can be a little closer.
You can, and that's always something you're going to have to be thinking about. You know, with the prototypes, particularly, I think that there's concern when some of the drivers get a little bit closer together, and especially when we get in towards the traffic as well. With the GT3s, as we're about to see, actually, perfectly demonstrating my point, down in towards the chicane, the first of the chicanes down the Mulsanne. Difficult to really judge, but the longer we go into this race, the more comfortable I think all drivers are going to be with everybody around them. And again, more into that consistency, more into that rhythm that they would like to be in, particularly when lapping, because you can, run as many laps as you want to in the practice lobbies. You can run for 3 hours on your own around the Circuit of Sarthe, not see anybody else, and just get the laps in. But what really will make and break your race is trying to negotiate your way through the traffic, and managing that to a T is what is going to be able to benefit you greatly going in towards a race like this, or any kind of endurance race. The shorter the race, the more effective your traffic management really needs to be. So with a 24-hour race, you've got a little bit longer and a little bit more wiggle room to try and, I say try and lose a bit of time. You won't want to try and lose a bit of time, but the ability to lose a bit of time and gain it back again. But it's just getting used to it. And the differences that you get at this track between being able to lap on a straight and in the corners and some slow speed corners as well, will just give you that good bit of practice, I think, when you go to any other circuit for this kind of racing.
Exactly. I mean, the main big point of concern for the faster traffic is catching slower traffic in the Porsche curves, right? That's the most limiting portion of the circuit, where you may not have easy options left or right to try and get past. But other than that, I mean, down the Mulsanne, quite easy to get past. Down the pit straights, I mean, down into some of the chicanes, can be quite trivial, as we see James Whitehead at number 7 have a spin. I don't know if he touched the barrier or not. I don't think they did. But back and going again for the number 7. But returning back to my point, though, plenty of opportunity to deal with lap traffic here at the Circuit of the Sarthe. However, that's the big contrast, as we see the 51 have problems. That's a big contrast to some other circuits, like say Road Atlanta during the Petit Le Mans, right? Yeah. That is traffic central, and you can be impeded massively on that circuit in multiple locations if you time it wrong with the traffic, as we see the 253 going around.
Yeah, that's a rear locking, sending them in towards the wrong part of the Mulsanne. There's a cafe down there, I believe, and maybe they were trying to get a cup of tea into the evening, but I don't really know. But yeah, to your point though, you're absolutely right. The Petit Le Mans Road Atlanta, almost as a commentator, your threshold for what seemed exciting dramatically decreases, because the amount of close racing and going through the middle that you'll see a hypercar do on some of the slower classes, it just doesn't stop. Realistically, it doesn't really matter how fast you are, you're never in a position to get in towards that rhythm. Being able to deliver and adjust and be pragmatic around the traffic is what enables you to be as fast as you can at tracks like that. So we're not getting as much of that here as someone, you're totally right, but it kind of is finding that balance. And I do love a Petit Le Mans, but it is stressful to watch from up in the commentary box. This is far more sedate and calm.
I love commentating endurance races at Road Atlanta. I think they're crazy. It's action from drop of the green flag to checkered flag. As far as I'm concerned, it's a great little event, and just about the right length, 10 hours as well, isn't it? It's not too long, not too short, so you get that sort of storyline over the course of the race that develops, and there's ample opportunity for people to come back. I mean, I've had some battles where they've been separated by pretty much a lap, but because of a string of really bad traffic for the leading car, that got sort of reduced down to about 5 seconds. So it does happen that way. As we let this race settle in and drivers continue to circulate, we'll get ourselves another driver into the commentary booth here, and you're standing by with Dara Thacker with Peter Enser.
Yeah, Peter, welcome in. Who wants the soda? Or not who wants the soda, is it? It is who wants the soda. I want a soda.
Who wants the soda?
Get that team name right first time. I mean, 58 going nicely, particularly in the early stages of this race, being an exciting one up to this point. In the mid-pack now, as a team running towards the top 10. I mean, from your perspective, how's the race going from the team, from yourself as well? How's it feeling out there?
It's feeling pretty good, I think low-key, I think we're going a little better than we expected, to be honest. But yeah, what an experience this is! It's turning out to be a great race. It's very much you've got to keep your nose clean, and I think attrition's going to be a big factor on this race. I think if you survive, you're going to be in a good position come the end.
Yeah, and I think mentioning attrition, how difficult have you found it to keep yourself out of it? How have you been able to almost try and keep yourself out of some of that trouble when being lapped and lapping some of the cars around you, because it is such a difficult task at a circuit like this?
It really is. You're constantly looking out for things. You've got teammates looking up the road on different camera angles, trying to call out any sort of situation ahead, and it's a team effort making sure we keep this thing clean the whole way, because a slow circulating car is still faster than a car in the pit box,
Oh yeah, that's very, very true indeed. But I mean, again, mentioning your team, talk us through the support you're getting and you're giving each other as you go through this race. You said, looking at the road, looking at different camera angles. What are the kind of messaging that you're giving other members of the team and they're giving to you when you're in the car?
Being a P2 car, predominantly, it's a lot of, you've got GTPs coming up, kind of a bit of an estimate of when they're going to arrive. If you're going down the Mulsanne Straight, it's like, I think you're going to be good for Mulsanne Corner, they're probably going to get you on the run to Indianapolis. So you're already aware that there's going to be a few things going on and what to expect, or maybe you can just give the GTP a little bit of room here and there. It's a lot of it. It's trying to predict before an event happens, rather than at the last minute going, "Oh, there's a car there." Just a lot of preempting a lot of things. It helps keep things a lot more calm, settled, and planned.
Yeah, and calm, settled, and planned. 3 words you don't normally describe for endurance racing, but it's always the task, isn't it, to try and keep things under control. You said that you were pretty happy with how things are going to be running where you are. Where is the target at this stage of the race? Have objectives shifted since the start of the race, or are you just happy to keep yourself inside the top 10?
I mean, I don't know if we ever expected to be in a top 10 situation at any point, to be honest. Our main target was just to see the flag. However, as things pan out during the race, you never know what's going to happen. We would be delighted if we could finish in the top 10, that is for sure. That would be such an achievement.
It was a good target to have, and it's looking pretty good for you at the moment. For when you next get back in the car, I'm guessing it's going to be in the night for you. What are your thoughts going into that? Are you going to have to change your driving style going into the night? Do you think it's going to be a different race at that stage?
Yes, so I'll be back in the car at about 5:30 a.m. GMT. So it's still going to be pretty dark. It's going to be pretty chill by then. You could definitely drive the car a lot harder than we have been. Some of us who are a little bit slower have been taking a different strategy because a hotter circuit is a little bit slower for us. I reckon on the colder conditions we can be a little bit more aggressive and make up a little bit more time there for us at picking up some of the slack as such. But we've got some of our best drivers racing at night as well, so I think we're going to be putting in some great times, hopefully.
Sounds good, and good luck for the morning when you do get back in the car. But great to speak to you, and good luck to yourself and the team running into the night phase.
Thank you very much. This endurance business is great fun.
It certainly is. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you very much.
Renzo there. Great to speak to him, Connery, especially with their race going relatively well, seemingly, by the sounds of it, because, you know, P9, some would say it's not necessarily where they're targeting, but it's always good that drivers are happy to be inside a top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these ambitions and goals will change throughout the race as well, because they said they were going to be surprised if they had a top 10, or at least were running in the top 10 at any point. But then now they're here. Okay, what more can they get? As we see, big problems down into there. That's the 121 car. That is the Olympus Esports Proton, actually one of the front runners in terms of your LMP2 order, having a big issue. And there's another car involved in that one I didn't quite catch either, but they're behind Taylor Mills Racing 42, so I imagine that could be the car that was also involved.
Yeah, little moments that have been happening, not necessarily ideal. Still a bit of blinking going on back there. This is the 11 Andrew Taphorn behind the wheel. What's going on?
Oh, it was
a little
traffic.
Bit of a closing gap. Yeah, closing gap, and just misjudging the speed, I think, in the end, and head on in towards the tyre barrier there. That is not what the 11 needs at all. I think the P2, we could just about see the rear wing pop up on the replay there, also off the road. So really damaging news for them in, well, more ways than one.
Yeah, so down on towards the pit lane for the Pun crew. That is not an ideal situation. I mean, we haven't actually seen too many issues in terms of, you know, different classes of traffic interacting with each other in a negative way. That's you know, that's generally been quite good over the course of this race, but that's just an example of it still not being a completely clean or ideal here at this stage. As we see, I'm seeing Olympus Esports Atlas. They're in the pit lane. Sorry, I thought they had dropped from the server there, so my heart has sort of dropped for them in the number 21. But they are actually on the pit lane, getting themselves a service done. And actually, is Andreas going to stay in the car? Looks like.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting, well, it would have been an interesting conversation between some of the team, but it does look like Andreas will be in the car once again, and they'll be just hoping to get through. There's the GT3, of course. There's not enough pit slots in the pit lane, which is why we have got cars pretty much inside of each other as they are on pit lane, but the 21 now out of the box, back onto the circuit, and immediately, before even getting out of the pit exit, there's blinking once again. They're just going to be hoping to keep it alive really towards the end of this race still, even though they've had that extra pit stop with a minute's worth of an advantage.
Yeah, exactly. So they have the buffer to eat into just in case of any problems, but yeah, it's a bit disconcerting seeing that car pop into and out of existence quite often. Meanwhile, we're riding on board with the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car as they head their way down the inside of some traffic there. So they're continuing on their good effort. So it's Isabel Matthews behind the wheel of the number 98 at the moment. However, it's a little bit far down the road, the next car. I mean, Taylor Mills Racing, they do have to come down in for a stop at least imminently. So that 2 minutes 20 gap isn't actually representative at the moment, but it's still quite a gap to be catching up. But we still have well over half the race left to go, so still plenty of opportunity to make some inroads here for that number 98 Prismatic effort.
Yeah, and there's going to be a few of them in here. Well, the entire team in the car. I think we've heard from a couple of them over the course of this race, or at least we've been following them closely. And they are still going right towards, or going for some of the top positions and running towards the podium positions as well. Having a good evening of it up to this point. How we will get into the night, we'll wait and see. You can just see though how dark it is getting around the circuit. Of course, there is no light around the circuit. All illumination will be done by the car's headlights. So it is just going to get increasingly darker and darker, and the shadows getting longer as we dive down the Mulsanne with the number 98. Once we turn right, we're going to see the sun in the windscreen, and you can just see how low it's getting as we get to the end of the Mulsanne. Where is it? There it is, and you can see how blinding it is towards Indianapolis and Arnard, because someone pointed out, I believe it was in the YouTube chat, and it's just so difficult to see down at these parts of the track. The trees, if anything, are saving some of the drivers because they're just about low enough that the sun has to dip behind them.
Yeah, at this stage of the race for sure, but yeah, it's a little it's a little problem, and it is a problem that the real life drivers do have to deal with too. Dealing with the sun in their eyes and things like that. Maybe they get some sort of tinted visors and things like that to be able to help with it. But it's but yeah, when you're on a computer screen, sometimes that glare, especially if you have some of the settings turned up quite high, it can be very blinding. But back into the darkness then for Prismatic Motorsports Athena as they continue on here. Now they're going to get themselves in towards the Porsche curves here. You can see how much grip that these hypercars have coming through here. It's absolutely lightning quick. You turn the wheel not thinking it's going to grip, but it does. It's just a huge roller coaster of corners, I suppose, and you can carry so much more speed than you think before you get a little bit of a opportunity to relax a tiny amount before the brakes in towards the Ford curve. But it always amazes me how rapid the hypercars are through the Porsche curves. It's actually insane. It doesn't look realistic, like, even though it is.
Yeah, it's astounding. I mean, the amount of downforce that these cars have, I mean, of course, developed over the past decade, really. It was announced that Toyota really grabbed a bit of a stranglehold, but others have really got into it a little bit more now that we have this array of hypercars that we're able to go in and perform at such high speeds. There didn't used to be much of a difference between a P1 and a hypercar. Now there really is a big advantage for a hypercar, relatively speaking, because of the amount of downforce that they've placed onto these cars, and it's just incredible in the high speed parts of the track where they can just be stuck to the ground. Really is impressive, and the top speeds are pretty good as well. To have basically 30 seconds advantage over a 4-minute lap. I mean, we're talking about nearly 13% over the course of a lap faster than the GT car. It's absolutely incredible to be able to carry that much speed, and we see it time and time again, and it's why it's difficult to judge against some of the GT3s, because in a hypercar you almost can't comprehend that they're going that slow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy how your perspective sort of is like that. But yeah, these cars are super quick. As I have a look at the YouTube chat as Taylor Mills, and the P stands for physics. I'm guessing that's a comment about the initial in Isabel's name. It'd be incredible if that was the case. And obviously the H in LTH stands for H. Yes, of course it does. Thank you, David. As we'll continue on with this one. Taylor Mills Racing, speaking of, in the pit lane for P2 overall. So they'll draw themselves back into the clutches of Prismatic Athena due to this pit stop. They have so much of a gap at the moment where they can take this pit stop and still come out in P2. That's not a problem for them. Neil DeBacker getting behind, remaining, I think, behind the wheel of that. No, actually getting behind the wheel of that car. It was Dominique English there that was piloting that car for the last while. But then, of course, we get ourselves Neil back in the car after he started it just a good couple of hours ago.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how those stints have played out, really, across the field, and what teams and drivers have been happy to do, and what drivers have wanted to do off the start. Because some drivers may have wanted to do the first couple of hours, may have just wanted to do the first stint and pass it over to another driver. Of course, it was wet right at the start of the race. It has dried out now. I think it's meant to get wetter again, isn't it? Into the morning or overnight. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, I was just having a look for the forecast. So there it is, right? So we are expecting it to be dry overnight here. We're well past the risk of precipitation at this point, as the ones who are having another spin. I think that's the second time within the last 15 minutes we've seen them go backwards. But returning back to the weather, I mean, so for the nighttime hours, it's going to be pretty much guaranteed to be dry. However, getting towards the sort of final couple of hours of the race, sort of about 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., is when we start picking up the chance of rain once again. It goes up to 63% chance of precipitation. So there is that looming risk for the last couple of stints of the event where we might see the weather affect things once again, just as it did in the start. As Renayemko potentially going to have a very, very big off here. That's a very, very fast section, and power sliding all the way through. Hopefully he got a bit of boost as a result of that. Actually, that's the wrong game as he rejoins the circuit.
Lovely profile picture though. Will look absolutely fantastic. That is put onto a Discord. Raul Shibanu going around. That 100 car's been in the walls today. It really has. Sarthe Fitzpatrick getting involved in this as well. I mean, you can just see it happening from the start of the 100. It's difficult to see whether the 100 comes across. It'd be easier to see from an onboard of the number 100, but for Sarthe, we'll see it, I think, better here. Just trying to get out of the corner. It drifts across a little bit. Do they drift into each? Oh, they just drift into each. Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Ooh. Sarthe maybe drifting a little bit further right, but either way, it's an unfortunate coming together for the both of them.
It's hard in the Camaro because it kind of you point it into the corner, and whatever trajectory it's on, it's going to take. So needed a little bit extra room on exit there to try and swing out, but yeah, that one's unfortunate. Maybe another fast repair having to be used as Sarthe again, or yeah, front end gone, cars balance all over the place, struggling to keep it going. Now we'll stay stationary to make sure that she rejoins in the right place without impeding anyone, but I think the pit lane is the next stop for that car. There we go. I think that's the attitude everyone has, Sarthe, to be honest. Just resting on the fist like that.
It's just...
it's understandable.
It's not the face of happiness, I think it's fair to say, but at the same time, it's a very relatable face. I mean, I've been there more than a fair few times. It's why I'm sat up here and not down on the track driving. The skills are not necessarily based in a sim rig. As well as they are sat up here, being able to have a lovely, relaxing time up here with you, Connery. But yeah, it's unfortunate more than anything else. I guess the silver lining is they're kind of in a race on their own for Sarthe Fitzpatrick and the 28 crew. So it's more of an annoyance than anything else, because yes, they could be racing with some of the GT3s, but they're not exactly in the same class. And it's just been a bit of a race like that for them. But just great to have them involved, and great to have almost that reference to what we saw at them on last year at this race as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're categorized as a GT3 for our graphics purposes, because if we had them in a separate class, they would have a separate section on the tower and a separate, whatever. So to be able to just have the 3 on the left-hand side, it's better just to categorize them as a GT3, and then all the order and all the numbers sort of works out from that point forwards. But yeah, looking good at the moment, at least in terms of the racing that we've seen out there. Yes, we see a couple of mistakes start settling in. Remember, we do still have 50 cars still left running out there, so there's going to be problems somewhere on the circuit pretty much every couple of laps. As we're running on board with the number 95, Nicholas Sundby here, currently P8 in class in number 95 effort. This is the Arctic Sim Racing, one of the Arctic Sim Racing cars, and solidly mid-pack in this hypercar class. Not a bad place to be whatsoever. They do have to be careful from behind somewhat, though, because Spec 7 Racing Team are only about 3 seconds behind them. So they do have an immediate challenger out there on circuit. The car further down the road from them, one position up, is about 30 seconds ahead. So that's the Vortex Racing Alpha car that's further down the road, also on the same pit stop cycle as them.
it is, and with only a gap of about 3 seconds, you really do have that target very much in view. Nicholas Sunby in a very dark room. I always like having this conversation actually about how you set up your sim rig, because some people love to have a massively bright room and basically have every single screen and every light on so that they're basically blinded and, you know, the optician's going to have a go at them, or they sit in complete darkness and on a camera angle we don't really see their face. And it's great that you can really see from driver to driver how everybody likes to have their sim rigs set up differently, and it does show that it can be really personable to a driver. And also why when you get into, you know, like a LAN event, which some of these drivers will have done in the past, how it can be difficult because it's out of their comfort zone and they can't necessarily set it up in exactly the way they want to. But Nicholas, he loves it. Seems a very dark room. You can just about make him out on the bottom right hand side of the screen. And then just the expansive darkness behind. So, yeah, I mean, I hope that there's not an abyss back there, but you just don't know, can you?
It's behind you. Anyway, there are actually some of the top, sim racing leagues and things like that have now mandated that your camera must be appropriate and your face be visible and things like that, because we start getting into some situations where you basically can't see them, which certainly is a choice. But some of these leagues do have the camera as a mandatory thing, so that's so they want to get the best view possible and to be able to use whatever footage you're sending them. But either way, for a race like this, it doesn't really matter so much. But yeah, it's great to get these views at these drivers, because a lot of the time, especially in sim racing, Dara, we feel very removed from the actual drivers, right? We, they are just a virtual car racing out there on circuit. There's not really a face to the name or face to the livery or face to the car whatsoever, right? So that's why we bring in these zoom cams where we can, and where the drivers are willing, because it does give that sort of more personal touch to it, in a sense. They're not just a random car going around the circuit. They are actually a human being with emotions, with feelings, and yeah, so it's great to add that human touch to it.
And I've often thought about this because you and I can really, I mean, we've spoken about thousands upon thousands of sim races over the years, but a lot of them will never know what they do.
Don't make me feel old.
I'm sorry, but I was, just thinking about how many people we really talked about, and the fact that we don't necessarily know exactly what loads of them look like. I often feel like, if I'm in a big, or I'm in a busy area, is there anybody that I actually know without knowing in this room? Because sim races come in all shapes and sizes, young, old, men, women, everything in between as well. And it's really great to see when drivers can have their face cams on, or they just basically pop in and say hi. It just puts a face to a name. Sometimes when you get the voices in your head, the voices won't match the face, so it's great to get the whole plethora. I know that I'm a Norwich City fan. In the football, our manager, who's the current lead manager, looks nothing like he sounds. He's a German man with long hair, and he's got a very high-pitched voice for how you'd expect to hear him. So it's always good to see everything pieced together, and we kind of get a more personal feel with the drivers, because that's kind of what we like to have up there.
Yeah, I mean, when I've been at the Sim Racing Expo, for example, many years ago at this point, we'd have drivers come up to us while we were commentating, saying, "Oh yeah, hi Connery, or hi whoever," and I'm like, I don't know who you are. I'm sorry, because I don't recognize the face, and it might be one of these famous drivers from one of these famous teams, and I just completely sort of blanked on them a little bit, because I was like, oh, didn't at that time didn't get used to actually seeing the drivers in person, unless they and recognize where they're from, apart from unless they had like an actual team jersey on. But yeah, it's great to see the drivers, and of course great to see the emotions when they have an instant, when the pressure is on, when they're nervous, when they've won a race and are celebrating. Like, those are all the little human touches which are amazing to see, and amazing stories in and of themselves. Of course, I do realize that some people would not want to show their face on camera for any reason, especially relevant given the topic of this race. But as people will get that confidence, will be more comfortable, they will be more comfortable in sharing their sort of live reactions to things and to be able to reach out in that way, which I think is very valuable to broadcasts like these.
Yeah, and I think to your point as well, it's great that we have this racing community to enable people to feel that little bit more comfortable in the sim racing world, because it can be.
I mean, we've got VTubers as well, haven't we?
Exactly.
Yeah. But so if you don't want to show your actual face, then you can show a virtual one, I suppose.
Exactly, right? But it's just great that we have these spaces that have really tried hard and have really worked hard to try and enable to feel and make people feel comfortable and feel like they're welcome in a sim racing world where, again, you don't know people really. You know them as a racing name, but you don't necessarily know what they look like, how they speak, what they do for a living. You don't really know anything about them. So to get this kind of community around you and to have all of these people who are willing to share this space and willing to really just be welcoming, really is what it boils down to, is so critical for so many people, and it's why this event is so meaningful and why we're supporting such a good cause.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And to remind everyone of the cause, this broadcast, this event is supporting Belong To, which is an LGBTQ plus charity for youth in Ireland, helping support them with their, any questions, any pastoral support, I suppose, in that sense, and to really empower individuals and communities within the LGBTQ plus sphere to be able to live their best lives and to really be comfortable in their own skin, which is an absolutely fantastic initiative, and is definitely one that we do continue to need, not just in Ireland, but in every single country around the world. It is a fantastic initiative, and it's one that we are very, very proud to support here during this particular race and after the race as well. We've got, in terms of the fundraising, we've got €3,630 raised so far. We've had to stretch the goal out multiple times over the course of this event. We are up to the stretched goal of €4,000. So, and I get the feeling we will be there by the time the 17 hours we'd have to run left has expired. So let's get ourselves quickly towards that. If you do want to donate, then the link to do so is in the YouTube description. Okay, so if you want to, click on the YouTube description, there will be a link. While you donate, you can also get yourself entered into the raffle for the HF8 haptic gaming pad provided by Next Level Racing, just to add that little bit of extra immersion into your racing with that sort of haptic feedback coming through into your body. Essentially, it's a little pad that you put on your sim rig on your chair. So that's absolutely fantastic. Please do donate and get us to that €4,000 stretch goal, and just decide to see where we end up once the whole 24 hours of racing is complete.
Hopefully it's as far as we possibly can go into a target we haven't even imagined yet. I'm sure it will get to that point, because we've had such great, so many great donators over the course of the race so far, and pre-race as well. We really do value all the support that has been afforded us. And 7 hours into this race now, just crossed over that. It's great to see that we have got still so many people involved in the race, and there will be more that will be jumping into the car in the not too distant future. I think I've just seen a very excited loud message from Olivia, the head steward, about the drivers that could possibly be coming into the race corner.
Jimmy Broadbent is incoming. I repeat, the Broadbent is coming. Yes, absolutely. So we'll keep a close eye on that Doug Henson racing car, the number 87, down in GT3s, because soon the Jimmer will be here, and he will be taking to the circuit. So that's going to be an interesting situation. Hopefully he's able to keep it in the grey stuff and keep it going. Otherwise, I imagine his stream chat would be quite interesting. But yeah, we'll see when he gets in the car. I think let's see, the GT3s. There are 11 laps on their stint right now, so it is the last couple of laps at least for the 87 before they decide to head the way down in and get that rumoured driver change in.
Yeah, we'll await that with bated breath, I am sure. There's so many drivers and teams that are kind of in the middle of a bit of a cycle of pit stops. We've kind of lost that pretty monotone strategy across the board. You know, there's a lot of teams going a lot of different ways at this stage of the race, and I think we're going to be starting to see some of that come more to the fore once again shortly. But it is great to see as we get into the night. I think this is a good point to change over your drive. Is, you know, getting into the night phase, you know, the track can feel completely different to as it does in the day. Obviously, visibility decreases, and all of a sudden the track just feels smaller because of the fact the visibility is less. And that, you know, it sounds like an obvious point to make, but it really does make a difference when you're driving in the car. And kind of what we were talking about earlier about where you're focused and where your prospects are. If you're too focused on what's around you, it may start to become a bit of an over-focus, and that can happen in the night phase. So to change a driver at this kind of phase as you get after sunset in towards the darkening conditions, I think could be a good ploy for some of the teams to take.
Yeah, absolutely. We are riding on board with Harry Fox at the moment, the 220. That's the Wiskins racing car. As he continues on, and well, one thing I like about that car, the purple. I think I mentioned in the first part of the broadcast that I love any livery with a purple colour involved in it, so that's fantastic. I also love the pink. Well, it looks pink on the webcam. Gloves, which are great, and it's interesting. It's like drivers. Sim racing drivers will wear gloves for the same, similar reasons as the real life drivers would wear gloves in their sim rig, right? Because you wouldn't have thought there'd be a big market for it. However, especially in these sorts of endurance races, especially with those sorts of wheels as well, which is very likely a direct drive, the forces going through the wheel can be quite aggressive, and even the grips on the rim are not exactly the best for your skin. So that's why, and it can get quite sore after a while holding these wheels in these long races. So that's why drivers will wear proper racing gloves, even though they're not in an actual racing car. It's for the same reasons they would do in real life. It just takes the wear off of your palms and your fingers, and obviously there's no reason for the fireproof rating on these in sim racing, but you know, for that main purpose of keeping the hands good, that's why some of the drivers will wear the gloves. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. In terms of footwear, that's a different issue though. So there's a huge different variety in terms of that.
Yeah, there's it comes to all shapes and sizes really. Footwear and even hardware in terms of sim racing. Even the headsets, you can get any number of headsets that come out for you. And for Harry there, I mean, a setup that is extensive to say the least. I think we. Just after we got off, on the broadcast, we had a word with him earlier, and he was saying that the screens behind him were to be used when he's not in the car, and you can watch what's going on, and you can have a nice comfy chair. To which I would say, is there any comfier chairs that he could buy to sit in the sim racing rig? Surely there's a good product out there somewhere. But really, it does go to show that there is a lot of personability in sim racing as well. People can get into it and really just make it their own. Like I said, you can adjust your own sim rig conditions, but the sim rig itself you can really refine and, you know, get your own stuff to use. It can almost make you feel a little bit different getting into the sim rig. You know, putting on your gloves that you wear when you're in the sim rig can almost make it feel just that little bit more important, that little bit more different in a way, and can almost focus the mind as you get into your racing.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a little bit of swap around at the very top of the order there. I don't know if you just saw on the timing tower. Don't worry, Olympus Esports Atlas, they are still okay. They are still out there, albeit blinking still quite a lot. It's just sometimes they drop out enough for our timing to think that they're gone and ends up swapping the positions. But no, they are actually still out there and continuing to run despite the connection issues for Andreas Nordenhoff. He's kept himself in the race, shall we say. It seems like it's blinky but stable blinky, if you know what I mean. It's hopefully not gonna get any worse from this point forwards.
Yeah, I bet, to be fair, two words that don't really necessarily go together is stable blinky. I mean, if you're at the stage of stable blinky, it's a worry.
Consistently blinky.
Yeah, consistently inconsistent, I think, is really what we're trying to get at here, isn't it? But just not dropping out too far, and that's the important thing. There we go.
There he is.
Getting into that 87 Mustang car. He'll be out on track very shortly.
There we go. Jimmy Broadbent making an appearance for the number 87, down off the jacks, but still waiting for the rest of that fuel to go into that GT3 car, that Ford Mustang. P3 at the moment, which is pretty good going. They'll be back out in a not too distant future here, just waiting for that pretty much maximum fuel to go in. There we go. As off and away they go. 40.8 in terms of the stop. That is, slightly quicker than some of the longer stops that we've seen. It's usually like 42 or 43 for like sort of maximum amount of time stationary on the pit lane. But 40.8 is pretty good. Coming off the pit lane now, straight almost into a side-by-side with another GT3 there. And Jimmy Broadbent makes his first appearance in Race for Cause 2025.
Yeah, let's see how quickly up to speed Jimmy can get. It's not going to take long, is it? Let's be real with ourselves. But getting out of the pit lane, car will be a little bit cold. Just get into the rhythm. And like I said, good time to really get into the car or change the driver. Getting into that night phase, it's easier to dial in when you arrive into these conditions rather than having to adjust lap after lap to them. So this could be a really interesting start for him. And to have two LMP2, let's say, right behind him isn't necessarily going to be too helpful to get the stint off to a start. This is a little bit more chaotic than it could otherwise be. Look at this. Dodging left, dodging right. They're going to go either side. Momentarily, it looks like they were. And nearly again. A bit of an inside line through the middle for one of the P2s. Just about going to work out on the entry in towards the first chicane. I think the other will get around the outside. But baptism of fire, really, for Jimmy, though.
Yep, absolutely. Straight into it in terms of the traffic. Having to get out of the way, I suppose, of some of the prototypes heading their way through, and but he's been able to manage it well. Wealth of experience behind that wheel, so he knows what to do. But I'm just seeing the reaction in the YouTube chat right now. Someone says threat level. I'm not sure who that is in the race, but feels weird to be in the same race with Jimmy. There we go. We got a fan having a moment.
I wonder if there'll be any more. I'm sure there'll be a couple more. But it's one of those things that can really be not necessarily beneficial is what I'm looking for, but really great to have as an added feature into the race, to have, Jimmy Broadbent, big name in the community, involved in this event. Really does shed a spotlight onto the good work that is going on, and really does validate all the efforts that have been put into this race, because it has been a big event to organise, and clearly it's attracted quite a few eyes for participation.
Yeah, absolutely. I was sort of keeping an eye on the entry list over the last couple of months to see who was taking an interest, and if we get the how many cars that would get. But the number just sort of kept going up and up and up. And I was like, actually, this is looking like to be a really, really serious affair. So it's and with some very good names in here in terms of teams and drivers. So yeah, it is absolutely pleasant to have a lot of these teams and a lot of these drivers, be it the big streamers like Jimmy, or sort of more from like the sort of pro side of iRacing, like some of the satellite racing drivers who are at the sort of top level in terms of endurance racing in the league scene, shall we say. It's great to see everyone sort of piling in and getting themselves involved, because it's in the end it's for a good cause, right?
Exactly, and that's the main point, and it's why it's great to see so many people involved, watching along on the stream, in the race, in the server as well. It really is great to see how big an event it has got. Not good to see that for Jessica Perry though, going around through the Porsche curves, and you can see very early is that rear end gone. Just trying to get it off the racing line. That's a horrible place to be stuck with cars coming at you at really high speeds. They're going to be blind to it as well. And we're going to be able to rate the rejoin. Here we go. Jessica Perry. It's going to have to... it's a 3-point turn. It's a couple of marks off for that one. But there's no one coming. It's not often you get that much time before anybody else comes.
Yeah, because everyone's kind of spread out. After we're a good couple of hours in now, everyone's going to be pretty spread out relatively evenly across the circuit. So having those big long gaps where you can actually do a 3-point turn in the middle of the circuit, quite few and far between. So quite lucky to have one so close by there, so that they're able to get themselves back going. But yeah, it is a scary portion of the race circuit, and the right thing was done, right? Because they had the spin, they then found themselves, actually, I'm in a really dangerous situation no matter where I go at this point, so I'm just going to hold the brakes here and allow the traffic that's coming up on me to avoid me, rather than as a stationary target, rather than a moving target, I suppose.
Yeah, and that is, that is almost the deliberations that happen after you've spun, but Portico's hole has to be spun. And for Jessica Perry, spun a couple of times down there, and on the last couple of laps as well. So difficult moments for Jessica, but we're not racing to win necessarily. There's still going to be a lot of time for Jessica and the rest of the team to recuperate some of that time and just enjoy the race. You know, it's been a really exciting opening 7 hours. Great race to be a part of as well. And sun looks, and with the sun setting in this way, almost kind of fits the aesthetic in terms of the colour of the event, doesn't it? With the pinkish sky and the pinkish banners that we've got, and pinkish lights that Hugo's got beautifully on the broadcast as well. It really does fit the theme. This, I think, if anything's going to be taken for social medias in terms of stills, it's going to be about now. Surely, it's great.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of. I don't know. Do we call it golden hour or something like that? I think that's like a for cinematography sort of term, isn't it? Like for this kind of vibe.
It looks well. I mean, I wouldn't mind having a nice, like walk at this. I'd call it golden hour. I'd say this is golden hour because, yeah, why not? It's not quite that house colour. That's a bit too mustard yellow, but it is quite. It's a very nice aesthetic, and also it's great to see this kind of. These battles ongoing and drivers just being able to get around the track with the setting sun. It's one of the aesthetics that makes Le Mans, I think, such an iconic place to race at as well, with the forests and with the setting sun as well. It gives you that added factor that I don't think you necessarily get at all endurance circuits, and it kind of what makes this circuit particularly special, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredibly special venue. When you think 24-hour endurance race, you think Le Mans. You know, that's the vast majority of people, no matter if they're racing fans or not racing fans, right? Especially for those who are not, because they think the only 24-hour race they've heard of is the 24 Hours of Le Mans, right? So it's such an incredibly historic venue for that purpose, and again, it is just a really good circuit for this type of racing as well. I mean, it was kind of, it's kind of its whole purpose is this type of racing almost, but yeah, I mean, we got those big long straights where we can get rid of lap traffic. We have exciting sort of fast portions of the Porsche curves at the end. We have more of a sort of typical sort of Formula 1 GP layout style in Sector 1 with the Dunlop sort of complex and things like that. And then we have that slow speed sort of forward chicane right at the end of the lap to finish off. So it kind of has everything in it, and it also has the opportunity for cars to just sort of find their own bit of space and also not be too hectic because of a shorter lap time, for example, like we would see at Road Atlanta or Interlagos or any other circuit like that. So it kind of has the right balance, I think.
It does, and it's a track that has evolved so much over the last 120 years or so. I remember, well, I know a little bit about this only because I did my French A-level, and my specialist subject that I did my speaking exam about was the history of the French Grand Prix. So taking back to 1906, the circuit's been here. It was nearly 100 kilometers long at the time. It really has evolved over time into what we know today, and with the combination now of the permanent circuit, particularly with the Bugatti layout that we're not using tonight, and it's not in iRacing, but is very much visible on the circuit, and of course with the public roads that are used past the football stadium as we get out of Tertre Rouge and then all the way down towards the village of Mulsanne. It really is a refined venue, and it has been tinkered with over the years, but really has become a fantastic venue, and they've made little tweaks. They've added the chicanes down the Mulsanne Straight, but they've added something to the racing as well. So I really think that what we've got now, I'm sure they'll find something to improve over the next 20-30 years if they can think of something, but really is a fantastic place to go racing, and one of those circuits that, if you've done it enough times, you can know it at the back of your hand. It really is a circuit that you can get familiar with quickly. I think in part because of the fact that even though it's quite long, there aren't too many corners, and those corners, like you kind of said with the Dunlop part and towards the end of the lap, are very flowing rhythm parts of the lap. So, you know, if you're in a rhythm, you can remember it far more than a stagnating circuit. So, yeah, really special venue here, and it's great to see so many drivers still doing so well, even if the leads are the vast margins they are at the moment.
Absolutely, but still all could change. I mean, we're not even at the halfway point of the race yet, which is the most daunting thing about this, right? For not only for us, but for the drivers as well, is that we still have the majority of this race to go, despite how long it feels like we've been out there for. So that one's an interesting one. We do sometimes see these battle pack starts there. We saw briefly 3 wide with the GT3 there on our screens heading down the Mulsanne. But one thing I'm most shocked about, actually, Dara, is that you did a French A-level.
I did. I'll be honest with you. The initial plan was to go to university in France. That never materialised.
Oh, really? Wow.
But yeah, so 16-year-old me thought, I'll do a French A-level. I might get into a French university. And yeah, that was 2 years of my life, which I wish I could remember more of the French that I learned. But I know enough. I'm sufficient enough.
Conversation.
Conversation, exactly. Conversation, not academically, but that's a step too far. I wasn't good enough at English to try and to do that academically, but yeah, it's nice. And also, like you say, something that I don't think many people would know about me if I didn't tell them.
No, like that came out of left field. You randomly dropped that in there, didn't you? It was like, by the way, I did a French A-level and I talked about the French Grand Prix from one of my exams. Yes. You know, like that's pretty good.
Now you talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interest you have already. Yeah, and also I mean, now I'm half expecting you to start commentating in French now.
Oh no, that. Midway through when I said it, I thought I can't now start speaking in French. I was on like, but I mean another reason why it's great is because exactly. But the thing about the amount of French words that we use in motorsport, and I really think about, you know, like Parc Fermé is one that I enjoy a lot. Grand Prix is French. I mean, why do we call it a big prize? You know,
yeah.
But it's a sport, really, motorsport that has evolved from France and really from Le Mans as well, from right in the early 1900s. So you know, we talk about being homes of motorsport, being the likes of you know, Daytona being the home of American motorsport, or Indianapolis. You've got Silverstone here in the UK, but Le Mans really is a focal point, I think, for so much of the racing that we enjoy today, and parts of the reasons why we get the racing that we have today is probably because it was refined here at Le Mans all those years ago.
Sorry, I just saw our wonderful producer Hugo Luis dropping in the French commentary in the text chat that we have going. But Dara, you could probably read that on. But there we go. I can kind of get what it's on about. But
now I think it says, and here we are, the path of second position in the LMP2s. What a move, basically. Yeah. I think that's what it says. I'm sure if I'm wrong, Hugo's going to slate me. But knowing Hugo, I would expect he's just typed that. But at the same time, he's got the little e's on there. So if he's translated that, we're going to be having words, aren't we? Really?
Oh, sorry. Voltex Racing Alpha in the tyre barrier. Interesting one.
Rear end lost into the first part?
Looks like, well, second part, I think. There we go. There's the back end out, nosing it into the wall. They were in a close battle with the BMW M Plower car, the 557, I believe. But there wasn't any contact between the two of them. So it was just a simple mistake coming through the second apex there, interestingly enough.
Yeah, it's easy to do, isn't it? And we've seen it a lot of the time, or quite a few times over the course of this race. There's just those little errors sneaking in, which they can do, particularly towards the end of a stint as that concentration starts to dip just a touch. But on your own means that you're not going to be collecting anybody else or being collected by anybody else. So that's always a positive, and can continue on your merry way as we get in towards the darkness.
Yeah. So we'll take this opportunity to have a little bit of a chat with Olivia Hayward, who immediately is on the soundboard as we as we drag her into the channel.
That's just my entrance.
Hi,
sound.
Olivia.
That plays every time I join a Discord call.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, something we have to deal with when we do commentary over Discord rather than on our TeamSpeak. But how are you doing? This is Olivia Harewood, the head steward of the race. How are things going? Because it seems like there's been quite a few incidents that you've had to have a look at over the last while.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a lot calmer than it has been over the first maybe 4 hours or so. Definitely kept very busy in those opening stints, but things seem to have calmed down a bit. We had this last year as well, where everyone sort of settled into a rhythm, and I think it is a bit easier when you have drivers that are in a charity race like this, where they know the stakes are a bit lower. They're not going to be going for super low percentage moves, and so after those initial jitters get out the first couple hours, it ends up being a fairly nice race to be watching over. I've passed over the reins now to Roxy and Florian. Roxy, of course, being head race control for this, and wrote the whole rulebook. But it's nice to finally have a little bit of time away to be able to chat to you lovely folk.
Yes, absolutely. And, well, breaking news. I don't know if you've seen it in the actual iRacing server itself, but people have started meowing on the voice comms. Is there going to be any penalties for that?
That's not up to me anymore. That is not my problem. So have fun with that one, Roxy.
Yeah, I'm half expecting the driver chat has been disabled message to come up at some point, but obviously you're on your little bit of a break now. But we are heading in towards the sort of nighttime hours here. That the darkness is descending across the circuit of the Sarthe here. Do you expect the instance to pick up as we go into the nighttime hours, or is it just going to be relatively consistent all the way through?
I think there might be more in the way of solo incidents. I think that's a fair bet, because there's just harder to find reference points. But when you have multiple cars close together, there's naturally more light to work with. You've got such bright headlights on, especially that the Ferrari with its endurance lights. There's a great visibility in the nighttime, so hopefully everyone settling into a rhythm is going to outweigh the slight lack of visibility, and I hope I don't get proven wrong, because I have to come back here in a little bit during the nighttime and deal with whatever's been left for me. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's been a great run so far. I do want to give a special shout out to the Satellite Racing Solar car, who is our current cleanest drivers of the race. Through 7.5 hours, have picked up 3 incident points.
That's pretty good going. That is.
It's why they're in the position they are, quite frankly.
True. I mean, they have a huge margin over cars behind, so of a couple of laps. So yeah, they're in a very good position indeed. They can come down in pit lane, have a bit of food, and park the car for a bit, and then get back out there and still be in the race lead. So that's the situation there done in GT3s. But of course, for you, Olivia, of course you also sort of a part of the whole organisation of this event. Is this going as well as you hoped, or even better as you hoped? So let's hear it.
Oh, I mean, it's fantastic that we're hitting really good donation targets already, and there's still so much of the race left to go. I think we have more eyes on it than we had last year by a huge way with this broadcast, and also, of course, with the wonderful Jimmy Broadbent, who ended up getting hassled by our resident supercar on his very first lap in the car. He, as far as I know, did not know that car was competing in the race, and so was very surprised and very frustrated when he pulled out the 4 chicanes and immediately got left in the dust.
That couldn't deal with the Camaro, let's just say that. But yeah, it's at least with how this race has gone. I mean, we obviously it's been there's been a step up from last year. It's fair to say, and people have been very much enjoying the event and enjoying raising money for the cause as well. It's absolutely fantastic, and I mentioned this when Jamie Jessica was in here for the interview in the first portion of the race. How important it is to have these sorts of events, and to have the sorts of organizations, which Brisbane Motorsports is one of them, to be able to show that, to LGBTQ plus people out there, that there is a place for them in sim racing, there is a place for them in this esports side of things, and that there are people that will accept them and help them develop in their hobby or even their profession if they want to get into it professionally, and to push them forward like that. It's very, very valuable. So thank you very much for being part of it. And I don't know if you have any sort of anecdotes or stories yourself about it.
I mean, yeah. So obviously, I've been part of Connect for about 3 years at this point. I also have ties to the Taylor Mills Racing team and the Blaha United team in this race. So there's definitely the concern sometimes of biased stewarding, to which I normally respond by actually being harsher to the people that I know. That way no one can complain about it. But everything that we do at Prismatic is just about trying to build that space where people can just have fun. We have, of course, the competitive teams. We're involved in some of these big championships, the SCC that we're now involved in, the British F4 Esports Championship. I was lucky enough to drive in last year, finally, after a couple of seasons on the sidelines. And we also just have all these community events. We have teams that will hop into the sort of weekly endurance races and just share tips with each other. And I think that's a really valuable thing, and everything we can do to get our name out there and get our message out there, it helps people who might be in a spot where they don't think that this is really a thing that's around and a thing that's possible. And it's really nice to show that we're able to do some of this. And I mean, some of our drivers are absolutely fantastic level through. Saoirse, which is sort of the focus of why we picked Belong To as a charity for this year's event. Fantastic work all the way through her career, British F4, the Stream Speed events, and grappling with a very tricky supercar around here. And then people aren't directly drivers for the team. People like Mia Rose, who are absolutely flying. You saw, of course, the opening stint for Queen's Design, where they were just leaving the entire rest of the field in the dust. And that's the sort of level that she brings to everything she competes in. It's always wonderful to see what she's getting up to over on her side of things. It's not necessarily just this one organization that is the important thing. It's just showing the entire community around it, and this event is a great way of bringing everyone together and having a little share of fun for a little bit and do some racing. It's a huge amount of fun, and I'm so glad that it's able to continue and to grow as it has this year.
Yeah, absolutely, and just to see the amount of support that's been shown, not only in terms of the monetary donations, which of course is absolutely fantastic, but in terms of the support, in terms of the entries, in terms of the enthusiasm for everyone taking part. It just gives me very, very good vibes. I'm sure you'll agree.
Yeah, I mean, the rule that says it's a positive vibes only zone, and also, of course, that dogs should be allowed to vote. Two very metrics of our event.
I'm pretty sure we had Doc Cam already a little bit earlier on, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Very, very early. Yeah. And that was from, I believe, Garnet. So always showing that support in the in that super entry. And that's the fun thing. Last year we wanted to have some sort of Garage 56 style entry. We had the supercar picked out, and then with the rain update, it just wasn't feasible to do. We also were looking at the next gen itself, but of course no headlights. But this year it finally worked out with the Gen 3 getting those rain tyres, and the car being surprisingly good in those opening couple hours actually in those conditions.
Yeah, I mean, definitely keeping with the pace is the main issue. I guess for them is, I guess the tires just don't really survive very long in the supercars. I imagine that's the situation for them. So they might be fast on fresh tires, but yeah, it falls off quite quickly. But yeah, it's wonderful to have you here, Olivia. let you get back to your break from the stewarding for the next couple of moments, and hopefully you're able to at least relax and not stress about too much over decisions just yet. but yeah, it's been fantastic having you in the commentary booth, and if there's anything else you want to say, please say it. But otherwise, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. Thanks everyone for showing up, and just please make it easy on Roxy and Florian over the next few hours, because they won't have me to help out this time. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you very much. That was Olivia Haywood, head steward for this particular event, for the Race to the Cause 2025. Great to have her here. In terms of an update on the race, though, Dara, we have the overall race leader, Olympus Esports Atlas. There they are. Bang! Into the wall. Bit of damage to the right-hand side of that Olympus Esports Atlas car. They do lose a whole chunk of time in terms of their race lead, and well, they may also lose a fast repair as well, as they I think if they already come down in and got that sorted, I can't quite tell. I think they have.
It's not what you want, though, by the way, is it? Not to have that kind of hit into the wall, the spin. It's just not really what they need on any stretch of the imagination, especially with the issues that they were having in terms of the blinking. It's just another issue to add to the list, really, at this stage of the race. But they still have that relatively comfortable lead, and it's just going to be a question of how long can they stay this comfortably in the lead, especially if there's a couple of mistakes creeping in. With a bigger lead, when you make a mistake, or actually no, generally it's the 26, or the 026 I should say, of Sadie Bunny goes into the wall as well. Generally, I think as a rule of thumb, in an endurance race, making a little mistake can actually calm some nerves, I think, particularly at the start of a race, if you're worried about how you're going to run in the early stages. However, if you're leading the race, I think a mistake like that probably increases the nerves, because then you're just starting to look behind you. Generally, when you make that mistake, you're then looking in front and you're gaining back, but with a lead that big, it's not the case, so definitely something to think about for the 21 car.
It's interesting how the Astra Racing car had a basically carbon copy of the instant that the 21 race leading car had just a couple of moments later. That's an interesting one. Very, very similar instance between the two there. But thankfully for Olympus, at least, they had that huge buffer in terms of the gap, to be able to come down in, to get that fast repair sorted, to get back out there and still come out in the race leads. Yes, their gap is reduced. It's down to 1 minute and 10 seconds now. But I think they're very thankful that, one, there's fast repairs to use in this race, and two, they had that comfortable buffer to work with after their big efforts in the opening portions of this race.
Yeah, having the buffer is the reward, isn't it? Obviously, for all of the impressive pace that they've shown so far, just building on it would be the ideal thing, but you lose a little bit of it, you've still got a decent buffer. I mean, a minute in the lead is still pretty good for the 21, with Thomas Cope currently behind the wheel, just settling in and just going a little bit more conservative in how we're racing, or how their racing could be a critical way of just smoothing out the possibility of making another mistake. With Fox currently in P11 mid-pack in that LMP2 class, running on their own for a little bit, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're right on board with the 57 Lift Fox behind the wheel, one of our wonderful VTubers that takes part in this particular event. There are a couple of them; they're not the only one. But it also mentions that it's their birthday tomorrow, on the 20th of the 4th. So that's fantastic. So happy birthday for tomorrow, I suppose. We'll cover it again, I'm sure, once we get into Sunday. But there we go.
Yeah, we've got 3 and a bit hours to wait from our end. It'll be a little bit longer in the US. Actually, technically, it's Lift's birthday somewhere. That's the point. There you go. We're racing in a virtual world. They're somewhere
in Australia. It's birthday already.
In Australia, hang on, how far is that? 3 hours. So I think in India, everything east of India, Japan, China, most of Asia. Then happy birthday to Lift in Asia. Let's go with that. But yeah, it's always nice. was written on as well. I wonder if that's why Hugo's dragged it up for us on the broadcast as well. But again, it was great to have a little message across from the well, not necessarily the face cam, from the V3 right away. And it's not the first time that I've seen a couple of messages come across a face cam before. They're often quite fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And not the only VTuber in that car either. Reska Kyoso also can be in that car as well. So great to see these folks. There we go. As getting themselves well, they're not actively in the car, but I guess still the same setup, I suppose. But yeah, fantastic to see these folks get themselves sort of taking part in this event and continuing on out there with a pretty good run, at least in the LMP2s right now as well, down in P11 at the moment, which is a pretty good running. Of course, they would be optimistic in terms of trying to improve position from this point forwards, given that the car further down the road from them, so the car in P10 is a lap ahead at the moment. So it's a long way to try and gain position, but never say never, I suppose.
No, there's always a chance, and with the amount of time we've got left, well over half the race still to run, there's absolutely a chance to get positions back over the course of this race, even if the gaps are overlapping at that 5-6 minute margin. So always a bit of a chance as we go through. I mean, we've seen with the 21 having some issues that there's a chance for the likes of the 41 Taylor Mills Racing entry without necessarily doing too much be involved in this race in the not too distant future if those issues continue to develop. So it's always a feature of endurance races, isn't it, that things can change at a moment's notice, and you've got to be there and ready to pick up the pieces if someone else has a couple of issues.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to keep yourself in it. Oh, big issues for the Camaro. Oh, big slide. Missed the barrier. As it's yeah. So the Minerva car, our wonderful sort of challenger class, I guess. A wild card, I suppose, is what you can call it. The wonderful supercar, and that Chevrolet Camaro having a bit of a problem, shall we say, keeping it together. Thankfully, all barriers were avoided in the process of that incident, so we don't have to worry too much. The 253 having a bit of a spin as well. That is, let me grab the name, that is the Technoburst Racing car, and they've had a good handful of spins, shall we say, over the past hour or so. So it hasn't been the most comfortable stint, I would say, for the 253, because I think we've seen a good couple of replays now of them pointing in the wrong direction. But they're still continuing on trying to put down at least an effort that will keep them sort of within range of the rest of the LMP2 category, just in case anything happens a little bit further up the grid for them.
Yeah, and again, just putting yourself into a good position is all you can really be doing, and keeping yourself relevant in the conversations, that if something does go wrong for a couple of the teams and a couple of the drivers, that you're right there ready to pick up the pieces and put yourself into an even better spot. So absolutely, chances galore throughout the rest of this race. And as we get into the night, and oh, there we go, as if on cue, the lights really starting to switch themselves on. Mm-hmm. We really are into a phase where anything can happen, and under the cover of darkness, again, it's almost too cliche when you think about it, but it really is true to say that a lot can happen in the night that drivers don't really know about if it's not on their part of the circuit. So there can be some surprises for teams if they're not necessarily paying attention to the biggest picture in terms of the overall race. But anything could really happen at this stage, with little mistakes creeping in, with those braking points and those turning points becoming a little bit more obscured.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's a different kind of racing. I mean, I remember when the first dynamic sky, I suppose, first came in, good couple of years ago, where you couldn't rely anymore on shadows for braking markers, for example, right? Because that's what a lot of people did, was like, oh, they brake at this shadow for this particular tree or this particular fence, and that's going to be my braking point throughout the whole race. But yeah, not so anymore. I mean, our reference points change, the whole perspective changes when we get into the nighttime hours as well. the sense of speed is perhaps a little bit different too. So all of that can really affect drivers and can really put them off, so to speak. So we might see a couple more solo incidents as we transition into the full nighttime here. But once drivers will get used to it, maybe about a stint or so of running in the dark, then they'll be fine after that.
Yeah, they really should be. Again, drivers that have just jumped into the car or are just about to jump into the car will be able to just be into this kind of running in terms of the nighttime running immediately. They won't really have had to adjust at all, but you're right in saying that the longer we run, the easier it'll be to just get yourself into that consistency. Once again, 16 hours, 18 to go. Bit of an inside line, flashing of the lights to let you know that you're there. All of the little tricks that can be used that little bit more. Flashing the lights, not as necessarily useful in the blaring sun of the day, but in the night, be a far bigger or better tool to use when trying to lap some of the cars around you. But again, I think a lot of this portion of the race is just going to be getting that lapping done without making too many mistakes, because it is fair to say we haven't got the greatest number of battles terribly close together on the track at the moment for an overall race position. Although I think that battle for P4 and the P2s between the 22 and the 211 is probably the closest that we've got on track at all, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I'm just having a look up and down the fields to see exactly what the situation is with some of the battles. I mean, yeah, Beta Frost 22 and the Screen to Speed Dream Team, they're pretty close out there on circuit, within 2 seconds of each other. Then you've got Lead Poor Racing and Beta Frost 88. They are within 2 seconds of each other as well there, down in the GT3 effort. But of course, things can be disrupted somewhat by the pit stop cycle. We're getting to the point in the race as well now where a consistent 1 lap difference in the stop has become sort of almost pitting halfway through each other's stint at this point. So there isn't really going to be one quote-unquote pit party where everyone for a certain class comes down and in. It's sort of going to be much more spread out across multiple laps, and that'll get more and more as time goes on, where maybe towards the end of this race it kind of feels a bit random as to when people come down in or not, because the strategies have diverged by such a wide margin.
Yeah, and those strategies just widening out and getting it a little bit more fraught in terms of where they are in comparison to each other. Of course, they'll all be under control by individual teams. But it is fair to say that we are seeing a fair few teams just going a little bit differently to others and just trying to tinker around a little bit to try and find that extra bit of an advantage. Having to come in for fast repairs, having to come in for repairs in general won't help either, but all are elements that teams are trying to avoid at this stage. We're having a bit of a look at this battle though, that we had just mentioned in the P2 class for P4 and P5 between that number 22 Beta Frost and the 211 Screen to Speed Dream Team. It's fair to say that Sarthe is getting that little bit closer. Last time around was a full 1.5 seconds faster than Christian in that Beta Frost car, so we could see a move on here in the not too distant future.
Yeah, it's been a big effort for Screen to Speed Dream Team to get up into P5. I mean, they were definitely not that high up when we were in the opening portions of the broadcast. So they've put in a large amount of effort to get to where they are now. If they can get up to and fight with Beta Frost 22, and if they get disposed of them in terms of getting through, then it's actually not too far up the road to Olympus Esports Proton either. So arguably, if you're Screen to Speed Dream Team here, with the lap times that they've been setting and with the pace overall that they've been showing, surely a P3 might be on the cards here if they continue on this form.
Exactly, and that's a fantastic result as well. I mean, to finish on the podium in an event like this with so much competition would be absolutely fantastic for them, but still, you know, a long way to go before they can really start targeting that. Sorry, they can target it now, but before it really becomes a concrete objective, you've got to get a little bit further into the race, because we've seen that cycling through of leaders, particularly in the LMP2 class. I think I said it in the opening couple of hours, that even though we were seeing such a great drive at that time, from the Queen's Design car, it can all go wrong, and you've just got to be ready and try and keep that consistency all 24 hours long, which is so difficult to do. And sure enough, the 56 sadly has dropped back since those open a couple of hours. Twin Turn is having their turn at the front of the field, but there's nothing to say that they'll stay there either. So just to keep yourself into position is what is needed at the moment. Sorry, I thought it was something on my timing page for a change of position. I think I was seeing things. I might need some. I just got new glasses. Maybe they're not quite good enough for what I need them for. But all looks calm. I thought there was action. There wasn't. I was getting too overexcited.
Your brain has started to invent battles for position because we're in desperate need at the moment. I mean, we're getting close to having one. Between Screen to Speed and Beta Frost. I mean, that gap is still hovering about 1.5 seconds here at the moment, but the trend has been that Screen to Speed Dream Team have been closing in. So Sarthe behind the wheel of that, going on the chase, shall we say. They're both in the middle of their stints at the moment as well, so that likely will not be disrupted, or this battle won't be disrupted by pit stops in the not too distant future. So we'll keep a good eye on this one. We had Who Wants to Soda come down in. They're in the pit lane. Lap 10 on their stint is when they decided that they want to come down in, and a couple of other cars as well. Taylor Mills Racing, second place in LMP2, also deciding that now would be a pretty good time to pit as well. So a couple of significant pit stops happening, I suppose. We'll keep an eye on the battle. But yeah, this event has been going on fantastically, and we haven't talked about foods at least many times, or at least once when me and you have been here, Dara.
We haven't talked about food, have we?
But now I'm going to ruin it.
Oh god, here we go. Here we go.
So we're getting into the evening in European time now.
Yeah.
I want to know what people have had for dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair question, actually.
So if you want to discuss what you had for food, for dinner, for your big meal of the day, in the YouTube chat, we will judge your dinner. There we go.
On this food topic, and I'm just going to raise this now because obviously, you know, we'll still be around for the next hour and a bit. I remember, I think it was the Bathurst 12 hour this year, I was having this conversation with Brad Dalton on a broadcast, but we actually got further down than I thought. Yeah, I'll pause that thought for a minute because Sarthe is going for the move around the outside down the Malzahn. I think it'll be done well before the braking zone. By the looks of it, indeed it will be, and Sarthe has got that position and has moved up the order. But the question was around what isn't a sandwich?
Oh my god!
And I'll be honest, we went down a rabbit hole on this. So if anybody's got some thoughts about what people do consider a sandwich, and also put that in as well.
We're getting some great contributions in the chat as well, as we see pie chips and gravy. I had 4 hot dogs, Georgie. That's quite a lot of hot dogs. Hopefully they weren't large hot dogs, otherwise that is a lot of calories. Then you got a Rustler's burger and some concrete. I'm not sure. That's probably not advisable from a dietary point of view. But
part of my cuisine, yeah.
A single baked potato, just a single one. No extravagance.
On the potato? Yeah, exactly. Is there anything on the potato, or is it just a normal potato? Sorry, carry on. I'm interrupting.
Oh, this is great. 3 p.m. so no dinner there. Had Pop-Tarts near a race start for breakfast, and then Cheetos for a snack. That sounds aggressively American. As we see Daniel Brennan saying paprika, chicken leg, and roast potatoes. That sounds lovely, actually. Chicken Rogan Josh, garlic fried rice, and cheese garlic naan. Oh, and Indian food. Fantastic. Lovely. I approve.
Yeah, in Indian, my personal favourite takeaway, just putting it out there immediately if anybody wants to send me any Indian food, not that any of you could hear it at all, but, please do. Bit of a mistake there from Sarthe. Going to lose the position again as they work their way in towards Arnage. They're talking about food. These guys are still side by side. It should shake out before they get to the Porsche curves, and the 22 is back through, so we can forget about the racing. We're not talking about the racing, we're talking about food. Oh no, they're coming back again. The Hypercar's coming through. It's all over.
Yeah, Hypercar.
I was going to say, I saw that Georgie Mackay put in the chat, hot dog is a sandwich. Now, I'm just going to say right now, we had this conversation. If there's only a cut down the middle of the bread and you're putting the hot dog between the bits of bread, not a sandwich. It's got to be 2 bits of bread, surely. I'm just putting it out there.
Okay, we'll get back to our regularly scheduled food discussion after this battle is complete. So as we, it's the racing that's disrupting the food discussion. It's not the food discussion disrupting the battling. I'll be honest.
Exactly.
But these two have been stuck together for the last couple of moments and have swapped around a couple of times. Beta Frost 22 getting themselves back up into, well, they're in a pit stop phase at the moment, so it's P3 on circuit as Sarah Dove's able to get the traction down coming out of the Ford chicanes and make this a run all the way through turn number 1 and perhaps up in towards Dunlop as well. There's a bit of lap traffic in terms of GT3 up ahead. That's Doug Henson Racing yellow car with Jimmy Broadbent behind the wheel. They have to try and negotiate themselves past Jimmy here, but Sarah Dove back up in and ahead of that Beta Frost car.
Yeah, nicely done. In the end, got a GT3 in the way as well, and that'll just give that little bit more of a margin as they come through Turd Rouge, just to make sure that Sarah will be safe by the time they work their way down the Mulsanne. So nicely done in the end, and let's see what Sarah can do to move back up the order, or back up towards those a little bit further up the order, because next car up the road is 2.5 minutes away. Quite a big gap to that 23.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a representative gap too, because yes, we've had pit stop phase in effect for LMP2, but both Twin Turn and Screen Speed Dream Team have not come down in just yet. So that is an accurate gap that you're seeing on screen right now. But yeah, it's been a fantastic event. Just to let you know, guys, by the way, that this part of the YouTube stream, so part 1, will be ending very, very shortly. So when that happens, we will put a link to part 2 of the broadcast in the YouTube chat so that you can continue watching. The reason why we do this, usually YouTube doesn't really like a full 24-hour live stream in terms of like getting the VOD available, the replay available immediately. So that's why we split them up into the parts so people can go back and look at some of the bits of the races that they missed. So that's the reason why we do it, but soon we will get ourselves into quote-unquote part 2. It will still be me and Dara doing the commentary, but it will be quote-unquote part 2 of the broadcast, second third of the race, and we will be able to continue on there. Just to give you a bit of a heads up, because all of a sudden the stream might stop and you're wondering where we went. Okay, it'll be because we've transitioned over into part 2. So we'll put that in the chat once we have that up and available. I just wanted to do that little bit of a PSA, Dara.
Yes, no, it's worthwhile. There's been a fair few people in the past that have been called out by that, and then turn around and go, where have they gone? And we just moved to part 2. So yeah, all that we will lose really is this particular part of the chat, where Georgie Mackay suggesting that a taco is a sandwich, and it's not something I can get on board with. And I'm glad that'll be left in part 1 and not part 2. A taco is one bit of bread. It's not a sandwich. Anyway, I won't let it bother me. But it is very much an interesting stage of the race, getting into the night phase. It's also nice how we've kind of fragmented it into 3 parts, in the way that part 1 will be, the afternoon into the evening. Part 2 is the night. Part 3 is the morning again. So it is nice that we kind of get that transition of the 3, and it does really show that a race like this is kind of fragmented into 3 parts, whether it is officially or not. Meaningfully, it is.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, soon we will get full darkness out there, and we're getting solidly into the night hours of the event. But yeah, it's looking very, very good at the moment. We have this is a graphic I didn't know existed. We have RaceSpot Best Burgers, Pole Position Burger, Nitro Bacon Blast, Turbo Jalapeno Crunch, Pit Stop Veggies Deluxe, Overdrive Breakfast Burger, and Drift Barbecue Bomb. Order at the lounge or via app. I have never seen this graphic. Have you seen this graphic before, Dara?
Has Hugo just made this and just chucked it on the screen?
Have you just made this, Hugo?
I mean, because he's also, think about it, he's just blurred all the text.
He's just made it. just dropped a yes. And I only wish I could be so talented, to be honest. So we're all very jealous of Hugo here to be able to throw that up in such a short amount of time. I think, I don't know if it's a criticism of the not a lot of action that we've had over the past while. He's just had time to go and create a special graphic for us, but I think RaceSpot should open a burger bar now. That's just my conclusion of that.
Well, I mean, if RaceSpot's opening a burger bar, you know, I'm putting my application to do the promos. I don't know whether Hugo, needs anybody over there at RaceSpot HQ at the lounge, I think as he called it on that. But, you know, we can get some selling going. I could go with the RaceSpot t-shirts and I think there's some mugs as well. I swear, I might be dreaming this, but I'm sure there's the RaceSpot t-shirt that says Max Verstappen is not in this split. We could kind of put it on that kind of level, couldn't we?
I mean, this, yeah, we could absolutely. We need to make money from merch. There we go. There we go. We get the part 2 links in the chat then. So if you want to continue watching this broadcast and all of the shenanigans we're deciding to put out there at this portion of the broadcast, then you can continue watching at on the part 2 link there. Otherwise, the stream will just abruptly end for you, and then you'll have to try and find your own way to part 2. But we'll just have a little bit of a pause in terms of the commentary just for a moment. Enjoy the sights and sounds of the Circuit of the Sarthe for the Race to the Course 2025, and we'll be back in probably about 20 seconds.